Does this trade pay us today? All we need is one good one. And they're breaking the actual weekly low right now on the VWAP. I mean, not exactly a bullish sign. What up? Good morning. I'm gonna make some coffee. Be right back. track what's going on here. They put in like an ultimate bottom here, or what? Let's see. Let's see. We're trying that moving average strategy. Just using this oscillator down here as kind of a gauge of strength. We might be getting a bullish divergence here. Yeah, but momentum very weak. Not trying to catch a falling knife. Would need them to recover that 67.50. So it'll be thinking about longs. Basically set up these anchored VWAPs based on this week's lows, highs, and then previous days' lows and highs. Looks like there's a buyer here at 60. Daily says her outlook is that the Fed will want to raise rates at the end of next year. That's still the same as what they've been saying. We're saying this kind of stuff, probably the reason they're buying this 60. You know, just in case, you know, start taking contracts off there. This is sort of the spot where institutions would be buying, in my opinion. Just right underneath this. I'm going to stay short as long as we're underneath it, but that green line there, that's the weekly low anchored VWAP. Pretty bearish underneath it, but this is exactly the type of place institutions would be buying. Daily talking some more. Daily says it would not surprise her at all if there are 1 or 2 rate hikes next year. Well, now she's saying 2 rate hikes. First it's a rate hike at the end of the year, now 2 rate hikes. Markets seem to be okay with that news for now. Maybe a delayed effect. But we see the bullish divergence. The momentum's still very weak, so we're just going to sit here. Short. Just one for now. Be surprised to see a bounce at open. What we're using, we're basically just taking the moving average from the dawn, and we're just going to play that off of these anchored VWAP levels, which I like to do a lot. It'll work really well. And so now our trailing stop is going to be this high right here. This, and then the low, the weekly low VWAP. That getting broken is not good. 2 rate hikes. There's there's a sneaky buyer here at 60. See if that momentum can turn down again. U.S. Commerce Department places 12 Chinese companies and other entities to entity list over national security concerns. So China names. Some China names, I guess. Maybe I should have taken that those NVIDIA profits yesterday. Is the mic even working? Can you guys hear me? Someone is buying this 62 level right here. 63 really. That's going to be from yesterday. You could probably just put a line here at 460. This is a possible bounce. Let's see if they reverse it here. So they're trying to force people to take the vaccine for targeted groups in Germany. How bad does that sound? They're going to target groups and make them take the vaccine. This is what the chancellor designate says, Schultz. I got an idea. Let's target people again in Germany. Let me guess. Are they going to target the Jews? Probably going to get this video banned just by saying that. I got an idea. Let's target people in Germany. We're gonna do something we've never done before. Oh wait, we're gonna do something we're famous for, in fact. Sorry, I just hear all this crap just cleaning up my desk here. really killed Tesla in pre-market. Goodness. Nvidia down 7. Apple staying pretty flat. Apple, JD. Again, this would explain the put prices yesterday. By the way, we should probably pull those up here. So they're kind of centering in on that 65 level. I guess my Nvidias get destroyed today. Account's going to open red, but that's okay. We're going to look at premiums for today. Wish I could shrink this down here. I really don't care about the rest of these accounts and stuff. So premiums now definitely favoring the downside still. You see that they're really adding a lot of protection here, these premiums. But this is the same situation as yesterday, where you had the 47s. I think they went, let's look at the 26th. 4700s went to 10 yesterday, so they whittled those down to nothing. Yeah, under that swing low anchor VWAP for the week. That's pretty bad. I mean, this market could just use a massive sell-off, right? Don't we all agree? I think if we could be down a good like 50, 80 points, that'll be nice. Well, this thing's kind of dying. Does this thing go negative? This thing was up like 20% today. Mana 2, mana dying. I think there's a long way down for those things. Anytime it comes up into that 67, 68 area, I'm just going to open a short. That's just kind of the plan today. Oh, my poor small account's going to get whacked a little bit. I might try to cover some of my calls if we get a pop early. Bitcoin. Bitcoin not looking great. Huge bounce in that engine. Oh, so they bounced off the 410. That makes sense. Now these coins right here, I love trading these on crypto futures. They're so wild. Long term, these are probably really good. I was buying this thing at like 80 cents. But as far as they're very volatile. I think just bounced 10 cents like it was no big deal. Bounced 10 cents. Some stocks don't even move 10 cents in like weeks. Alright, so here's a possible reversal happening. You can see these are almost indicators too, because I see the market trading off with these. So these are almost like leading, like risk on indicators. I'll see these two trading together. Kind of strange, but this is a weird little thing. Premiums did go up on the 4700s again. The two strikes I really watch are 4700s, 4630s. Still leaning to the downside as we're under that VWAP. These huge short covering bounces on these crypto coins, because people leverage up so much that when they try to short these lows and they see the crash, they try to short those and they get whacked. The only reason I know that is because I've done it multiple times and I get destroyed for it. So here we go, right up into that line. So we got our kind of our anchor position here, right at that VWAP. So let's see if they give us some more contracts to short. This is sort of our trailing VWAP from the last swing high. If we start attacking that, I might consider reversing. Gonna let it run for a few minutes into that resistance. So I guess while Chancellor was talking and Daly was talking, that kind of killed the market. You got the, hey, what's up, Nick Nack? You got lowest job claims since 1969, and then you got taper talk that started happening. So they're not going to taper. I know this. So I'm not super bearish, even though I would love a crater, just like a one-day flush, but it's not super bearish to even talk about taper, because all they did was lower the minimum. So it was a token taper. And, as far as asset purchases, they did miss yesterday's purchase. So I'm considering that as a factor too. Participants, be the first one to say it. We see a little bit of risk on buying some of these altcoins. Actually, now they're bringing it back up into that resistance. But a lot of times they like to poke the VWAPs a little bit, just kind of take out the trailing stop. So I would not be surprised to see them try to poke up there a little bit. So I'll probably take some shorts into that. Trying to get some of your stream before I'm off. Dude, where do you work, man? What do you do? I mean, you don't have to tell me where. I don't want the address, but what do you do? Yeah, these crypto coins are super strong. Goodness. The bounces are crazy. There just must be some insane shorts built up. It's the only problem I have with being short is it's so scary. But it's all resistance overhead for the markets right now. Just it's crazy. Here we go. Opening it up underneath that VWAP. Unreal. Let's see if they try to pop it. Nice, man. Alright, I'm going to see what this market tries to do here. Yeah, they cratered my account. Let's see here. So these JDs are good. The Nvidias still have some premium, so that is interesting. Let me look at the premiums for ES here. All right, there you go. Now they're dropping them. I'm gonna close these Nvidias out. Keep the JDs. Let's look at these premiums real quick here. They're actually not even pricing in the 4700s today now. Wow. This could be an excellent short. I mean, there's still downside. Oh, they're buying these coins though. Stay away from my short. Gotta be real careful shorting here though. I'm just gonna leave the one like anchor position in there and kind of let them maybe flush it. Oh man, bingo. Getting massacred heavily. Luckily I closed out. We're gonna close this JD out too because this thing's way up. This thing's way up. I'm going to close out a couple of them just to kind of pay myself back a little bit, get my money back. So I took out 5 of those JDs yesterday. So those opened up 150%. So I closed out half. And we'll just kind of let those run for a bit. We closed out our NVIDIA because that got destroyed pre-market. So I'm not going to hold on to those with only 2 days left. Especially where I just got my money back off of them. What else here? I think the TTD puts are probably going to pay. Those are for 9 days from now. And I don't know what's going on with JD, but there's a lot of relative strength here with this. So holding on to the short, we're at 7 points, 8 points now. We're going to see if this buyer comes back in at 60. I was observing pre-market. So they're kind of testing this buyer, whoever is buying right here in this little zone. They're going to test them real quick, and if he holds true, they're going to rip this, which is fine with me, because if they rip the market, this JD is going to go nuts. But if they don't, that's holding up, and I'm short right now. You see all these VWAPs kind of turning over. These are all just, just all kinds of overhead resistance. Yeah, that 60 is getting tested now. Let's get back to watching these premiums again. So we're trading the ES, and we're watching the options chain for it. It's just kind of give us some clues about what's going to happen. And they're dropping the first standard deviation. The expected range is about 46.35 to 46.80. So if we see 35, probably going to take profits at that point for sure. But building up 9 points now, and that was off the short. You know, basically I've been shorting this VWAP here. So if we start seeing that VWAP show up later too, we'll add shorts. But as long as this momentum and this trend stays down, I don't want to be long. How cool it would be to catch a like 50 points or something on stream. All right, so there's the buy. That buyer stepped up for 4 points there. Probably a lot of short covering too, because there's people short from up here, so which was the last swing high. Oh, there's the buyer. So that's what we were afraid of, this 60 guy that was buying pre-market. Well, there you go. Well, our JD is going to go nuts if that's the case. But we're just going to watch this line here and see if they pop it or not. We'll get out. Let's close it and we'll re-enter. Here comes the retest. Remember, this is a huge dip for some institutions. So you can see with the candlestick formations that there's an accumulation happening here in this area. So unable to break it yet, we're not going to risk a green position going red if they decide to pop this higher, which is, happens all the time. Momentum. This is pre-market momentum, so I kind of discount it a little bit, but still moving higher. So if we get a buy signal here, we'll definitely jump on the train. See how this JD is doing here. So we sold into the initial pop, but the chart looks a lot better than ES. So here comes the test. Ideally, want to get in on some candlesticks, and if anything, we'll buy a dip into that level versus trying to buy it, trying to follow it. But that was the premiums again being way out of whack. So again, we're okay with a rip if they want to go, but yeah, the premiums are now pushing. They're definitely pushing the issue here on the upside, but they're going to run into a lot of resistance here. The positioning options wise, a ton of resistance here. Does make me want to short again. So we're gonna start with a little bit of a position here again, as we see the weakness developing. Again, I hope I'm wrong. See how they cut through all those resistances there. Let's see, these premiums 4700s have doubled, and then the 4630s have dropped about $1. So we just do a little tester just to see how they handle it, see if we're right or not. It does not appear that I am right here, so I'm going to cut this and wait for a better entry. Well, you see how these coins, they move with the market. Bitcoin doesn't do that anymore. Bitcoin does its own thing now, but these altcoins, futures coins, they move with the market. And so Those things can go nuts. All right, here's the sell. But they've developed sort of a break in the trend here, so we'll see if they set up another short up here. Yeah, my initial hunch was right. Yeah, wow, down 6 points fast. Yeah, that's where that resistance is coming in here. So we're at a nice equilibrium here. So we're just going to watch these premiums and kind of see who's winning. Yeah, quite the sell there. So I think this guy loses. Whoever was buying that dip. Joel, what up, man? There you go. Here's the dump. So 60s guy is out for now. Now Bitcoin just non-stop down. And Musk sold another bill. So do they continue? Musk sold this. It's still in a downtrend on Tesla. I mean, it looks pretty bad. If I was going to short something, I think maybe Tesla is probably it. I guess TTD and JD, pretty decent strength here. Nvidia sold off about 8 from the pre-market high. Tesla's down a ton. I mean, what are those premiums even like? I'm not even going to attempt to buy the Teslas. Here's the retest of the early market dip. The buyer is still there, lurking. About 58 or so. Looks like they're going to try and make another run higher. I feel like the bulls have already lost. Look at this coin. This thing is crazy. So they held those VWAPs there. See if they can push this lower. I would imagine a lot of calls getting massacred right now, so it's got to kind of let itself unwind a little bit. This right here, my suspicions were right that this was more of like, hey, here's your chance to get out if you were long the day before, and that's what people did. And that's why you saw the big sell. But structure-wise, very precarious level to short from. As the buyer from yesterday is somewhere in here. So in fact, you know, looking at that, get out. Until this buyer is gone, I'm not real keen on shorting here. Even though we're under all this resistance. Now they're coming for me over here with this engine here, goodness. still trying to punch this guy, but he's soaking it all up. Look at this. 4,700s went back to $1.50. Oh, quite the bounce there. Let's see if there's a lot of supply here or not in this zone. Sure, there's a lot of supply. Gonna dump this out. All right, we're gonna roll with this here because it seems like they're losing the battle. And then right when I do that, they buy it again. There you go. Quick loss of 4 points there. I'm okay taking the little hits there. I'm just kind of testing the market out. If I feel like it's bouncy here, you know, you obviously got some sort of buyer just holding this up. This is a really strong support here. So we'll see here. Yep, down 4 points again. See if this is the real move or not. There it goes. There was that one last bounce there. But I remember yesterday about 55. They were buying that. I'm a little hesitant now. These premiums real quick here. Still pricing in more downside, but we're sort of at equilibrium here. I mean, they have the 4630s are still $4. Man, TTD, flappable so far. Anything with D in it. All right, there's a little sell from JD. They're holding that support up pretty decent. Man, look at that. Look at the buy off that support. Every time you short here, you get massacred. VIX is spiking. Premiums going up in the in the 4700s as this drops down. You know what? I think they're about to rip this thing. We're going to start buying into this support because if they flush me, they flush me, but someone is scooping these up. Going against the trend here, but it's only because the premiums are telling me that someone is buying here. I mean, the 4700s, as we're going down, are going up. They're up $40 right now as we drop 3 points. So, I mean, I got to go with what the premiums say. And then every time they drop it into this level, it freaking it jumps 5 points. Now there's the 4700s losing a little bit of value there. TTD going up $1 as the market drops. JD going up as the market drops. Oh, they're ripping this engine. They're ripping our altcoins here as the market drops. How many times have we seen this market try to puncture a low right off the open and just get scooped? I don't know, I think we just gotta sit here and just go take a nap or something, you know. I mean, at least we could maybe retest this VWAP. That's 6 points right there. I mean, I just want to leave it, honestly. As the shorts lose here, they're done. Yeah, moving average still red, but we're going with these premiums. Okay, so they dropped the premiums on the 4700s as this moves up. They dropped them a lot. So that was interesting, getting the bounce off the premium pump on those 4700s. Now they're getting value again. Morning, Golden. Morning, partner. Yeah. So I feel like we're right now. Every time we buy, it goes right in our direction. So feeling pretty good about this reversal coming in. You know, just watching the 4690s now. Those are catching premium. Watch TTD. I mean, TTD is probably going to go insane today because if they reverse this thing is so strong right now. Our JD is pretty strong too. Here comes the reversal. Morning, partner. 4700s catching more of a bid here. All right, bringing it down. So this level here, we're just gonna buy it. I don't, you know, as long as it doesn't break this level too bad, then we're just gonna buy it and just watch this level. I mean, this whole zone here is the buy zone, in my opinion. even though this moving average is telling me to sell. That moving average is a little slow, I think. It's good for the trend, but they're really trying to flush this thing here, and you can just tell they're buying it. There you go. A little bit of a sell there. 4700s again. They caught premium on this drop. They're going up. So every time this drops, you know, some algo is coming in here and buying these 4700s. Now there's a new 5-minute candle. All right, I mean, I'm going to get a little bigger if they do end up reversing this higher. My stop is really just going to be sort of like underneath here. They couldn't break 55 yesterday, so are they going to be able to crack it today? Big reversal. A couple big reversals off of the news, the claims. So the 4700s back down to about 130. Let's see if they come in and buy them. Yeah, they're buying them now. 135, 140, 145 bid. $140 bid. 145. The spread is tightening on the 4700. Yep, there you go. 145, 150. There's some more buyers again coming back in. All right, back into the zone to retest again. Is this the Rock of Gibraltar level of all time? Come on, pop this cherry. Let's go. This 147's holding premium for now. Tesla, an unbelievable rip from the lows. That right there is very nice. So we want to see this. We want to see Tesla leading here if they're going to try and reverse. There's a buy signal on Tesla. Do they have any premiums that are even available for someone like myself? Looks like Apple close to a reversal here. They definitely sold yesterday's close off pretty hard. Anything TTD, red to green here. Looking very strong. Goodness. They get an upgrade or something? Here, I'm going to actually pull up. I'm not even looking at this now. I just, you know, they're going to rip this thing. That's what I think. Just keep our eye on that on those 4700s. All right, now we're up 4 points here. Let's just take one off here just to lock it in, but we'll try to re-enter if they can get this up over this VWAP here. Because here's the sell zone again. So we'll see if this becomes sell again. In fact, we're going to go ahead and close all that because I'm way up on that trade and we're coming into this. Basically, they've just been selling that, so I'm not going to mess around with it. But if they can push it through, this is going to be massive support to buy in the future. This is obviously huge support. You can see they were just soaking that up. And so what we were doing was catching that level was watching these 4700s, watching the bids here, watching the pricing, and every time it dropped a few points, these would go up in value. So that just meant to me that, and every time it came down to this zone, you try to short it, it bounced 4 points. So that's typically how I trade. Might be different than most, but it's pretty effective. So we're going to watch these alerts too as well. Coming through. So SPY puts coming through, down about 10% down for December 23rd. Those came in at SPY 467. So that person might have already closed them. They were buying the puts up here. So again, we're seeing the sell coming right out of that VWAP area. But the trend is turning, so we can almost set this as a swing low now. I'm just trying to trade normal now today, just using the algo, just using a couple aspects of it really, just the oscillator and the moving average. I feel like I trade this moving average more than anything, so I just decided to just create a layout, trade normal, and just use that moving average to my advantage. So here's the trend flip. So those premiums, using the altcoins as a little bit of an indicator, because these are like almost risk-on indicators here. And so watching those, this is up 26 cents in like 30 minutes. And so, I mean, they're blowing people up right now on the short side. TTD is up $4 almost. And it was going up as the market was coming down. So, seeing that was good. We had Tesla was up almost like 40 points already. The 4700s have basically doubled now. The spread is super wide, but they're asking $2 now. We'll see if that spread tightens a little bit. I'm just going to watch these alerts come through and see if we get anything crazy. There's a Zoom 190, XLE, Tesla insane bounce. That's great. Great bounce from ES as well. So kind of cutting through all the muck here. I'm just going to wait until we see a break of these levels here. But this would be a zone where you could get chopped up. So I don't want to get chopped. But we did see the momentum shift. Yeah, now the 4700s are $2. Man, I should have just bought those earlier when I saw that. Goodness. Easy, quick trade there. But let's see. Let's check NVIDIA. NVIDIA up almost 6. Instant. Bitcoin bouncing off 56. The JD's actually going to close these out for break even, the rest of them. Those are going down as the market goes up, so not interested in that. TTD, I took some puts on it yesterday, but not interested in those anymore. My SPY puts for next week, those are up, so that's interesting. Yeah, I guess we do have FOMC today, so gotta be kind of ready for some shenanigans. Oh man, they hit 75, huh? All right, we actually don't have a buy signal from the moving average yet, so we'll wait to let that trend set. But we're definitely going to continue watching these premiums. Now we're going to be watching the ones on the downside, just as a gauge of whether or not the trend is going to continue or not. But those 4700s now bidding 235, so up $1. Not a lot. They're not up that much, but up $1, still 25 points out and expiring today. So it would be a nice sell. You have so much resistance here. Very unlikely the 4700s get tagged today. There's our first buy signal coming in. The candle is a little bit full here. I'm not going to chase this. I want this to come back down a little bit. But they did take out that swing high, so that's going to act as a, and in fact we're just going to get rid of that, and we're just going to use this as our support now. Our trend indicator here using the dawn is red, so that would also be nice to see that flip green. But we're what I like about this oscillator is each level that it hits, it puts a little indicator up top, so you can kind of track the trend based on, you know, how overbought or oversold it is. But I kind of just use it as a momentum, so like we're in max momentum here for these two candles. But it's a 5 minute, so you don't want to take it as gospel or anything like that. We're going to continue looking at these premiums here. So now we're looking at these 4705s and 4740s. Man, can they rip 4740 today? Because they're pricing that out. I'm gonna take a little shot here with these 4740s. They've got an SPX here. Let me see what's SPX premiums look like. Yeah, they're pricing them about the same. All right, so I could just watch SPX. We're down 10. Man, if they do pop 46.93, I mean, this thing's gonna go nuts. So I got filled on a 4740. I got filled right here, mainly because it's still within the expected, like the standard deviation, and our expected move is pretty low. But I do know that if it does pop, it's a worthwhile risk, because if they do something crazy with FOMC and they break these levels to the upside, you're definitely going to want to be in that trade. And this is the time to buy it, especially when you're getting a bounce off the bottom like that. So we're going to start adding here. I like a lotto like that SPX because how many times do you go, man, if I would have just bought those because they were so cheap, you know, you could have just taken a shot. I'm glad we cut the JDs. So we got out of JD with break even. We cut our TTD puts because of the relative strength. Tesla, wow. Red to green. Momentum coming down a little bit there, but you do have a trend confirmation. So Tesla calls probably not a bad idea here. All right, we're going to continue to buy into this trend. And hopefully we can actually get a trend, unlike yesterday. If you guys follow TikTok, let's see here. It kind of says the same thing where we're in this little area of indecision. And that's how these VWAPs are kind of telling me. Inside of these here, here's what he sees. All right, so we're inside of that. He's looking at the VWAP and the value area. Kind of just looking. He says within this, it's not party time yet for bulls. As I said, my Substack. He thinks that they need to create value above 46.90. So I agree with that too, that sentiment as well. He's saying we want to see some value created above these levels here, and that coincides with these VWAPs. Me, I'm just trying to trade the trend, and the trend is up right now. We did see this candle lose momentum, and so that's not cool, but not a huge deal. Could be a huge deal. See, they sold that right off there. Thankful to Tick for basically teaching me how to trade in a way. But I do know how FOMCs trade for the most part, and a lot of times you see some crazy moves. So they're not ready for it mentally. It's kind of a natural equilibrium here at 46.70. Little dip here, down 7 points from that initial swing. Okay, so they're going to come test. This is kind of what I was talking about, is buying into this support here. Now that they were able to puncture it, now they're coming back down to test it. So with that in mind, we're going to continue to scale in on the retest. But if they are able to get it back underneath, you know, your risk is going to be this VWAP here from that swing low. That swing low is pretty big, as it's off the whoever that's buying that. So that's essentially their price. We'll just do the show price. You know, 46.61. Someone's got some kind of average of 46.61 there, but that's going to be the support, at least in the near-term trend, along with these weeklies and dailies. All right, let's keep an eye on these premiums here. Watch the SPX ones. Pretty balanced, still unbalanced to the downside here. So here comes the test. It'll be a lot harder to sell through this now. They kind of had their chance earlier. You can see every time it goes down, someone buys it up for a few points. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla down 10. So profit taken in Tesla from the like 1170 support. Apple down. Yeah, Apple didn't look good at the open to me. You know, that doesn't look good to me. It hasn't even tried to bounce significantly yet. So Apple puts probably better, but So far, the thesis is holding up that this is going to act as support now that they are able to get it back above. And premiums on the call side are still cheap. I'm going to wait for those to get out of balance to the upside, I think, before there's going to be any significant reversal. Seems like the ratio is typically like a 3-to-1, maybe 2-to-1, 3-to-1 is kind of like getting oversold, overbought on premiums. But there's our confirmation of trend there a little bit. They're able to hold it. Our altcoins are still ripping, so I mean nobody's scared right now. They're just dumping money. I don't know. Does anybody out there use altcoins as an indicator? Am I the only one? Altcoins and premiums. This is what I use. What's up?
Daddy, we ran out of paper in the kitchen.
Oh, here.
It's all blue paper.
Take all this paper too. This is all. You can draw on all that. Take that and come back if you need to. I'm guessing nobody else uses altcoins, but you know, that's my edge right there, okay? Altcoins. Altcoins and meme stocks. I used to use NICLA as a gauge of sentiment. If NICLA was up, then I wasn't scared of anything, because NICLA should be like a penny stock at this point. Come on, get some power to the upside, baby. Get some people buying these 4700s. There's some more bid on them. More bid. More bid. They're raising the ask. More bid. Oh, little drop there. Oh, right back up again. Okay, those 4700s are definitely definitely in demand here, but sort of just in this equilibrium. I favor the upside, but not a whole bunch. Altcoins back down again, so there you go. But Mana, I think Mana ripped, I think it was up 40% at one point. So they're ripping these altcoins up 40% into the FOMC. So is that just retard retail doing that? I don't think so. I don't think retail has the power to rip $1 billion coin 40%, you know? Plus, I really wanted an 80-point drop today, so this more likely is going to be 80 points up. FOMC, they're going to come out and say, oh, you know, we were thinking about taper, but you know what, we're not going to. And rate hike we were talking about, Daly was talking about earlier, not going to happen. In fact, we're not going to raise rates till 2024 now, and the market's up 100 points. All right, so what did we buy? We bought 30. We're down a little bit, but okay. So our position's 71.25 right now. Oh, right. Right to 71.25. What a surprise! What a shocker! still following the trend here. 70.25 our spot. These 4700s kind of getting capped here at about 225. They're not able to bid them any higher than that. And so the theory that these are going to be resistance for a while probably holds true. Kind of see a little bit of a weakening in the trend developing. But again, we're going to hold to our plan and just buy into these VWAPs. Probably if you put the volume profile up, these are probably your value areas right now, but let's go see if I'm right about that. There's your value area there, and actually your value area is down here, value line low, right where that support was being found. So we saw the support being developed just with the naked eye. And that's how you know it's a good support, if you can see it happening with naked eye analysis and premiums. That to tell. It's stunning. The NVIDIA pop up 7 points. So those holding premium, even though they opened down 6, probably was a mistake to sell those. But too late now. I'm just going to focus on trading these futures here. Coming up into the value line high, that's going to be a zone a lot of people are looking at. And that's where these VWAPs come in handy, because it just, I think anchor VWAP probably like the best indicator in the whole game. That's all this is, a freaking game. But second best is this moving average. Hello. Oh, goodness. Okay. Well, tell them, I guess they can just come down here and see. Okay, perfect. Love you, bye. AMD flow coming in. I see some bullish VIX puts. But those 4700s are now 250. So we're still collecting premium on the way up on those 4700s. I think if they pop this 76, any calls are going to get a nice little jump. Tesla back up. I said earlier, I thought Tesla calls were probably the thing. They got it right to yesterday's close on Tesla, so that's where they closed it. And you can use that. That's pretty nice. It's just this previous day close line, that, and then the session breaks. So it tells you where the session started. I like to do this where you put a VWAP there, as that's just where it opened. So that'll just be the support. All right, so they're selling that level again, but we're in the trend here, so we're going to continue to buy any kind of dip they give us. And really, we're just going to be buying this VWAP here. And watching our altcoins, which are selling off a little bit, so a little bit of a leading indicator that momentum was waning. Glad we didn't try and chase that. A lot of people probably chasing there, and so now they're hurting a little bit. So as they get rid of their shares or get rid of their contracts, we'll see if support develops. like these VWAPs to turn higher. It's interesting how the swing low from there ended up being basically the same price. So it's like the volume that was being generated here on this swing, that average price is about the same as that one, even though the price was lower at the time that it was generated. All right, we get some nice candles forming here. I'm going to see if they take out these. These are swing high VWAPs. That's why they're red. So these are going to act as resistance here, big time. But we're not going to be buying into those. In fact, we will sell into those, because that's what I should have been doing. Premiums on those 4700s just popped $50. So, like I said, I knew that they would catch some premium if we could get above this level here. You guys ready to turn it back on?
No. I'm just going to show you this.
Ooh, a Google. Hold on, buddy. I gotta buy Google, because Google is a monster beast. Let's look at the Google premiums real quick. Hold on, buddy. Ooh, they're expensive. But they're showing 3,000 as possibility, 3015. So buying these, yeah, there's just a little
96.
They're just a little pricey for me, but I'm gonna go ahead and buy these 3,000s if they give them to me. What'd you say, bud? 96 what?
Oh, look at this.
4,700 is almost $3. Oh,
I
look at that. That's cool.
It's a tractor, and I drew it while we were sleeping.
You drew wait, you drew this while you were sleeping? Is that what you said?
Yes, at 7 o'clock.
What?
Yes.
I don't believe you.
It's maybe, yes, it's 8.
You drew it at 8 o'clock? Oh, while everybody else was sleeping, you mean?
No, even Ever was still awake.
It's very good, man. Good job. What does this say?
I was just...
This Google's already up.
I was just marking the grades, like F goes to 10.
Yeah.
F10 lower. Yes.
Oh, okay.
And A plus for me.
Hey, go let Toe out upstairs. Toe, go out upstairs, man. All right, so we're definitely doing well. We're gonna sell into this as it spikes. But now we're gonna use this as our support. So if they can bust it up here, we'll add on dips into it. I don't even know what this means, RMS warning. But we got the Google, I know it's crazy, but we got the 3,000s because they're within the standard deviation, and they're super cheap right now still, because you're buying it while it's red. So if you're a small account, you got to kind of be super anticipatory, kind of like I bought those SPX calls way down here. Our trend is still red. You need me to press play?
Yeah. Others aren't even almost done eating. They're so slow.
Oh, okay. Hey, let's let her out there. She wants to go outside.
No, she's actually pretty happy. I never heard her meowing.
No, don't turn that on.
Why?
Because it makes so much noise. The Googles are already up, so that's a good sign.
Oh yeah. Got it. Try to cover your ears. It's not making as much noise as normal. Good.
Alright, so we're just trying to be patient here, waiting for some more indications. We're going to continue watching the premiums on SPX here. So we're watching these 4700s, which we were looking at this morning. We're getting bid up about sorry, that's my daughter in the background hacking up a lung. Well, those are double now. We're seeing the mispricing. So now we're looking at the pricing here, 3 to 150. So still downside protection, leading about 2 to 1. So we're still not done going up, in my opinion. There's a lot more pain to the upside than there is to the downside. We'll be adding contracts on any dip into those supports as this trend develops. 84 likely to be a huge support or resistance. Well, these are this is the week. This is a VWAP off the weekly high, and then this would be all-time high VWAP. So actually, this is off the weekly open. I'm sorry, the open candle, and then this is all-time high VWAP. Is it all-time high? Not all-time high, but it would be the weekly high, excuse me. And then this is a support that was from the Monday, the sell-off. Yes. And so we got TikTok coming in here, also saying similar stuff. Desperate bid to take out 4680. Big reward if successful. Punishment is we fall back. That's interesting, saying that this trend reverses back to lows already. We've got really strong support here, and we've got support developing there at about 75. But yeah, I think he's right. I don't know if it's the 80. I guess it would be 80. Is there any interest here? So we're already above that swing high VWAP. I mean, there's no resistance here except for 80. But any volume that was created there has already been taken out. So TikTok a little bearish here. Google catching a big pop there, but the premiums went down on the 3000, so it might have been a little early to those. $4,700s on the premium for SPX coming down just a tad, little dip into like the 270s. Now Jesse's here. Jesse, the resident Ishimoku expert. TTD up 5 points from the low. Nvidia up 9. So definitely wish I would have held those calls that stayed green. Apple turning around too, so that's a really good sign. A Tesla spike here would be really nice for the market. Google getting a little silly here. Would like a red to green on Google, but it's a slow mover. But we're sitting in the 3,000 calls for Friday for about $80. And we're in SPX 4740s for today. That's just basically small account lottos with profits. Maybe I should turn the TV on for you guys or something. Market needs to ignore FOMC. I agree, Jesse. 1000%. Alright, so you can see the wicks on these candles. So, sort of a sell coming in.
I know!
Hey, you guys, if you're going to be down here, be quiet. I see you over here. Don't be trying to run. You hear me? I'm going to kick you both out. Are you done eating your breakfast? I probably should have gotten the NVIDIA calls. Maybe even added to them on the dip. They do that a lot in the markets where, you know, a very important point that would flip the market from bullish to bearish. That's usually the point where it reverses. So that's what we were. This is what we were looking at here at this level, and why we were buying. I tried to short it a few times, got wrecked, and so we started buying into that level, and we were rewarded with about 6 points or so. Probably could have taken a lot more, obviously, but after yesterday, I was not trying to hold on to anything. All right, let's get some music. There's some stuff going here. Blue TV. Ava, goodness, are you all right?
What?
Are you okay?
On the way, $400. Let's keep it going. Baba, next up on the list. Take that chart for Z-Scaler and flip it on its head, and maybe you've got Alibaba.
Yeah, I was going to say something very similar. Right? Long downtrend.
My daughter
now
hacking up a
Baba
line,
has
man.
perhaps kind of gone sideways a little bit, but it's oscillated in these measured moves between
some
that
TA.
133 and 179.
CNBC.
It's got that 156 kind of right in the middle. And it's made those moves both up and down. Most recently on the earnings, we saw the gap down and then these kind of
Tesla
3 or
with the
4
spike that we were
downward
looking
moving
for,
candles, consistent
taking
with
the
some
market
sell-off.
higher. So we were at
But
about
today,
11.10.
on the
We
downgrade,
wanted to see that move up.
counterintuitively, again, we get this little bit of a gap down and a bit of a rally coming up off of this, at least testing that support
Google
level
very
at
weak,
133,
but
perhaps
that
turning
one can
into a
come out
hammer
of
candle.
nowhere.
Not a guarantee that it's going to bounce here, but if it does bounce, 156 is that symmetrical
Ava,
resistance level in the middle there,
please,
and then potentially
sweetheart.
up to 179. Breaks down the symmetrical target. Again, just going with these levels puts it down potentially around that 114 mark. No guarantee that it's going to go there. But that could be the next leg down from this if you look at what's going on with sentiment. Sentiment is certainly trending in the downward direction, at least the intermediate term sentiment is, even though it's hooking back higher, it's making lower highs and lower lows. Longer term sentiment kind of rolling flat below mid-range.
Okay.
Interesting indicator there.
Right now, the target, based on the
sentiment
deterioration
indicator.
of the stock thus far, puts it at a potentially 114. I mean, at this point, Ben, we've made so many lower highs, lower lows. As we just make another one now this week, I'm looking at the weekly chart.
Right.
If 130 doesn't hold, then it seems like this could be in a world of trouble, because that's the low from last year, 130.
That's probably the flip point.
And it could be more
I
of
was
that
just talking
continuation of
about that.
downward trend that we've seen
Baba
really
calls.
in place for the majority of this year, just making those measured moves to the downside.
People going and
Okay.
aping into Baba
Now,
puts
if
right now
Alibaba does bounce,
because of this.
there still is a lot of resistance on the way up, given how steady
That's a good point.
and consistent
So
it
maybe
was
it's
when
better
it
to
would go
short the
sideways
rip
and
than
then
it is
drop.
to
That
try
kind
and
of
short here.
slow grind lower and periods of consolidation always to me suggest that on the way reversing whatever direction that was, those are usually important trading areas. So this is not going to be an easy trade, even if Baba somehow does turn it around.
Correct. Yeah. I mean, those
making good sense.
You know,
Wow.
goes
All right,
back
so
to
here
the
we're tagging
idea
that
previous
4680
support
that we were
becomes
looking at
new
earlier.
resistance, or has the potential to become so, right? So wherever you have those levels of
But
support
above these
you're
VWAPs
likely
here,
to see levels
very,
of
very
resistance
bullish.
on the way back.
All right,
Section.
the latest downgrade comes from Argus
I might have to
Research.
mute here because
They had it
my
at a buy.
daughter's
Now they say it'll hold.
All right, so there's a little bit of
pretty rough
momentum
there.
weakness.
Price target cut from Susquehanna.
They tried
down
to
at $200
get the trend
from
green. Oh, there we
310.
go. So
So at least gotta respect
flip
that
the green
they
there.
are cutting it
of
into
that
the
close.
range that it's been in, but still, $200 would be a nice
Down a
trade from
point off that
130.
4680.
Seems like the analyst community
4700s
here is
Still have good premium
not
in them
quite
from earlier,
on
from a low of about
pace
120.
with the deterioration of the stock. Ben, all right,
NVIDIA.
last one.
321
Chevron.
now.
Energy prices stable. Chevron's having a solid day. A good week too.
Google
Now 3 days up.
kind of punishing me, I guess, for
So
just being relatively
Chevron
weak.
had that upside breakout of that
Even though there was some
descending triangle
huge
kind of
buys on the
squeeze that
flow
we've
coming
been
in.
talking about. Big rally to the upside and a pretty strong rally, but at the same time, you notice on those upward candles, especially where you started to see those little pullbacks, the red candles, longer upper shadows. So there was some price discovery going on, finding where that
Alright, so the
selling
seller
pressure
there
was. Now
at
look at what's happening.
80.
The top of this
Is
run,
he still here?
kind of right above
Snow
that
got
111
upgrades today,
level.
so calls
We're
on
starting to
Snow
see that
probably better
expansion
than.
pattern where resistance is
I
getting
like to
higher,
take Google.
support is
I
kind
don't
of
know
staying
why.
where it is. Sometimes we'll see
But Google
support
comes out
fall
of
in this
nowhere,
type of
so
pattern.
I always
This
like
is
to
what
have a little
is called
bag
a
of
right
Google.
angle full expansion pattern, and that suggests that maybe buyers getting a little bit exhausted. The question is, does it have enough oomph to break out beyond this upper diagonal right around that 118 mark, or is that potential for this to move back down to that 111 and continue to expand and perhaps exhaust those buyers? Long-term sentiment rising, deep up in overbought, intermediate-term sentiment rejected, oversold, and rising.
Again,
That's a
so
pretty strong bullish
probably
signal,
outside of a
but
value range
it
here,
is still
and
intermediate-term sentiment,
just why
still
he was saying that
diverging bearishly
4680 is likely to
slightly.
be good
So there is that
resistance.
potential for this to pull
But,
back to that
I
111
don't
support.
really
Alright.
care about what's happening up here. I only care that
Interesting
these
chart that,
VWAPs
even
hold.
with the
And I only care about buying
recent
into the VWAP.
strength, identifying some potential
While within an
you know,
upward trend,
battle
uptrend.
happening maybe underneath the overall uptrend, where there was a pretty decent little pullback here to 112. I like that the chart reflects that last week where this sector was not in favor. So we did see crude
Alright,
get
so
hit
Google
too.
caught
So
some
it
premium
certainly
there on the dip
is not immune from any
the 3000s.
from all weakness. But generally speaking, analysts have been getting more favorable. RBC says they have strategic certainty, and they upgraded Chevron to an equivalent buy from a neutral $145. They say the stock is going to be a nice bounce, 20% from here in change. Thanks, Ben Watson. Joining us from Salt Lake, Chart Master, technical look at some of this morning's movers. When we come back, let's get a panel in here and talk about the bounce from the morning.
I think my daughter has
Two-way
COVID.
trade. There's bulls out there still.
I
Even
heard
after
that.
our starts to this Thanksgiving week.
Technical traders, the chart master is in the building. Trends, support and resistance, key patterns, and technical indicators. The chart master has your live technical analysis throughout the trading day. Only
cool.
on the TD Ameritrade
I like his
Network.
TA. It's good.
Whether you're an experienced
Simple, it's
investor
easy.
or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Looking to improve
When
your
does Google
portfolio
go
management
positive?
skills?
Market sitting here minus 10, Google minus 11,
Breaks down key concepts
TTD down $1,
income generation.
Tesla struggled at that 1120, market at 4680,
Questions by chatting
down
directly
4,
with an
down
education
3 off
coach.
that 4680 now.
It's interactive learning at
Alright.
its finest. Tune
Now
in
we're gonna be
live
looking
or watch
to
on
add
demand. Head
into
over
that
to
VWAP
tdameritrade.com/webcast
area.
and start learning today.
And if they give us a trend reversal, we'll just cut the trade.
Prepare for the trading day with the Market Minute newsletter. videos, market insight,
All right,
and
let's see
more
here. So
delivered right to your inbox.
I'm gonna wait
Go
for
to
this next candle to form here, but
click on the
we can
pop-up to
buy
subscribe
into
now.
this 74 range here.
Info on options trading, and look, it feels like I'm just wasting time.
That's why TD Ameritrade designed the first of its kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored.
Okay, so yeah, we're buying
and
into that.
So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
Except now you're binge learning.
See how you can become a smarter investor
Probably a red
with a
candle here.
personalized education from TD Ameritrade. Visit tdameritrade.com/learn.
I get to do two. You get to do my look.
We're gonna look at these premiums. So the 4700s have come down quite a bit, back to $2. So losing value quickly. Looks like a trend reversal trying to form here.
We empower those who act.
But I'm gonna sit here for a bit.
Those who see the correlation.
Yeah, that
between
4680
upswings
call,
and
very
downswings.
good. So we're gonna actually
Those who manage risk
respect that level next time it comes up
and
there.
each obstacle with a perfectly executed
Get a little bit of a
strategy.
zone here.
A measured approach.
You
The
wish you
right
would have had
tools.
that great picture.
Driving
And just kind of let the market tell us what it wants to do.
I would put that on if I didn't.
We're in this little value zone here, so I imagine there would be some support there. Selling through that now, when we couldn't even get through it there, definitely couldn't get it through there. I don't know if that makes a lot of sense.
Great picture.
Those who navigate risk by meeting every turn
And we're still technically in an uptrend, so.
of what's possible.
I'm not gonna pick.
Hey, you guys,
Determine the
I'm
best
about to kick
position.
you out of here.
Catch
Stop.
the perfect wave. CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
Ben Lichtenstein here with your TD Ameritrade Network Futures Market Update. Energies are holding right around unchanged
gotta go beat
territory as traders weigh the
horse here.
impact of a collective effort to
Guys, there's
lower
only one
prices at the
computer,
pump, with
so
the
you
U.S.
have
and
to take
China
turns.
announcing plans to release strategic petroleum reserves early in the week.
Ava, come
and
here.
most recently, Japan joining the push with some
bouncing the
4.2
ball,
million
please.
barrels of crude added to the market.
Because it's making
We
noise.
just heard from the EIA. They reported
But-
a weekly crude oil inventory
All right,
bill.
you get
They were up
5 more
1
minutes
million
by
barrels.
yourself.
WTI
You guys get out of
again
here, leave for a
holding
while.
right around unchanged
You wanna
levels
play with
and
it?
roughly $4
Alright,
off
guys,
the
get
lows
up.
from earlier
I'm
this
gonna set a
week.
timer, 5 minutes.
Later today, keep an eye on natural gas inventories at 12 p.m. Eastern and the FOMC minutes
Levi,
at 1
go
p.m.
get my
Eastern.
charger
Rates here in the U.S. are on the rise again, and well, especially the short end of the curve today after a slew of better than expected economic data released
All right, 5
earlier
minutes
this
starting now.
morning. Weekly jobless
Everett,
claims
get out
the
the
lowest
chair.
levels we've seen since 1969. The
Yes, you
10-year
can.
Treasury
Maybe you
futures
come over there.
contract to the
Pull you out
middle
myself.
of the 129 handle, the 10-year micro yields, the
Dude, tell me about
forward/10Y to just shy of 1.7%. The U.S. dollar is moving to a new high for the year of 96.97, all a reflection of how investors are concerned about inflation and how they expect the Fed will have to act
Hold on a
sooner
sec.
rather than later to combat it. 5-year posted another new high for the year. Today, the FBX currently up around 1.5%, got up to 1.37. This has been Lichtenstein with your TD Ameritrade Network Futures Update. Now back to Oliver Rennick with
You
more
guys get
trade
the
Live.
full family experience. Cool.
The Russell 2000 went positive there for just a minute, then flipped back down red. NASDAQ lower by 0.5%, still well above where it was this morning, down 1%. At one point, let's bring in our panelists, talk about some of the learning action here. Michael McCurry,
Bitcoin back up about
joining me,
$700.
Mike's the Director of Trading Services, Offer
And our
Charles Schwab
altcoins
Advisor Services.
still getting bid.
Scott is the Director of Trader Education here at TD Ameritrade. All right, let's jump straight into the technicals, Mike.
Premium wise, 4700, still
Of the
holding.
one and only S&P 500. Is it the equal weight?
And catching-
Is it,
and catching
one
premium.
of those MACD dispersion days? What's going on? Give us the McCurry take. It's
MACD
been too
dispersion
long,
day,
sir.
huh? That's new.
I just love that
Hold on
you're
a
now
second.
getting a little bit more into the throes of technical analysis rather than sticking with the fundamentals.
I still need the magnifying glass for yours, though, because they're always very long term. We're going to have to zoom in here, I suspect, on the chart.
Just a little bit, but you know, over the last week or so, I would say that we've really seen a significant de-risking in the market, and the cap-weighted indices, so the Nasdaq 100, NDX, the SPX, really hasn't shown that as much on the charts, just because a lot of the large cap technology stocks haven't really fallen in tandem with the rest of the market, or so to speak, the troops rather than the generals. But over the last few days, we have seen some of the large cap technology stocks fall pretty precipitously and way down on the indices through some key support levels. But the S&P 500 is testing today its near-term inflection point, that green line in the top panel there, which is the 21-day moving average. That's right at 46.60. That typically is the
Dude, what? Are you listening to this?
Pullback, which is what I think we're
So this
right
all
now.
this was the support was the 20-day moving average.
1.5% from the all-time highs that we set just about a week or so ago.
Okay.
But that lower panel indicator, the one on the bottom, the orange one.
That's cool to know. So what I'm gonna do, knowing this, I knew the 20-day was a big deal. I don't know why.
The advancing issues.
Let's just do
in a
MA.
given day versus the advancing plus.
Can we just add in the daily
issues. So
moving
really,
average here?
How much positivity are we seeing? And if you look at it coinciding with where it has been at this washed out level, historically, it's typically
higher
when
time
you
frame.
see the market get towards the lows where a bounce is
Here we go.
typically to follow. And that's where we're at right now. So breadth is actually
The 1-day
horrendous. It's been
20.
terrible over the last 2 weeks.
Right.
And only recently have the indices reflected it. So this is a near-term inflection point, I think, at 46.60 we bounced.
So it's saying that
quite a
EMA is
bit
down here.
since. If it closes below there, I would say the next stop is probably the 50-day moving average, right around 45.25. But for now, there are bulls lurking, and you know,
There are bulls
seasonality
lurking.
is positive as
Yes.
we enter the holiday season. Demand is probably going to be strong for retail sales. I know that wasn't the case for Gap or Nordstrom, but overall, I think
I want to see that
consumer
this is the
still there,
EMA,
and
so
probably
let's
the bulls are
smooth
going to
it
be
out.
showing up in
Let's
December.
make it like an 18
All
or
right, so
something.
the breadth that's deteriorated may already have been factored into our decline. Your point is
Weird.
that sometimes that advanced decline ratio, when it gets down to these levels, is a
All right,
end
so the
of
16
brief
was the
weakness
support
in
on
the
this
market.
EMA.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely.
Okay.
So
I guess it makes sense. I mean,
just
the
keep an eye
catch-22
on
is
that
breadth
in the
has been
future.
deteriorating like all year. And
Someone's
the market
buying that,
hasn't cared. It
that
seems like
16
the only thing that
EMA.
matters here is if you can figure out what will take the air out of Apple, Microsoft, and Alphabet. I mean, Scott, is that just what it comes down to?
Yeah, I like Mike's look at the market breadth because that's another sort of an alternative way of looking at the markets outside of just the charts, right? Just the price charts. And as you can see, the Nasdaq's been pretty concerned by, I think, that lack of market breadth.
4700's caught another 30, 40 bucks.
They've had a tough 2 days, but
on
there's a
that
couple
dip.
other things I think investors and traders have been watching, even in this shortened week, outside of today's data
so
numbers. But
expecting a
we're seeing
natural pullback
sort of
off a level like
continuation
4680.
there of
It makes sense.
higher
There's
interest
probably
rates
supply
and
there. So
a couple other things that jumped out at me were
all that
look at
matters
the
is
way
there
gold
is
has
there an
moved in the
imbalance
last
of
4 or
flows
5
here
days,
on the
down what,
pullbacks
over
to soak up
$100 an
their
ounce.
contracts.
So what is that telling us about the outlook for a stronger dollar and higher
And
interest
Google is
rates?
still trying to
I
go
think there's
green.
a lot of cues out
But
there
red to
right
green
now
is very
for
common with
market
Google.
observers.
Look,
You know,
here's
outside
our
of just
16
numbers, looking at
EMA.
market breadth, looking at what's happening with the dollar, what the expectation are
So
for
that was
interest
important
rates.
on
Those
SPX.
are
So
all out there and
looks
things
like
that I think we're
2940
following
probably
closely
the
now. Also,
ripper zone.
look where
if they
VIX
can
has
get
been the
above
last
that.
couple of days. It's hit for the last 2 days, 20 and a half. Now it's down a little bit lower now because the market tried to come back, but it's still in the high 19.
This guy's a bear.
So
So
this, which is
I'm all in.
relatively a rate that's a
all
little
in
bit
right
higher
here.
than what we've been seeing recently. But again, there's still some concern out there
Again,
about what the
all my
bottom
boomer
line is
stocks
going
are
to
getting
mean for
hammered, so
interest
we
rates
need to
and
sell off.
How quickly we get there. We know we're tapering, and we keep
We're not
sort of
tapering.
juggling
This
the
guy thinks
dates
we're
about
tapering.
when we
We're not
expect
tapering.
rates to go higher.
That's a lie.
But I think to pretty much
They
you know,
lowered the
collective,
tapered minimum. They
sort
did
of
not
outlook is
taper.
that, yes, we will have
Are their
higher
purchases
rates
lower?
here. The only question is it going to be sooner than
They
later,
just
Oliver?
they have no cap.
And right
So
now, it
lowering the
seems like
minimum
this
taper
morning it was gonna
actually
be
is
sooner
meaningless.
for higher rates as we got the 10-year climbing into the opening bell, but
All right,
then
so strength,
fading in yield,
relative strength,
firming in price
little
since
lower,
the
trying to break
open.
this
As
level.
I mentioned
So
at the top of the show, there's
be an
been
intraday
7
double
days
top.
here this year, important days,
Disappointing.
where economic data has been strong, but the yield has actually dropped on the long end of the curve,
So
whereas
you know
the
what
short
we'll
end of
do?
the curve
We're gonna sell that
has
other one
been
that we bought
the
earlier.
source of flattening by way of yield moving.
And now our
higher.
average
So
is sitting
short
at
end
that
yield moving
74.
higher again this morning. Long
Which
end
is that
as getting
VWAP.
more unchanged as the day goes on. That means flattening again. Mike, does that mean that the Fed is going to have to hike rates and slow this economy down?
Yeah, so it really depends. I would
Again,
say
talking
when
rate
you
hikes
are talking
again,
about what the yield curve
it's
is
just
doing,
gonna
is it
rip this
steepening or
market higher.
flattening? What
Because
is happening
nobody
on
thinks
each
rate
side
hikes,
of the
except for
curve?
these
You know,
boomers.
if you had short-term rates and long-term rates both going up in yield, but the short-term were going up faster.
Just more
than the
evidence in our
long-term,
favor that this
tell us a
4680
different
gets
story than
broken
what we're
at some
seeing right
point.
now, where you're having short-term rates go up in yield. So the Fed is likely to hike rate sooner, and that's a trend we've seen consistently over the last couple of weeks. Where you've seen
Big update in the
futures,
Netlist
you know,
versus
decline
Samsung case.
precipitously,
The
saying
lead
the
lawyer,
yields are gonna be
Samsung
much higher
contracted
in
COVID.
2022, 23, and 24. But the
And one of their witnesses is having open heart surgery.
is staying flat or
Requested
going
a delay
down
of the
in
trial,
yield,
court
which
denied
tells
the
me that
continuance.
growth is likely to slow
Whatever
as
that
the
means.
Fed
And then the date of the
hikes
trial
rates
says
and sort of,
December 1st.
you know, cuts
Today there
off
are
the
documents that say
oxygen to the
jury
fire,
verdict.
so to speak.
verdict.
But for now, I mean,
Okay.
we've had a significant move in the short end,
Because
I
like
would say, over the last
Netlist
month
is
or
an
so.
interesting
You know, especially
stock
after
to
Powell's
hold.
reappointment, that rates are going to be hiked sooner than if
Alright,
Brainard
so,
had gotten
we sold
the
into this
position.
resistance again.
And right
but
now,
we'll
I mean,
use
if you
this
look
as
at Eurodollar
support later
future
on in
yields
the
for
day
next
if they,
year
are
in
able to
these
get
of
it up
22, that's going to put yields
Risk reward a
probably
little bit lower here.
well over 1%
Given
at
that
the end of
84
23, near
VWAP that sits above it as
1.8%.
well.
Where we haven't seen it really blow out yet is in the 24-25 range relative to where it was in April at peak reopening. And I would say if that starts to get out of control a little bit, so it's a shallower trajectory that's
so
starting
down.
sooner.
Mhm.
But if it starts to
I don't really
steepen
wanna
on the
give up my
trajectory, I
VWAP
would
position.
say that equity markets and risk appetite
we hold
would
on to the
not
anchor
continue to stay
contract.
where it is. It would probably deteriorate if that area starts
And
to
then
get
we'll
out of
add-
control. But for now, it hasn't.
Okay.
We'll add later.
We are still contained below 1.7%, 1662 this morning on the 10-year. Michael McCurr, Scott Connor, thanks, guys. We got a jump. Trading 360 with Nicole Petalides coming up next.
Bitcoin
I will
gonna
see you this
come test
afternoon for Market on
57,000.
Close. Don't forget, we've got some Fed talk, too, coming on the way. Going to be a busy afternoon as well.
I made coffee. Be right back.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down different investing styles, including growth, value, income, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcasts and start learning today. Technical traders, the chart master is in the building. Trends, support and resistance, key patterns, and technical indicators. The chart master has your live technical analysis throughout the trading day, only on the TD Ameritrade network.
It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend trip.
15 minutes.
Oh, wow. Take off. Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app so you can quickly check the markets?
Yeah, actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
Excellent. And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set. Have a great flight.
Thanks.
We'll see ya. Ah, they're getting so smart.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
Thinkorswim Trading equips you with customizable tools, dedicated trade desk pros, and a passionate trader community sharing strategies right on the platform. Because we take trading as
Still
seriously
trying to
as you
push.
do. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
Looks like these altcoins selling off a little bit.
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk
January 12th.
and capture opportunities.
Man,
in
Google
every
just
market
weak.
climate across
I might cut
every
that
major
call.
asset class to seize each possibility at precisely the right moment. CME Group,
consolidating here.
opportunity is everywhere.
Right at that VWAP from the open. 2906. The opening high basically would act as resistance. So they tried to pump that. So Q2 net list will be $15. Screenshot this. All right, you guys see this right here? He's calling it. It's officially on the stream. Quarter 2 of next year says net list will be $15.
Good morning.
Here comes
We
the
are
sell back
90
into
minutes
those
into the
VWAPs.
trading day. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live
I don't
in
really
New
want
York
to add
City.
here unless
Thanks
they
for
bring it
being
down.
with us. We are seeing
into
all
this
red
area.
on the screen on this shortened holiday week. You can see that the Dow is selling off about 100 points, losing more
can
than a quarter
definitely
of
tell
1%.
there's buyers here.
The S&P down 9 points, 4681. The Nasdaq 100
Google
down a
kind of
third of
struggling
1%.
here.
The Russell 2000 also
has
losing about
support
4
here.
points today. That's more than a tenth of
But
1%.
definitely reversed.
We have some
pretty
big
hard there.
stock movers today, not in a good way.
Yeah,
Both the
premium
Gap and
drop.
Nordstrom tumbling this morning
On
after
this
reporting
Google, so
earnings
those are only
yesterday.
$50 now. I got them
Gap
for 80.
is down over
think I'll close 'em.
21%. Nordstrom is down about 28%. Both of
I'm gonna
these
close 'em just
retailers
because
missed on
I
earnings
just
per
don't
share
want to hold
and
them to
revenue
zero.
after being hit hard by supply chain issues and
If I
rising
made a
labor
mistake,
costs.
I made a mistake. So
Nordstrom was downgraded to neutral this morning at Jefferies. Gap was
Google's like
downgraded
this.
to
Google
neutral at
sucks.
JP Morgan. Nike continues to be impacted by supply chain issues as well. In fact, Newsweek
like
is
seeing
reporting
that. Yeah, I
that
don't
the
like seeing
athletic
this
wear
sell-off.
giant told one retailer that it was canceling its orders for the holiday
Tesla way
season.
down.
Also canceling orders for both spring and summer
I'm gonna close this.
2022. So it continues. Here's a look at Autodesk getting hit hard after earnings as well, and that stock is
Look
down
for
over
another
16%.
trade.
Multiple analysts cutting the price targets. Software company now reducing its billings and free cash flow guidance
can see
for
the wicks. I mean,
2022
that's just sellers.
fiscal year. Meanwhile, Deere is almost 7% higher after beating on its earnings per share, missed slightly on the revenue. The farm equipment maker said solid demand helped cushion the impact of the month-long workers' strike. And then we'll
Just
take a
follow
look
the
at the
closes of these
futures
hike and
products.
ashes is easy
Well,
enough
keeping a
to
keen eye, obviously, on oil
see the
after
seller.
the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, right? That's been some big news there. We see it up about 10 cents, 78.60 the barrel. Also, we did see a build in the latest numbers. Dollar higher,
We're
96.89.
gonna wait
Gold
till that level gets
flat
taken out.
at this moment, and Bitcoin pulling back
imagine some chop
1.7% at
in here for a bit.
56,835. The VIX above 20 at 21 right now. Let's get some insights in the biggest news that is shaping the market thus far, and for that, we welcome in Colin Martin, Managing Director of Fixed Income
Yeah, they're going to come back and test
Strategist
these
over at
VWAPs again.
Schwab Center for Financial Research. Thank you so
We'll
much,
look to get
Colin,
in
for
about
being with us. So
maybe
I think
72,
a big part of
73.
this morning's news has to be the PCE data, as we saw that number, right? 31-year highs, basically. Prices soaring at the fastest pace in 31 years, and people are feeling it based on the sentiment, right?
Get rid of Google. Don't care about that. I
absolutely.
only did
So
that
it's
one
not just
because
the actual inflation
had
numbers
some
that are
huge
rising,
buys
we're seeing
earlier,
high
but that
inflation
didn't really move the
expectations
stock
also.
very much. So
In addition to the PCE report that we got this morning, we also get inflation expectations from the University of Michigan, and they both remain pretty elevated. So we're obviously the consumer is expecting inflation to remain high. What we're seeing, what that means for the market is, obviously we've seen Treasury yields pretty much of all maturities rise higher, and we're seeing kind of a change in tone from a lot of Fed officials. The story coming into 2021 and the story that they've held for a while is that a lot of this inflation would be transitory. It's proving to not be transitory. It's proving to be a little bit more persistent than initially expected. And we're getting this chorus of Federal Reserve officials who tend to be on the more dovish side traditionally, who tend to think easy monetary policies are more likely the answer. But even those dovish members are starting to hint that inflation could be a little bit more persistent, and maybe that leads to some sort of quicker than expected pace of rate hikes down the road.
And tapering, right? Faster tapering. I think, right? That's part of it. If you do faster taper, you finish sooner, and then they do those hikes. I guess they don't like to do them at the same time. Do you think that Jay Powell at the helm as chairman and Lyle Brainerd as vice chairman, does anything change as far as what goes on in the Federal Market Committee?
It's still going
We don't think much changes, Nicole. If anything, renominating Jay Powell just brings more continuity to the process here. We know what he stands for. We really know what his goals and objectives are with the Federal Reserve. So ultimately, we think it brings continuity. Brainerd tends to be a little bit more dovish, but this was a concern and kind of surprised us a little bit this week, where the markets really reacted sharply and strongly with the news that Powell would be renominated, almost as if he's significantly more hawkish than Brainerd, meaning he would be much more likely to hike rates than she would be. And we don't necessarily think that's the case. He's been pretty dovish. He's been advocating for lower for longer policies and has taken a much more patient approach. So at the end of the day, we don't think this changes much. The markets clearly disagree with how they're pricing in Fed rate hikes, but we don't think much changes.
Yeah, we did. Well, you're absolutely right, because, some would say, some of the headlines today say how jobless claims move to the lowest levels, yields rise. But the truth of the matter was yields had already risen, and today are similar to where they were yesterday. So, yes, they've been on the rise, but we can't really attribute it to today's jobless claims numbers, which now fall to the lowest level since 1969. That's some good news there. I know you're watching the yield curve and the flattening of the yield curve, and that tells you something as well. Tell me a little bit about the yield curve and what you're watching when it comes to yields overall.
We are watching the slope of the yield curve, or the difference between yields of, say, short-term maturities and long-term maturities. And even though we've seen Treasury yields pretty much rise across the board, we're seeing a much more sharp rise in more short and intermediate-term maturities. You look at, say, the 2-year Treasury yield, the 5-year Treasury yield, they're at the highest level all year. If you look at the 5-year Treasury, that's getting close to the high of late 2019. But then when you look at longer-term maturities, like the 10-year Treasury, the 30-year Treasury, that gives us hints about where the market is pricing in future growth and inflation expectations, and really how high the Fed might be able to raise interest rates. And even though those yields have risen, they're still a little bit off the peaks from earlier this year, and well below levels experienced over the past handful of years. And, if you look at the 30-year Treasury yield, just close to 2% or so, it shows us that even though maybe the first rate hike and the first few rate hikes might come sooner than initially expected, probably sometime mid to late 2022 for now, where the Fed actually gets, meaning how high it can hike rates, it doesn't look like that's changed too much, and that looks to be still in the 2% area for now.
Very interesting. And then as we take a look at what's going on here, you said taking a look and considering some risk investments. Explain that.
Yeah, it's still a very low interest rate environment, and I know investors all across the globe are trying to find anything that has slightly higher yields than what you might see in money market funds and treasuries. We still think investors can consider some of the riskier parts of the market. So what I'm talking about there are high yield bonds or preferred securities, bank loans, things like that. They do have more credit risk because they are issued by slightly riskier companies, but we would suggest you do so in moderation, mainly because valuations are so tight right now. They're so rich. The additional yield you get by considering these types of investments is very, very low. And as we get into 2022 and approach what's likely to be the beginning of a rate hike cycle, as the Fed tightens their liquidity, that can start to have some negative ramifications for those risky parts of the market. So you can still consider them now. We would not be overweight. If you are looking for higher yields and you can tolerate some volatility, they're worth a look, but we wouldn't be overweight.
Yeah. As you said, cautiously Right, I understand what you're saying. Colin Martin, nice to see you. Schwab Center for Financial Research, thank you very much. Lots of eco data to digest today, folks. Plenty more to come right here on Trading 360. We will focus on the airlines in the 360 spotlight with this busy Thanksgiving travel period underway. George Sillis stops by, his latest disruptor. He's ready. Short storage, higher after earnings. And it's time to talk gasoline in 360 round. How high are these prices? Is it impacting the drivers' plans this week? The answer is yes. Gas Buddy and our panel explains. Up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. Ben Lichtenstein goes through the technicals. Joel Hawthorne from the morningsnapshot.com takes us through the trades for Qualcomm, Apple, and JP Morgan.
Here's the break.
Keep it right here. Trading 360 continues.
See if we get continuation here. See how buying that dip into the trend works really well. I got scared here, but you know, it does work.
Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcast series is designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more.
Premiums of 4,700 are now 330 again.
Questions by chatting directly with an education.
Probably gonna tag that 8450.
It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live
Don't really,
or watch
again,
on demand.
I want to buy into the trend, but only on dips. So we're gonna let this pop through and maybe come back down, because that's gonna be a really solid support.
It puts it the middle page.
That's okay, buddy. That's okay.
Before
We're just gonna be out of
markets,
color ink really
prepare for
fast, but it's
trading
okay.
day with the Market Minute newsletter. Videos, market insight, and more delivered right to your inbox. Go to tdameritradenetwork.com, click on the pop-up to subscribe now.
Buddy, are you still printing more stuff? Do you have your book?
I guess I don't really need to put that little word. Johnny to the first page or I guess I don't just have to put that word with the book. I'm just gonna add the first page.
Remember, it has to be a certain color.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade. Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app?
Actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing this position.
You two are all set.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Petalides, live in New York City. It's time for the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. We are ready. Ben Lichtenstein takes us through the charts, and here to take us through the trades, Joel Hawthorne, head trader and CEO of the morningsnapshot.com. It's good to see you both. Thank you both for being here. So, well, Joel, we'll start with Qualcomm. I know you're feeling a little bullish there, but what a huge gap up we saw recently. In November, just even this month, and it's a winner year to date. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts as you take a look at this Qualcomm chart.
Right to that 8450.
See you then as well. Happy Thanksgiving to you guys.
Me too.
You know, Qualcomm has been on the move. We saw a huge gap up here some time ago, gapping up above that 155 mark on the chart, and really there was no stopping. Just 2 days ago, Qualcomm looks like it printed about 188.77, and right now seeing a little bit of pullback. We know that these 2 past days we've had in the market have been somewhat very volatile. So for me, yes, I am bullish Qualcomm.
Much easier day to
we can
trade,
possibly
for sure.
retest those highs and maybe get back to some of those levels. Right now, I look at this a day like today in the market. I think this in the longer term, I think that this is just an opportunity to buy the dip if you would. So I'm definitely looking bullish on Qualcomm right now.
Okay, so a buy the dip kind of day here. Your thoughts, Ben, as you take a look at the Qualcomm chart.
Hey guys, happy Thanksgiving. First of all, Joel, the dips certainly have been buying opportunities in Qualcomm, but we are seeing a little bit of weakness, and we just looked at the daily time frame, that huge spike up that we've seen. most recently. But let's first and foremost dive into a more granular look at some of the intraday price activity we've seen this week. The declines off the highs from 188.77, talking about more than $10 down to 177.02. Now, you can see how we're currently trading right around 179 and, well, down by about 0.75%. But this is kind of a reflection of what we've seen in terms of tech overall in general. The NASDAQ, as rates have been on the rise, we've seen some volatility in some of these stocks, and certainly, again, the recent run-up that we had seen has been halted by the move up in rates. Now, if you take a look at a 30-minute time frame here, you can see a nice move up here, and how, well, the move that we were just talking about from 188 down is really just part of this larger area consolidation that's forming. So this is acceptance of an upper level. We always talk about how that's a very bullish pattern. The high conviction trade environment to the upside that we saw on Tuesday of last week throughout the day, that big move up was just part of this bigger trend that we've seen off the lows recently from the last couple weeks, and another move back. This is where I get excited about the kind of price activity we're seeing in Qualcomm, is when you look at this time frame, the hourly, because it really defines those two separate phases of price development. The vertical phase, where we're just screaming higher highs and higher lows in this instance. The sideways horizontal phase, where we consolidate for a bit. Again, a very bullish pattern plays out here multiple times. You can see it, and we're kind of just forming one right now. Now, a bit elongated. Again, this is the 60-minute time frame, and just well-defined migration of value to the upside. Qualcomm, as you can see, we looked at this a minute ago, the big spike up, and how once we broke out through 160, 165 here, we really have yet to
so
look
this is going to be the weekly open.
This is going to be the first down day.
Anchored VWAP high
what is this? It looks like
trying to run up into.
Now 7 days,
they
8
developed
days of
a nice
trading here,
little
so a big move up here. But
an inflection
what
point
we should
here.
Be looking for right now is
as they kept selling it off, but the support is there.
Some consolidation.
To carry it higher.
Again, that would be in line
so
with
we're
what
gonna
we've seen. We
keep running with it. We want to get
phases.
support buys
in the
into
process
here
of
now.
Establishing a bit of a horizontal phase on the daily time
seeing
frame.
if they can take us green.
We're looking at the 177 level right now. That's where the bulls
seeing
want
this
to see support.
blow shorts up.
And then if established, we get a nice
I was short
range
into
to watch
this.
over the next couple
They got
days
me
or
out
weeks,
as they took it back
but
above
yeah,
that
bullish
level.
Pattern nonetheless here over
right
the
there,
last
which
couple weeks here.
was
This
the kind
big
of
run up since
supply
earnings.
low.
All right, so a lot of enthusiasm here. I know, Joel, you have a specific trade for us. That gap
410 at the open of the market.
As you see that high, Joel, how do you go ahead and trade this with your bull put vertical?
Wish calls
Tell me a
coming
little
in.
bit about this one.
Absolutely.
For Friday, as Wish trades $4, they're buying the 350s.
A couple days ago,
Nvidia calls that I've been buying, all catching bids now.
In January, while simultaneously buying
we'll
the
sit in those
160
because I
with
shouldn't
the
have given up the ones from earlier.
date. I'm going to risk $1 to make potentially 49 cents. My break even is 170.05. So this gives me an opportunity to still have that bullish sentiment, but not chasing
here
those
they try to push.
One of the things
price through that VWAP.
like to do, kind of one of my trading traits.
This is really good price action here.
Really chase highs because again, as a trader, I think a lot of people can relate to. You just never know when the music will stop, and that exhaustion happens at those levels. So if we can stay above that 170 out until January,
we're waiting for a pullback here. I'm not chasing this higher. I'm well into the green for today. I don't really care to chase for just a few points of risk here.
Some more money on this
but I will follow the trend if it comes
and
back
talk
down.
About Apple, which I always had a trader friend on Wall Street at the New York Stock Exchange. He said, you never short Apple in the fourth quarter. You just don't. And that was sort of his mantra. He just never messed around with Apple, particularly during the holidays. At this point now, we are seeing it at the highs.
The Nvidia calls, I think, are just going to be everybody's favorite
Joel,
right
what are you
now.
thinking when you take a look at the
Especially
Apple
with
chart?
Google just being a dog right now. So
I like that.
extreme relative weakness in Google. So until that changes. Watching Tesla
this is just trade
recovering and Nvidia.
Just I would say last week sometime, right
watching
around
some
like
of these
November
assets here.
18th and 19th, we really saw an enormous amount of
I want to see the pullback here, but I might not get it.
This was just an immediate reaction to that news of Apple potentially getting in that EV sector, the electric vehicle sector.
Nvidia can get insane. We've seen it before, so definitely want to at least have some risk into Nvidia to the upside.
The 159 calls, the 162 calls,
as
the 165
people likely
calls.
trying to add to their shorts here.
165.70. just a couple days ago. I think there's more. I think this is just a momentary pullback in Apple because just like your friend, Apple just, they have loyalists. They have a loyal base. I think there's going to continue to be action at Apple here for some time to come. Because of that, I'm bullish as well. And again, this is more of a trade.
I like this
for
guy.
me
He's
just
bullish.
because I know that a lot of money has ran to those option contracts, and I want to participate as well.
Okay, so I see what you're saying. And so, Ben, what do you think here?
I think what we're seeing is not only a reflection, as Joel mentioned, a loyal client base, but also a reflection of a loyal investor base, a well-defined trend up, and also similar to what we just talked about in terms of Qualcomm.
They
Good
realize the
reflection
market's
of what
not
we've seen
going
in
to
terms
crash
of broader tech
once again.
sector in general. The new all-time highs most recently this week in the NASDAQ futures, and how we've kind of come off that upper level as rates again on the rise spark some of those growth stock concerns. But here you can see Apple,
so here's the spike through
two
that
phases
level.
of development. Again, another perfect
So
example
now our
of
new
what we
support
look for, that
zone area here
vertical
is
phase,
this,
the sideways
the 80s.
consolidation. We break out again to the upside, and well, here you can see how we've sort of
NVIDIA
lost
really
some of that
catching
momentum to
premium
the
here.
upside. Again, possibly just forming a larger area of consolidation. 159, a key level to watch to the downside here right now. And as Joel
definitely
mentioned, those
scaling
all-time highs
into
from this
NVIDIA
week, 165.70,
on the call
but
side.
I have to stress again
But,
the
so far
importance
working
of
out
looking
really
at
well.
price activity through this lens and trying to be able to identify again the two phases.
All
that
my
really
puts that I bought
help simplify
yesterday
some of
on
what you see
SPY
on the
are
charts.
in
Here
the
you can
red
see
by
on
quite a bit.
60-minute time frame part of that move that we just looked at. The move from that 148, 150.
So like I said earlier, the move
that was just part of
up
the bigger move that we
probably
saw
goes until the
month of
calls are a
October
little bit
here
too
from the beginning of
overpriced.
Last month around the 140 area.
And so those
all the way up
4700s,
to, again,
they're only 4 right
165.70.
now.
Let's dive into the
As we
daily time
approach
frame though. And
4700.
you can see here we've got a nice gain on the year.
And so
First
now
we
we're
were
about
at
25%, we're about 2x.
Yeah. I think what we're
the
seeing
put
is maybe
side.
a little cause for
Well,
concern.
no,
for
we're
the
actually
bulls,
still
though,
about 2x
because,
the put side.
Again, this most recent sideways
the call,
consolidation.
so
This was an
upside's
attempt to
still
break
likely.
out of a range that we had been in basically since the end of June. And just
This is what
another
I'm looking
look
at here.
the daily, you'll see we're holding above the 50-day moving average. So
we're looking at
again,
the
if you've been shorting this
4670s
one, there's
here,
opportunity in that
270,
here,
whereas
but you had to be
the
quick,
4710s
that's
are
for
only
sure. The trend
$1.60, so
environment to
we're
the
still
upside, you can see
underpriced
again,
on the
one
call
thing
side
concerns me is just we
by
kind
quite
of
a bit,
stalled
by
after the most recent
almost
surge
2x.
up on the daily. So
That ratio
something
is
to watch
closing.
here, but possibly just a little bit of a pullback. 165.70 is the next
But
hurdle.
what's
to get
most
up
likely
above
to
again,
happen is this is going to
obviously
keep
through that
ripping
all-time high, but we're not
until
seeing that high conviction, the
retail
higher
finally
highs,
goes,
higher
oh my
lows
gosh,
that
I
we'd
should have
like to
bought
see on the
put
daily
or
time frames
calls
as we
down
break
here.
out,
Why didn't
but
I buy
we
calls?
are holding
And
above
then that's
the
when
50-day
it'll
moving
reverse.
average, and we are holding on to
But
positive
this is a breakout
territory
area
this
here.
morning. So
It's 90s
probably just the
zone.
weight of rates on the rise and some of the concerns related to some of the tied to inflationary pressures and holiday
very strong trends here.
uncertainty into some of the concerns
And
related to
the
tech.
original buy from
And
this
it's
moving
amazing
average,
how it continues to do so
I mean,
well,
honestly, if you
particularly
just
with
would have just been
the volatility
buying on
that
the
we've
way
seen in
up,
the NASDAQ and tech
could
stocks
have
overall. In fact, the NASDAQ's
caught
down
yourself
more
something,
than 3% from those
20 points off of
Tuesday
that.
morning intraday
So
highs.
that worked
But
really well
Apple
today
somehow
because
seems
it
to be bucking
caught
that trend.
about
Tell me, Joel,
20
your
points to the
trade,
downside
what you're
and
thinking.
20
What do you
points to
think
the
folks
upside.
should do when they
Just
look at
using
this
that moving
chart?
average
Yes. So
without
for
thinking
me,
about it too much.
because even with all of that option paper that was moving around a few days ago, I didn't really see that the volatility, the implied vol, really spike dramatically.
SPX still at a,
so I want to be a call buyer. I think the calls are fairly priced here for me.
Well, he's saying the same
I'm
thing
gonna
with
be buying
Apple
those
too. The calls are
155
fairly
calls that
priced.
expire January 21st.
The dips have basically
That gives me
got
about
us down to
58
where
days or so for expiration.
I think he's right,
I'm gonna pay
man.
about $9.75.
Apple coming back
now,
here.
what I like about this is
Now red to green. I'm liking
is
Apple calls.
164.75, just shy of that all-time high.
I think
So,
165
from a chart
can
level
get tagged, so we're
you
gonna
spoke about Apple kind of bucking that trend of what's going
start
on overall.
scaling
with
into
NASDAQ.
Apple calls here
Ben,
as well.
so eloquently put what's going on there on the chart.
Given
with some of those
the
technical
movement here
levels.
on futures.
If this is a consolidation pocket for us and we rally and go back at those highs and test and even exceed those highs, my calls stand to be profitable. So I like that for the chart.
Okay, let's move on to JP Morgan, which obviously a lot of folks have been betting on some of the financials on the heels of rising yields, and that's been the story for years, right? Every time people
last
expect
couple of
higher
alerts,
yields, they run to
hood,
the financials, and we've
good
seen
calls
that
coming
year to
in,
date.
underlying
JP
at
Morgan is
28,
up more than 30%.
buying the 31s
Joel, you're
for
focusing
next
on
week.
JP Morgan. Why
It's not
is
a bad
that?
deal.
Exactly what you just said. This is just me being a participant in the banks because of rising yields. And if I'm going to play in that sector, I think JP Morgan is one of the most consistent and solid names to be in. So absolutely, just wanted to make sure I kind of spread out a little bit of my risk and kind of go into some of the banks there using JP Morgan as a catalyst.
Okay, so that's the catalyst and the way that he's trying to get into these financials and make some money.
We're at the super inflection point here for
Well, we were just
SPX,
talking about how the rising
which
yields
is,
rates here in the U.S. on
of course,
higher ultimately
coming
are
into
starting to weigh
basically
on
this
some of
week's
those
high.
tech
So
names
that is
and how, well,
meeting
at least
up
this week
with
we lost some of the momentum to the upside as a result
yesterday's
thereof.
close.
But I wanted to take a look because, as Joel just mentioned and you pointed out, Nicole, the banks, completely different story. They're going to benefit from this environment and, well, in theory, will benefit from this environment. And while lower today, you can see the trend to the upside here over the last few days as we've seen the 5-year, the 2-year, especially the short end most recently to the upside. Now the longer end, not necessarily participating along the same lines, but even some strong economic data here in the U.S. kind of supportive of the trends that we've been seeing in terms of rates, inflationary concerns, and well, let's move away from the 5-minute time frame.
Ooh, shop is moving too. That is a good sign.
Lose some of that really well-defined trend environment now as we
and Nicola catching calls. Remember, I said that Nicola. It's kind of a sentiment indicator. So if Nicola's catching calls here, let me see. Are those bullish calls?
Right now,
Okay, yeah, those are bearish calls.
The daily, a bit of a grind higher. No real lean one way or the other here. Again, I think the rate environment to the upside should be supportive of this one, but just not a really well-defined trend here with those two phases that we look for. Sometimes they're more well-defined than others, but here you can see on the weekly, again, a bit of a similar situation, just a bit of a grinder to the upside. But
this
VWAP
level here,
maxing out around 173. We're talking again back in
Apple premiums that I bought, that call that I bought earlier, is catching a little bit of a bid
right now as we speak. Again, a reflection of rates on the rise.
Start getting bullish again.
Sometimes those ranges can make you nervous because you're just waiting for that breakout. No way to know it, but you can trade those. Joel, your thoughts?
Oh yeah, I do it all the time.
I agree.
For sure.
I absolutely agree. Yes.
You have a trade here, yeah.
Yeah, they could definitely be a bit of a. They can be a negative.
Oh man, you know what?
Buying those
thinking about it a little bit later.
Instead of selling that premium. So in this case, though,
what should I give out?
To try
NFTs.
My hand at buying those calls. I'm just going to simply be buying the 160 calls that expire January 21st. A debit of 1120. My break even is going to be 171.20. So that means we need to continue to make a higher high. Today's chart, today's bar not looking as promising for me. We're currently trading 167, but we'll see what happens. I have 58 days or so until expiration. So we'll see if we can kind of reverse on a day like today, and JP Morgan can make a higher high than currently the day that we are in right now.
All right, Joel Hawthorne, themorningsnapshot.com. Ben
Google finally broke up.
Today, exciting names: Qualcomm, Apple, JP Morgan. Thank you for those trades and charts, gentlemen. We appreciate it, and happy Thanksgiving back to both of you. Appreciate it very much.
This call's probably end up working out eventually, but I'm not going to sit in it for too long.
On the airlines, of course, it's the busiest time of the year here. Thanksgiving is upon us, but they've taken on a lot of debt. Much more to discuss.
So you can see how this is acting as a resistance. Let's see if they can punch it through, and we'll get some good support buys in maybe later in the day as they try to as people start taking profits into lunch before the FOMC. But very nice move from the low. And we learned something today, that there is a buyer sitting at the EMA daily 16. You know, that little area here, I think, I'm not sure exactly where it is, but it looked like it was about the 16 moving average. So we'll keep an eye on that for the future as well as possible supports.
Could help the trader choose between them. We also introduced strategies designed to harness changes in implied volatility.
Premium coming out of the NVIDIA calls a little bit here, so looking to potentially add
iron condors, on the other
back
hand,
into
are designed
those.
to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the education tab on Thinkorswim for the full options for volatility course and a whole lot more.
Trading has changed forever as a new generation of investors make their impact.
Let's keep an eye on the SPX calls here.
And that's where we come
They still got an ask on the 4740s of $15. like they're scared.
Quite well. Yeah, just incredible to see the markets bounce back after so many volatile sessions.
Take control of your financial future. Next Gen Investing, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
Thinkorswim Trading equips you with customizable tools, dedicated trade desk pros, and a passionate trader community sharing strategies right on the platform. Because we take trading as seriously
a relentless
as you do.
bid here.
Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
I'm just gonna wait for a small pullback because I don't really want to.
Actually, I'm taking one less look at my dashboard.
Buy into the
And you have
resistance.
Thinkorswim Mobile?
I'll let other people
You two
bleed
are
their
all
way
set.
through there.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
It's like it's possible
Welcome
4,700
back to
pin.
Trading 360. I'm Nicole Pedalides, live in New York City. Thanks for being with us. You can see that the NASDAQ is giving it a go here, up 7 points right now, 16,314 for the NASDAQ 100 index. And as I said it, the S&P now fractionally in the green at 4690. Can't say the same for the Dow Jones Industrial Average, down about
Should I turn it
70
off?
points, 35,744. The Russell's pulling back as well.
You guys go
It's
change
time
it.
to spotlight the airlines.
Here,
We're
take my
now
phone.
right in the thick of it, the busiest travel periods of the year. Tim Lesko is with us, partner, Granite Investment Advisors. Thank you so much for being with us.
It's
I
beautiful.
know you're not hot on the group at
Nice
all.
spike
and
through
you
that-
prefer the
that level
domestic
there, so that's
carriers
red to
over
green.
the international carriers.
That'll
It
draw a lot of
certainly
attention
makes a
on
lot of
people's red to green
sense.
scanners and whatnot.
The bounce back is an idea and it's going, but it has a choppy waters, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's been a difficult time for the airlines, right? Look back at March and these things were trading back near all-time highs because we thought we were done with the
All right, there's that
pandemic and
that weekly
input costs were staying at
high
reasonable
there.
prices. Fast forward by 6 months, and now all of a sudden you have weakened
See what
travel
that's off
demand
of here.
at a period of time when you have oil prices going up. So it's a pretty tough time
So
for the
that
airlines
is
right
the
now,
weekly
not
open.
having a lot of visibility on the Delta variant.
Right. You know, as you talk about the oil
Is it the
picture,
weekend?
I know you mentioned how the airlines have taken on a lot of debt 2 to 3 times, and how this will ultimately really.
This is where the
cap those
market
earnings
opened.
going
That's the
forward.
first candle's
I want to
VWAP
get to the
here.
fuel because that's just an added cost.
So that
right,
would
Tim?
be the weekly
Right.
open
So
candle
on the debt side,
high.
if you look at it, during the
Not that
pandemic,
would
they
be
took on, in some cases, close to 3 times their normal debt load, in some cases double, and that debt's not going away. And what they're a bit of maybe a proxy for the economy overall. Can they grow fast enough in the future to outpace the damage that was done by the pandemic and outpace the increased
developing
prices
nice
that we're seeing
support here for later
as a
on.
result of the pandemic? So oil prices being the chief cost for them, it really makes them look at their business model and change some things. It certainly makes new aircraft more palatable because of the fuel efficiency gains they get, but then that turns around.
Yeah, I
and
should
leads
do
to
like a
debt.
contest or something.
Right, and so, I mean, some of them put contracts in place where they hedge the volatility of rising fuel costs, right? I mean, that's something that
Correct,
they
and
prepare
you
for.
really tend to find
All right,
that
so
out.
you've seen some of the
after
leaders kind
fact,
of,
whether or not their hedges work
like
or not,
Nvidia and
because they
Tesla
don't disclose
kind of
where
come
the
down
hedges
just
are,
a
whether
tad.
they're
Right.
hedging an increase
Cool
in oil
off.
prices or hedging a decrease in oil prices. They do try to minimize the effect that oil prices have on their balance sheet, but the real issue is nobody
big level
really
there for
saw
sure.
this price increase in oil coming. We still expected demand to be metered as people were moving more and more towards renewables. And now we have such a significant increase in oil, it's hard to guess that they were hedged for this kind of movement.
And as oil rises and gasoline prices have been on the rise for the most part, and I know off their highs, but still really elevated. I just, this morning, I was writing down the averages and taking a look, Tim, and to my surprise,
the sell
the
coming off of that
transportation
92.
index was the
We're gonna
best
need
of the
some more
bunch
time
for
here.
month of November. It was up about
Sort of
6%,
like what TikTok
clearly
was saying
outpacing
earlier,
everything
saying
else.
that there
And
needs
then
to
I
be a
looked at
value
year
area
to
kind of
date,
set up here.
And the transportation index again was 10%
Must
higher
create
than
a
the
value
NASDAQ.
area
So the
above
NASDAQ's up
4690.
25% this year.
So
the transportation
that would
index
make
is
sense
up
to me that
35% this
there
year.
should be we need to
sort
build
of
like a base here,
when we weren't looking, you know?
which is kind of what I
And,
anticipate
even
happening
though we've
before we
had the
jet
rising
higher.
oil prices, which really hits transportation
You can kind of
across
see
the
that with
board.
Tesla and Nvidia kind of
Right.
kind of
I
slowing
think
down.
what we're seeing is that the transportation
that
index
there
is
is some
reflecting
profit-taking
global shipping
happening here as
costs
well,
being
so-
so high, they are outpacing
Yes.
the rise in fuel prices, right? And if you really break the transportation index into its pieces, if you look at this, it was really the first 3 months of the year that the airline stocks nearly doubled, and now they're off their
But
highs.
I will
but
buy
they're still
pullbacks
positive for the year.
into 80.
You know, for Dow theorists, they love when the transportation index confirms the movement in the Dow Jones Industrial Average. So it's a pretty bullish signal for the market as overall. But there's so many odd things happening due to the supply crunch and the shipping crunch.
Right.
Container costs have gone from $3,000 a container to $17,000 or $18,000 in some cases. So there's some real money being made in the global shipping.
Like a TV show?
So I want your outlook on the airlines for Thanksgiving, for the Christmas holidays, for next year. But you're absolutely right, because just to confirm what you said, folks, what Tim's saying is that the first part was really the gains for the airlines. American Airlines, United, and Southwest, JetBlue, all down between 20 and 30%.
All right, there's Tesla coming back here.
Investors have been disappointed.
As well.
What's the outlook?
This is what we were kind of waiting for.
Well, I think the outlook
we're going to let this pullback develop just a tad before we start trying to become a hero here.
Variants seem to be increasing across the country.
They were able to get it back above that VWAP.
There's no appetite for shutdowns, and there won't be any sponsored shutdown of travel. So pretty good for the domestic airlines to continue to hold the bookings they have and increase bookings. And fares have been going up. And if fares can go up due to the amount of money in people's pockets, it can be a little bit of a bump for the domestic players. Europe is starting to close down some economies again, and that's still, is a red flag for those international carriers. So outlook is stick to the domestic carriers, and it's probably more of a trade right now than it is a long-term investment.
More of a trade rather than a long-term investment. So when I think of domestic carriers, I mean, I really think of Southwest. Is there others that
basically tell us to stop?
JetBlue, yes, JetBlue, I have that on.
Certainly. And then you could look at, Delta is probably the best situated for both domestic and international, and a pretty well-run airline.
Yeah.
But they certainly would love to see their international business come back.
Pullback.
International business travel seems to essentially dead.
Scary here.
And you look at the other carriers, and that was a large portion of where their profitability was.
Yeah, between COVID, costs, confusion, international travel is essentially dead at the moment. I tend to agree with you because I haven't seen any signs to show otherwise, not at this time.
Right.
It's a great conversation. I appreciate it, Tim.
In those big planes,
but I want 84.
Makes a lot of money. And when business travelers aren't paying for those seats, it's pretty different.
So I might set a limit here of 84.
That's what they need. Faster.
See if I can catch a couple buys.
I understand. Absolutely. It's good to see you. Thank you so much. Tim Lesko, Granite Investment Advisors. Nice to see you. Thanks.
Going to be very
Coming
difficult
up next,
for a
ready
pullback
for
to happen,
the disruptors. George Sillis joins us to tell us why storage should be on your radar. Next here.
So we're going to buy that VWAP support, and then we're going to try and see if they spike it under for a bit. We'll buy all the way down to about, I would even take under 80 as a good dip.
Many traders may be willing to take on additional risk in pursuit of aggressive growth in their portfolio.
Momentum waning.
But if you're looking for a less risky alternative, you might want to consider checking out our income investing course. In the income investor course, you'll explore investing strategies designed to generate regular income and preserve capital.
All kind of turning higher.
First, we'll delve into risk.
And whoever bought this low, their VWAP is actually
above.
Learn
about the different ways to allocate a portfolio and create a payment schedule. Then we'll take a deep dive into the assets commonly held in income
premiums on the
portfolios.
4710s have come way
Dividend
down.
stocks, bonds, equity REITs, and
puts
You'll
spiking.
also learn about routines for managing a portfolio
they're super
over
scared.
time. Along the way,
There's
you'll
still
watch
3x
videos,
value
take
on the
quizzes,
puts.
and perform paper trades to practice your new skills.
Which
so if you're looking for
means
an
they're
edge,
super overpriced.
consider your education.
And
Look at the
likely
education
market
tab on
makers
Thinkorswim
and other
for the
folks
income
are
investing
selling
course
those puts to
and a
people.
whole lot more.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders. They're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading
let's see if
from
we get
TD
filled here.
Ameritrade.
Binge watch the market with TD Ameritrade Network.
JD really sold off. I'm glad I cut those calls. I could see the value getting ripped out of them. So I'm not interested in those.
With the US economy. Tune in
There's really no value being added to the Google calls. That's enough for me, so I cut those earlier. But video premiums popped fast. So all right, we got a buy here on this pullback. See if we can get another one.
Anywhere on any device.
Yeah, but we'll buy all the way down into this zone here. Oh, did it? That was where I was buying, dude. My friend said it hit his stop. I imagine that there's probably stops, trailing stops about to get hit all the way down here. So that's why I'm placing these limits here as the folks trailing stops get taken out sort of like that. Well, that's where I want to be getting in.
Let's say an option trader wants to take a bearish position on a stock. They isn't sure whether to buy a put or sell a call. Both strategies are bearish, but looking beyond direction to consider the impact of applied volatility could help the trader choose between them. We also introduced strategies designed to harness changes in applied volatility. For instance, time spreads, like counters and diagonals, are designed to benefit from increases in applied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategy,
So catch my other buy and then pull back.
Head to the education tab on Thinkorswim for the full options for volatility course and a whole lot more.
Opportunities can be hard to find.
I was just sick of
like
her.
catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's
Sick of
tempting
her
to
constantly,
retreat
like, coming in
or
and
simply
out.
wait and
Goodness.
see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help
The
manage
premiums
risk
on the 4710s
and capture
super cheap.
opportunities in every market climate,
wow,
across
even
every major asset class, to
under
seize
$1
each
now.
possibility at precisely the right moment. CME
As the
Group,
market kind of takes a
opportunity is
breather here.
everywhere.
Which we're going into this lunchtime period.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole.
This is going to be where we're going to start setting up for
the disruptors.
the
And George
FOMC.
Soros is
A lot of
here.
times they rip it
Today's
on
stock,
FOMC.
Pure Storage, the ticker symbol
so we would look to sell that
ESTG.
spike.
So, company had its earnings. It's one that you're watching closely. I saw a partnership with Microsoft. There's some good things happening here for Pure Storage, right? After its earnings, especially.
Yeah, it's been a nice
wanna
day. It's
see
actually
the
been a
leaders
nice
kind of,
year for Pure Storage. I mean,
start
over the
making
last 6
some
months, the
new
cold
highs
stock
here.
is up 62 or
That's
so
not really
percent, but it's a U.S.-based company that provides
risk off indicators
enterprise data
ripping like
storage.
crazy
It's
right now.
essentially a multi-product company,
Really
so it
wish I would've
provides
bought the dip
hardware
there,
for
but
storage,
it's a
also
mistake.
software. But what's interesting enough, the company's expanding its software subscription data
They're really not
services,
letting
which
my
again
other
is more
limits
of a
get hit.
recurring revenue-based model. So it's vertically integrating its business. And Pure Storage is a small company on a relative basis. I mean, top line sales for the last 4 quarters or so, only a couple $2 billion, and that's very small considering large behemoth companies that they compete with, like Hewlett Packard Enterprises, IBM.
It looks like they probably took out a bunch of stops here and also caught a lot of people
overall, gaining
chasing
market share. They
right
seem to
here
be gaining
when it turned red
a
to
lot
green.
of the Fortune 500 companies. They have plus 50% of the total Fortune 500 companies that actually use Pure Storage's solutions, and they're actually growing considerably
the Dow is
international
pulling back
wise,
a
about
little bit
46% growth international relative to about 37%
Tech's pretty
total
strong.
revenue growth for the quarter.
It's only
Which
down
actually beat the
down
estimates,
10, while SPX
quite a bit. And last quarter,
down
they were only
4.
growing about 23%. So they are incrementally growing their business. I think it has to do with the fact that this is a company that is still, I think, being evaluated by analysts as a hardware company, but in fact, it's becoming a full-fledged data solutions company,
Looks like that
cloud-based and
84 was a pretty
subscription-based
decent
company as well.
pickup for now.
So that's the idea. They're in the
They try to
right
push through
space
that
at the
VWAP.
right time at this point and raising their full year guidance going forward. They're really seeing the demand for what it is they are providing here at this point. So as we said, the earnings beat and raising the guidance. When you look at the trade, it's worth noting that I saw some of the analysts also upgrading and raising their price targets to be more
I heard is a
specific.
thing that
For
happens
example, I
when
saw
the
Deutsche
markets
Bank
get a
went
little
up to
bit
38 bucks
maybe
from 32.
overextended. People
Had a
start
buy
selling their
rating.
shares,
Morgan
but they're
Stanley
selling
had
puts.
33. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know,
Which,
but I did double check those, and
kinda creates a
so
stagnant market.
it's certainly well off.
But
a
you know what?
beautiful
People are
run
okay
since
with
the
that. They take all their
lows.
profits
Now
from their
what?
shares. They like the stock,
Yeah,
so they'd love to
what you
buy it
wanna
back
see, of course,
cheaper.
with
But in the
price
meantime, they
action
generate yield by
relative to
selling the
where
puts.
historical
If
prices
it
were
never
at
comes
least the
back
last
down,
year or so. And if you look back in February, it
very
was around
popular
$29.
strategy
So above
for the
30,
long-term
we're starting to
investors.
break back to new price levels. relative to where
That's
we
why it's
were
hard to
earlier
short
this year. The other
the
thing
bull
is we
market.
saw
It's hard to
positive
short a
catalyst
market like
from,
this in general
the earnings
because there's
conference
just so
call.
many long-term
We actually
flows
see
coming
very,
through.
very strong free cash
You
flow.
always got to remind
margins are
yourself that
relative to
rates are
sales at
still 0%
16%.
at
These
least
are, again,
until the end of
financial
next year.
catalysts. Then you have the analysts. They
And
see
they're
this.
not
They're
really
upping the
tapering.
stock. As you mentioned, Deutsche
It's
Bank,
just a token
Wedbush,
taper, so
a couple of the others like Morgan
because
Stanley
there's
are
no
upping their
taper,
targets. And so overall,
zero fear in
there's
the
a nice
market.
setup for a bullish trade potentially.
even though the
One
VIX
wants
is
to
up a little
capture
bit.
some
But that has to
opportunities
happen
on
so
a
that these guys can
continuation
come in and
pattern
short
of
the
the
VIX
stock
again
moving
because the market
even
makers are
further from
making
here
a
based upon
killing
these
off of
catalysts.
shorting
So
VIX.
based upon the implied volatility of the stock or options right now, which are still
So
relatively high,
volatility is
you can put on
still
a risk
oversupplied
defined,
as
but
far
also
as
return
what
defined trade
I've
called a bull
heard.
call spread.
And
In this
the
particular
market is
instance,
just
you can
supply
go out
and
and
demand. So
look
if
at
people have too much
purchasing
VIX,
the
to get rid of
January
every
30
spike gets
calls,
sold.
and then offsetting that risk
And when
by
the VIX
selling
sells
the
off, it just
32
moves the market
calls.
higher
So
again.
by placing this trade, you're essentially outlaying about $90 a contract or 90 cents a
I have
share.
a buddy
and
who
your
likes
total risk
to,
on the
local
trading
buddy
is
who
what you
likes to
outlay.
short
In other words, what you
everything.
pay
That's
up
all he
front
does is
for.
short.
And
Markets
if
are
you
at
actually
nosebleed
have the
levels,
stock
nosebleed
go
levels.
above
They can't go higher.
$32 or higher
And you
between
probably
now
heard
and
this a
58
lot with
days
people,
by
but
expiration, you get to
it's
achieve
just
more than a
there's just
one-to-one
too
return
too
on
much
risk or
money
reward to risk.
in the market.
In this case, it's
and not
$110
enough
a
fear. There's not
contract.
enough
So the
reason.
objective is essentially for the
When we
stock to make a
V-shaped
nice
recovered
continuation
off
to
of
the upside above
total
$32.
economic shutdown.
And again, break
That doesn't
even
tell
on
you
the
that
stock is
we're
30.90. In other
disconnected
words,
from the
what
economy.
you outlay
I don't know
relative to your
what
lower
will.
strike.
I just watched today. Problem with my PC.
Right, so the
Please lower the volume
disruptors,
on
and
the
that's the
Trader
bullish
TV.
trade
Okay.
there for Pure Storage, PST.
Thanks for telling me.
Phyllis today, as usual, with the
Does that help?
disruptors. Thank you very much. Nice to see you. Happy Thanksgiving, George.
You too, Nicole. Thank you.
I don't know what it sounds like on your guys' end. It's nice you tell me that.
We're going to focus on those gasoline
But yeah, our dip buy working out so far. Letting the market kind of come to us a little bit. I'm still interested in accumulating more contracts here. But I did have kind of a tester here a little bit higher than I want, just in case it doesn't even pull back and they go ahead and just pop this thing. So, but I do want more contracts into this trend if they let me. Given that Nvidia has completely recovered 14 points off the low, so there's a lot more room for Nvidia to run, given that it ripped earlier this week, I believe. So let me go see this chart here. Double bottom. How high was this at the open? So it actually hit 345 off the open this week on Monday. Is that better? If I need to lower more, just let me know. So a lot more room for Nvidia to run if it wants to. I'll lower this more because I'm assuming that you're saying that it's still a little too high. But so far, this moving average from the Dawn Algo, made by the Money Moves investment community, they basically, that thing is solid for determining trends because it holds the trend pretty well. And I mean, so far, if I would have just taken last couple signals, we'd be up and just held, we'd be up about 50 points right now. On ES. As it were, I still have nightmares from yesterday, so I did not. Yesterday I was trying to hold it. Alright, so they didn't let us get these limit orders in. So we'll cancel the buy orders there. And just kind of let this run. And Nvidia is probably catching a lot of premium here. Not really. As Nvidia moves up here, these calls that I bought earlier aren't really doing much. Let's see. It's me throwing my cat there. around 5 points now, going back into the resistance zone. So we can take the points now. About 275. I think we will. It's kind of a gift here. And we're just going to continue to stack profits here today. Because yesterday I got a little ham, and so I need to recover a little bit, but had to reset the account, so now we're up about $1,000. And I started the day down 1,000, so because I was being stupid this morning pre-market. So I'm trying to play it super smart here. If I just take profits every time I get a chance, then we should be all right. So up about $600 today, and 1,000 overall, 1,100 overall on the account. And so we'll wait for more dip buys. Market's still kind of sideways here, so not going to get caught in something like this. While we're basically retesting these highs. Now it can continue to rise. I'm okay with that because I've got calls on the big three here. So, well, I don't have them on Tesla, but we're watching Tesla. I definitely wish I would have bought this at the low. It came down, retested some VWAPs, and they basically just ripped that thing. But it's back at the 450 zone, so you can see the trend weakening now a little bit. But I will be interested in buying, in the 430s. We're gonna keep an eye on that. If it comes back down again. I'm seeing a MasterCard call come through. 355s for December 10th. They're 250 right now. That's an interesting play. The MasterCard, it runs every once in a while. We see this little down action here. Just kind of keep an eye on that. On the oscillator, as momentum kind of wanes. It's a common TA practice, so a lot of people are going to be looking at the waning momentum. And you had the similar setup here where you had, I was wary of the reversal too, just because of this momentum divergence. And that's where you had right into that EMA. So that's another reason I took profits. Momentum has been shifting to the downside on the way up here, so. I'm probably going to regret selling that Google 3000. The mana back up 34%. The volume on this thing is just nutty right now on mana. These two for Femex crypto trading, they get the most volume for these little small like altcoins, so that's the only reason I keep them up there. The only ones I want to trade are the ones that move. Again, struggling here. Let's turn the price off here so it doesn't get confused with the real price. So doing a little bit different today with the algos. Just using that MMMA as my main indicator, and then a bunch of anchored VWAPs. I wanted to try just going as simple as possible, really. All right, so they're continuing just to bludgeon the shorts. So maybe on Friday, I see a spike here in the day. It could be likely on SPX, which would be really nice. There's still not. There's still okay. So premiums now getting evened out here pretty nicely. So I'm constantly watching the premiums within the distribution here are starting to balance out here a little bit. It's still a little out of balance to the upside. Nvidia continuing to push. Premiums on the 350s not really going up here with Nvidia. As it hits that 325. 325 was a pretty big level. As I watched the tape, it was definitely a level that they could sell for sure. Google coming up to that EMA, finally broke through the VWAP. Just kind of keeping tabs of the highs and lows on those anchor VWAPs. Price sold off again there. So again, we're going to wait for more pullbacks into that VWAP if we get them. We'll come down here and maybe another pullback to like 83 or something like that would be nice. Very likely here. Actually, as a matter of fact, I'm going to see how this momentum resolves itself. If they start moving it higher again. Premiums are telling the story, and the story is that we're reaching an apex here. Right at that yesterday's close and this week's high. Weird how that works. So we pull this back here. Gonna get a good picture of momentum waning into that resistance. I'm not gonna play for as much as I want to right now. I want to play for the spike through, but I need to have a lower, a discounted price, essentially a lower cost value. Nvidia just non-stop. When Nvidia gets like this, sometimes this thing it's just straight up all day. So hoping that's the case here with Nvidia. Maybe it can spike into the 330s, and we'll be able to sell some of our calls on any kind of spike up and start getting them paid for. Start making the trade free, essentially, is the idea. As you can see, the small account. We're building Nvidia positions on the call side, so we're starting to get some premium here, even on the 350s. These right here, I want these right here to pay for the 340s, essentially. So I got 40 bucks on that, $29 on that. I want to catch about 40 bucks, maybe 50 bucks in profit on the 350s. We'll sell those off, maybe keep one if we can get a spike up, anyways. And then we'll make these two positions free, hopefully, the 340, 345s, because we want the lower positions to. We want those lower positions to be free. But very, very strong relative strength on Nvidia. Here's the pullback here. Coming back into this little zone here. Maybe even coming back here would be even a better get buy. That would create a downtrend, so then we would want to see that uptrend start to develop. Alright, So premium still in the NVIDIAs even as they come off that 325, just indicating that it's not going to be an issue. As the market comes back to, NVIDIA continues to move higher. Let's see if NVIDIA comes under that 324 or if it goes above 325 here. It just means accumulation. Do we want to buy this possibly into midday?
Daddy, I went through the window.
I know, I see that.
Did you open this?
I did. Did open it, yes. Your toast. I think this pullback will come back a little bit further. Right, be careful right there.
I'm meeting back. Ow!
Told you to be careful. Alright, NVIDIA popping 325 as we pull back about 7 points on ES. So what does that tell you?
Daddy, that's a whipped cream.
No. You said you were hungry.
Said for whipped cream.
No. You can have some after lunch.
Daddy, we already had lunch.
What does he want? Go ask him. Stop yelling at me.
Okay.
Wednesday. And that's really what this is. We have so much economic data coming out, but if you watched Oliver
Stop yelling.
the data was
Banana.
good across the board, pretty strong.
It already has
Yet,
been after
all
lunch.
our indices were
It's
down
only 11
sharply
o'clock,
to
though.
start the day.
So it's not
Why?
been after
Well,
lunch
it
yet.
had something to do probably with
Yes,
the foreign markets
we have
were
lunch.
all lower. Now,
Yeah, I'd love to see an 80 buy.
let me first check the four major indices and see if they sit here at 11 o'clock Chicago. The S&P 500 is down less than 0.1%, 3.5 points to 4687. The NASDAQ 100 now slightly in the green on the day. Remember, that was down 1%. 3.5 points, it's up to 16,310. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 1/3%. It's the weakest of the four indices, down 115 points to 35,060.
NASDAQ and ES flirting with green here.
It's down about 28 cents to 23.27.
Let's look at our oscillator here. We're still pretty weak.
Let's bring in my co-host for today's show. He is the Financial Risk Management Director here at TD Ameritrade, and his name is Nick Theorakis. He's on the show often, as you know. Nick, I was just talking about Data Dump Wednesday, where we got, it's hard to imagine we could get this many points of data, go through them, and figure out what to do in this market. But that being said, if you have to throw all these data points together into one category, fairly positive and not
causing higher levels of inflation. Nick, your thoughts on what we've got so far this morning?
Man, they just will not let this come down.
Nasdaq's just unchanged, down pretty significantly this morning. We're actually seeing yields lower on the day, right? So Nasdaq turned positive for a second, Kevin. I was kind of like, wow, right before the show, you know, you're
So
sort of thinking about,
84.50.
well, how's this day going to shape up? You know, first thing in the morning, the data comes out, and then you're like, well.
So they're just buying this
shifting
84.50
is
all
always
day.
the case in the markets, right? Particularly on days like this where there tend to be lighter volumes. Okay, but to see that big turnaround, I think is a really positive sign. There was a ton of data, and to your point, I think a couple of things stood out to me. You know, consumer spending stands out, right? There's really strong spending, and it's, you know, and then you go look at the personal income and outlays. Wages are up, and people are spending that money. So that's kind of the definition of a strong economy. And maybe some slowing, right? There was some durable goods orders that were sort of down a little bit. So maybe things are coming back in line a little bit with some of these markets that have gotten so far out of whack. So, you know, initially negatively received because I think growth was really strong, and probably looks like inflation's kind of continuing to percolate and go higher. But I think the latest release of data at 9 really, you know, 9 Eastern.
There's a Zoom calls
a little bit of
bear.
confidence that this is maybe starting to
Bullish Peloton, bearish Zoom. Wow, bearish 230s.
Being kind of spot on means the markets aren't overly surprised, right?
What up, Manny?
For something comes in line, move on to the holiday, right? And that kind of feels like the case. So because we were fairly right on here in terms of the overall kind of predictions from analysts that we saw, I think the markets are kind of taking this in stride. The one big outlier, the jobless claims, is the lowest.
All right, so there's the trend reversal. First signal to the downside all day since the early morning reversal. So I'm not interested in shorting here, though. That is not a signal I like. Not above these levels.
Absolutely.
But it's also a positive thing.
Yeah, listen, I think the data this morning, and you're right to target the jobless claims. Jobless claims data, that would have been a good number for 2019.
Look at this thing go
that would have been a strong
right
labor
now.
force number there for first-time filers. You also mentioned the headline number on durable goods. That was down 0.5, but the core, right, the ex-transportation was in line.
All right, so we got the dawn indicators signaling downside, or at least weakness here in the short term.
In that headline number because of
so we're just going to sit tight here.
Could be autos.
Nvidia down $1
that ex-transportation number in there.
As the market reverses.
Income and outlays.
Tesla back under 1120.
Higher today and yields lower, in my opinion.
And Apple off that 162. It tried to break through.
In income and outlays, and we get the PCE, we get the core PCE.
But if we get another up signal here within this trend, we're gonna take it.
They all came in right at the consensus number, and I think that's why bonds have rallied slightly and yields have come down. But Oliver Rennick and I spoke this morning, Nick, and this feeds into that old trader mentality and how our viewers should look at the overall market. Our futures were down overnight with no economic data having come out.
All right, so yeah, that trend shifted there with that baseline.
Is seriously weaker than ours, but our futures react to a move in their futures. I told Oliver this morning, be careful of a down market because foreign markets are down, but we've got good economic data. And so therefore, this market was ripe to bottom out and turn around this morning, and I think that's what we're seeing. Now, how does that happen the rest
so he came into the day bullish on the lower open.
Opportunity there this morning, Nick, with all the economic data that was coming out, it was all pretty much in line. Like I said, with the exception of a little bit bad in the headline durable goods and a little bit way better than expected in the jobless claims data. All right, Nick, let's get to what else we're looking at. Remember, we've got a holiday shortened week. So from a risk perspective, Nick, you look at today, you look at all this data that came out, you look how the market has consumed and digested it. Now you've got a half day on Friday, Nick, but normally that would call for less.
But I do like this because you can see how the trend stays pretty solid for quite a few bars. So getting our first sign of weakness here. I don't know how many bars it's going to stay red.
Thanksgiving today. You flip that switch, and they're on bell
As
to bell,
Italy
and they
confirms
can react.
unvaccinated
The
cannot
high
access
frequency
cinemas,
data can
restaurants,
react
hotels,
and trade.
gyms.
Is there
So
anything
they're
that
cracking
our
down on the
viewers should be paying
unvaxxed.
attention to when it comes
It's
to
not
data
cool,
like this?
bro.
'Cause lately,
We got bullish
and this is
Apple
in the last
172
5 or 6
for
years, these
December
days
17th. That's
have been a
cool.
little bit
They're bullish
treacherous.
on AMD again. Got some more alerts coming in for AMD.
I thought you were implying that I was a machine, Kev. I'm
Very nice.
logged in too. It's not just the actual machine.
In some ways, you are a machine, Nick.
Yeah, Google back down.
Consistent.
So we saw the
Yesterday on
momentum really give us a good sign of
think it's a little bit different
the weakness coming into
People
those
are getting
levels there.
together with family. You know, we saw TSA numbers. Right? There was over 2 million folks that traveled.
And wow, these
They went through
altcoins
TSA,
moving nuts.
checks on
2 for 2
Tuesday.
today, boys.
Not
TR pop
2.2.
and
Not
SNDL
back to
small
pre-pandemic
pop. So my man Nathan Webb here,
really busy in this scheme of
catching a couple
I
winners.
think that's interesting. People are traveling, but you know, I keep pointing to the basement behind me.
And
It's
Tick
easier now
coming
than
in
ever
here
to stay
saying
connected. So I think not only do you have sort of
revert,
machines
you know,
and
reverting back
hours,
to what he was saying earlier, calling
really
back.
easy
58 was the low of the day. Not too happy that we did not go all the way to 96. Would have been super bullish. Yeah, I agree. I don't want this to fall under 80 now to really suck up and goes back to 60, now 86. So we're just going to keep that in mind that we're looking for this 80 to hold.
I
thought you were hungry.
I know, you know,
But this is not food. You can have actual food. You can have a banana or something. None of this until after lunch.
Thanksgiving and the shortened holiday markets are no exception. Okay.
Go have a banana, go have something else.
Yes, these days, these shortened days, you know, we tend to cram a lot into those days, particularly those half-day Fridays.
All right, we'll keep an eye on this 80 level here.
Because you're still going through an expiration cycle.
As they
There's still some
likely want to test this zone
volatility.
here.
People still have to get some things off. And you're cramming sort of 8 hours of trading into a shortened time frame. So yes, less volume, but that shorter window to get all of those processes done.
But this oscillator here, I kind of poo-pooed it earlier a couple days ago, but it's very, very useful.
Taking a couple of days out of the VIX, right? So you see calls come in. That's not happening today. We're really close to 20.
It has been very accurate.
We did see, you know, a big rally back.
For 3 days now, it's been very accurate.
From those highs this morning, but VIX still elevated, even though we're
Man,
basically unchanged.
I wish I would have taken this low.
The fact that we're not just sort of hands out selling.
I did not know they were going to be able to do this with this
that there is a bid out there for
engine coin
volatility because there is so much uncertainty. I love your point
But
about
you
Europe.
see how the bullish divergence developed right into that support? That was it right there. That's when they went nuts.
There's a lot of
Now you got the bearish
with the
divergence
Delta
here.
variant in Europe, in India, you know, some large economies out there. And I think
Let's
that's,
see if
that's
that
weighing
holds.
on markets internationally for sure.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. We brought that up yesterday as well.
Look at this VWAP holding just like a champ.
In Europe, you know, there's this.
The only reason I didn't take these dips was because that moving average flipped. And so until that flips positive again, I'm just going to chill. We'll buy dips as that moving average is
U.S.
positive.
markets drive a lot of the overall sentiment, but definitely, you know, you could be some pressures in either direction from foreign markets. But Nick, moving
Nvidia
through
back over
Thanksgiving
325.
and on to the weekend and beyond, right?
Nvidia really the
get
leader
into the heart
today,
of the holiday
besides my
Christmas
altcoins,
shopping.
of course.
And that leads to our theme for today, which is the payment space. Now, this payment space, Nick, have gotten absolutely destroyed lately. And kind of a surprise.
Yeah, I'm starting to see that MasterCard payment space coming through. The flow.
Number two with PayPal's,
So,
or I'm sorry, Visa's problem with
are
Amazon.
they buying the blood?
And so an overall uncertainty about the future of this space. But, Nick, digital payment isn't going anywhere. So that's why I thought it was so
Engine, they're
important to talk
testing that
about this space
470
today.
now.
The first one we're going to talk about is PayPal. Now, PayPal, the digital payments platform, Nick, they spun off from eBay in 2015, and they have a huge active users, right? 416 million active accounts. Venmo has 80 million customers. This is a massive company, Nick, but they got hit when Visa and Amazon got in their little spat. And, you know, Amazon's gonna attack
We're just waiting
Nick.
for a
They're gonna
pullback
attack the
here on
middleman,
this
and
engine
they're gonna
coin.
attack margins. What do you see
back
from
into
a
this
stock like
area here.
PayPal? Why has it gotten
As
hit
they
so hard?
as they spike this. but yet this divergence kind of starting
I
to
was
form.
trying
We don't
this
know
against
where it
some other things,
actually
like the comparison study.
forms,
It's
but
ironic, I think,
we'll wait
but
for that
it's
to cool
interesting
off
that,
and
all these
try to get a
companies have
dip.
taken such a hit as the dollar
Man,
has
wow,
really
what a
spiked
move
up.
there.
So you kind of look at their fall, and as the dollar's made highs, you see these.
It just makes me
stocks
bullish on the
really
rest of the market when I
out.
see
So
that.
maybe that's just an ironic thing, but there's some correlation, I think, to other things going on in the marketplace, and I think you probably hit the biggest one, but it's a little bit difficult to say. Earnings were a bit soft, and maybe the old price to perfection thing is true, but maybe that's true in this space because of what you said. Everyone out there in the whole world is using some
on this
form of electronic payment
moving
for
average,
almost everything, right?
I didn't want to take the sell signal, not just where it's at.
All this stuff is
After the
going
move
through
like
the
that
pipes
and
of
it's
these
above all
companies.
this support and stuff, there's no reason to try and short there.
How that sort of stacks
Even though,
up,
I mean, it could still work
analysts are
out.
looking at seeing the space is increasing,
Like if you wanted to short
increasing.
now, this
I
would
don't think
be
these
more
stocks selling
of
off is sort of a
more
nod
likely
going back
area
to other types of payment
to open
or,
shorts.
cash or something making a huge
But
comeback.
you risk,
It's too convenient.
you risk
to
this
use these
NQ
companies,
just
but it really comes down
exploding
to
here
your point on the middleman
as it's now
and
green.
how those margins, how those revenues for these
And you would need like
get
Nvidia
squeezed, that there
and
becomes cheaper
Tesla
cheaper
to kind of
options, like
sell
we've seen
back
in so
off
many
again.
other industries.
But here we
Those
go,
companies become expensive.
trying to break
They
up
really do.
again
I
over
think
this
the interesting thing about
48.90
the
or
Visas and the
46.90.
MasterCards, we'll talk a little bit about. They run
More likely
pipes
sells to
behind
come
the scenes for all these
closer
other
towards the
payment services. So
FOMC.
you think Apple Pay is on the MasterCard framework, right? So when you go and do that, they're still picking up sort of pennies on every one of those transactions. It's a volume game. So I think long term, if you have that kind of integrated architecture, right? Think about supply chain, right, in a more physical sense. If you control getting your goods from China to the U.S. and finishing those things off, and you have ownership of all of those. Look how well Home Depot did through all this, right? They're really in control of their own, kind of their own destiny when it comes to shipping. If you're in the same boat in the payment space, right, it's hard to argue that you're going to be cut out of that because the pipes are really important, and there's probably other value there. But for some of these other companies that are just an endpoint, right, just the point of sale transaction, I do think there's some pricing kind of concerns as the market changes and more sort of payment types become available.
Look at that relative strength for
Buy now, pay later
MasterCard.
is going to be
Well,
like a secondary theme throughout the show, as it has really
Yeah.
caught fire. But PayPal and Square have taken two different paths in terms of buy now, pay later. We'll talk later in the show about Square's purchase of a buy now, pay later firm, but PayPal made their own. They started their own Pay in 4, they called it, and they added to it by buying the Japanese firm Paydi for $2.7 billion. But a lot of people's problem with Square was they paid up. They paid big money. They paid $29 billion for a buy now, pay later firm, lock, stock, and barrel. PayPal has gone the route of starting their own company, and so I think that's a much more favorable way to look at this. And in terms of valuation, Nick, for PayPal, 35 times forward earnings, that's in line with peers. 9 times this year's sales, that's a good number. Their compound growth rate is 22% between now and 2025. So those numbers all look good for this name, but this name, I mean, if you look at the chart, Nick, and we've got one up here on the platform, it is severely oversold, and the chart looks ugly. So you've got an RSI of 24. That's severely oversold. So what can we do? What can we do to prepare ourselves for potentially? Remember, what happens? I'll put a hypothetical out there, Nick. What happens if in the next week or so, Visa and Amazon come to an agreement? And most people think they will eventually. Do these stocks recover as Amazon just kind of says, okay, I think we've got a good idea. We've got a working agreement. Do all these stocks rally? Is that the same positive that it was in terms of negative, Nick?
I don't know, and I think that anytime Amazon gets sort of into something with somebody, right, to put it very generically, I guess maybe think about it sort of in the prescription delivery space where they get into, it's like, should we buy somebody? They don't like to be sort of, beat up or in a situation where they're not controlling their own destiny. So I do worry a little bit that Amazon sort of having a light shown on this and continues that it furthers their desire, even if there's a sort of headline agreement. I think it furthers their movement into this space. And when you think about the buy now pay later space, right? They're extremely well positioned for that, right? They already do, subscription, for example. So if you know that you're going to subscribe to something every month, and you only want to pay for a quarter of that, like that math is really easy to do. And they're taking on credit risk, right? So now you're getting to my sweet spot. You're loaning people money, literally buy now, pay later. You're giving out credit, but as Amazon, as much as anybody about these customers, right? You know their buying history, you know how they're paying for it. You can easily get credit scores, so they're in a pretty good spot to take on credit risk. Not their sweet spot, but they're in a pretty good spot. So I don't know that a resolution there is a reason to go right back to sort of where we were before, because I think it's probably sort of sparked some curiosity within Amazon to keep pushing in this direction. Just could go the other way for sure, but it feels like they're not going to just sort of let that go.
All right, let's get to a trade here in PayPal. You have brought a trade. I'll throw it up here on the Thinkorswim platform. It is a 2-week Iron Condor expiring on December 3rd, Nick. What are you seeing here? Because you do have elevated levels of implied volatility, but there's no event coming out, right? You really got to be...
here's the sell.
You got to be content.
So far, that moving average is beastly.
Those explosive event vols like we've been seeing, correct?
All right.
Right. You're still taking in
catching a little bit of a drawdown here.
About $1.15, $1.20. Get my price back to live here. Well, about $1.10 right now. Came in a little bit. But
$1.10.
Yeah, the move has happened so quickly. Down.
So that sell off the moving average being in a downtrend. So it could have sold the 90s again, caught 5 more points.
Stabilize a bit. To your point, the event happened. These companies have been.
I'm just going to let other people battle here because I'm already in the green. But
across the space, and interest rates are on the rise. Right, you got a 10-year right now at over almost 1.65 right now. So at some point, that benefit of the rates rising, I think if we get back to that 1.7 handle, you can see these companies come back a little bit more, all the financials included, right? Because there is a real interest rate play there, particularly, again, going back to the buy now, pay later, right? You're able to charge a bit of interest on that. And companies like PayPal that have such scale are going to be a benefactor of that. So,
a little bit of relative strength on Google, but NQ back down about 20 points fast.
They're relatively elevated.
And ES down about 4 or 5 points fast.
There's been a lot of news in the space.
But Google actually not down.
A shortened week,
so
nothing
kind of a rotation
short day Friday, and then
into Google.
What else is Friday, right? It's Black Friday. I think you could see a situation where, we're hearing preliminary reports.
A lot of swipes.
Any data available. We can get preliminary reports on, hey, it's a strong, it's a strong holiday season, or it's not. So if it comes out strong, I think you could see these companies benefit because this is what the money's flowing through these companies. So just a fairly simple play here to kind of box in right at the expected move, about 10 days out, taking advantage of higher balls, and kind of betting that we're going to stabilize here. No real catalyst to continue lower. Probably not a ton of news to catapult us back up to where we were. So I know you got it up there, but it's selling the 200-205 call spread, and then selling the 177.5, 172.5 put spread. It's about $1.10 right now.
Right, just $1.10. This is a complex trade by definition, but it is the combination of an out-of-the-money put vertical and an out-of-the-money call vertical. And those short strikes, the 200 on the upside right here, and the 177
Max Payne 468, 1124 created.
There. Obviously, the break-evens are the strike.
Oh, look, here's that dip. So that moving average catching the trend change really well there. Plus we had the confluence of waning momentum.
40 and about
still, it's kind of a buy zone, but we're going to wait actually for this trend to flip before we go trying to buy.
A short call vertical combined to make a range-bound trade. The risk on this trade is a move outside that range, right? A move through 200 and towards 205 would be less than profitable.
NQ way down off that red and green move. So they just did a little peekaboo action there.
Would bring in downside
and then brought it back down again.
trade. And remember, as our friends always like us to tell you, more contracts, this is a four-sided trade, bring in more transaction fees. Make sure you understand that. And sometimes these trades are difficult to fill in four sides, right? How would you do that then? Well, maybe you sell one side first and then the other side, if that fits your risk parameters. But this is a trade that we look at as a range-bound trade that Nick has brought to the show today between now and December 3rd expiration. So we are going to put 5 of those in. Nick, we are going to say goodbye for this segment. Nick Giorakis is going to stick around, but next, Andy Swan is coming out from Likefolio. He's going to talk about more payment space. We're going to go through it all today, folks. Take a quick 2-minute break. Come back with more Fast Markets. We'll see you then, everybody.
It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend trip.
15 minutes.
Oh, wow.
Right back down. So we were looking to buy into this 40. Only when the trend is up, though. I'm not buying dips as the trend is red.
You two are all set.
That just tells me that level can break. But yeah, the short at 46.90 was a good short.
That fits your investing style.
Many options tend to focus on price and direction, but implied volatility can also be a big factor in options trades. In the options for volatility course,
And so we see this little pullback happening as premiums really start balancing out here, but they are leaning to the put side again.
on a stock, but isn't sure whether to buy a put or sell a call. Both strategies are bearish, so looking beyond direction to consider the impact of implied volatility can help the trader choose between them. We also introduce strategies designed to harness changes in implied volatility. For instance, time spreads like counters and diagonals are designed to benefit from increases in implied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the education tab on Thinkorswim for the full options for volatility course and a whole lot more.
Really seen this moving average do wonders. We had the sell earlier from basically the trigger was here, so if you're getting in about 70 range somewhere, you could have been closing out for about 10, 11 points there. And then say you're getting in here, you're closing, say you're selling here, so you're up 20 points there. So it's good for about 30 points so far. Plus, you could have shorted here as that flipped, as they head back up, and now you're up another 7 points there.
The co-founder of Likefolio.
Seeing how you can use this moving average really well in combination with support resistances.
And Andy, there could not be a more perfect topic to talk about as we move into the
but now I'm actually looking to short.
Number one, because it's important. Number two, because these stocks
short
have
into
all
here
been beat
if
up.
we
And
can
Andy,
break up underneath. I'm going to short into the
an image.
downtrend.
There's an old saying: if you wake up in the morning and Jim Cantori from the Weather Channel is standing on your front lawn, you're about to have a bad day. I would call it the same with companies and Visa nosing around your business. If you wake up in the morning and Amazon is nosing around in your business, you're about to have a bad day. Is that what's happening with some of these payment firms? Amazon's going to come in, they're going to attack the middleman, they're going to attack the margins. Is that what we're seeing here in this payment space? Because they are getting creamed, Andy.
Oh yeah, I think Amazon is always a threat all the time. Although I do, you have to remember also the overreaction when Amazon, bought whatever the grocery store was.
Whole Foods
down 20% or something that day, and has rallied ever since. So sometimes I think this phenomenon is vastly overstated. But the truth is, the payment space is changing extraordinarily quickly. It's blending with the banking space, the investing space. The lines are blurring in a big way, and it's really being driven by.
We have an Elon Musk tweet.
Financial companies, and you can
Max
see it
Payne
here.
2.
What we call digital wallet companies versus legacy banks and payment providers.
He's replying to somebody from.
The digital wallet companies in green. This is consumer happiness. In other words, how much consumers actually enjoy using the products and services that these companies create. So you can see a clear divide. It's one of the reasons this is one of my favorite topics, one of my favorite sectors, because it's
around Tesla to be utterly ridiculous. Okay? I'm an analyst, and what I do is analyze. I use math and statistics and numbers to
That could be a
analyze
meme right
with
there.
my analysis. And what my analysis has shown is that we are projecting from 1 year from now for Tesla stock to be worth negative $4.20 per share. So meaning you are going to have to pay Tesla back next year for all the money they have burned, okay? So it's not just a matter of going to zero. You're actually going to have negative. You're going to be in the hole to Tesla to pay them back, okay? Let me just give you some statistics, and I'll give you some data to back this up. If you look at the length of bathroom breaks for Tesla employees, they are on average 1 to 2 minutes longer than the industry average, okay? And those bathroom breaks, as a percentage of gross profit, essentially Tesla's paying $2 billion per quarter for lost wages, for lost time in bathroom breaks alone. Now, if you also look at bathroom breaks as a percentage of battery productivity, you'll see that the bathroom breaks are causing a decreased range per battery of at least 50 miles.
And Elon with the reply. I get it. The max pain, like he's sitting in maximum pain here. Elon with the
partners / competitors in such a
with the comeback
situation because they need PayPal because it's a lot of times their biggest it is their biggest digital channel, but they also see that PayPal is an up and coming competitor in the services that it offers. And we also saw with the dispute between Visa and Amazon, Amazon really had the power there. People didn't really care that they couldn't use Visa. They were going to buy from Amazon. And so there is a lot of push and a lot of pull in this.
we're just chilling here as the market kind of cools off a bit. Puts the calls here still 2x to the downside, as it's been all day, into the Fed. I imagine if once the event happens, that's when the explosion happens. And so if you're sitting in calls and you're sitting in the red right now, you have to wait until after the FOMC, unfortunately, to see what happens there, because that could be when they bust this thing loose.
Of calling Visa a victim here in this fight with Amazon. What really happened was pre-Brexit, right? The fees that Visa could charge was 0.3%. Post-Brexit, they let that go up to 1.15%, and Visa and MasterCard immediately raised their fees to that high, almost 4 times. So that's when Amazon reacted. So Amazon may be attacking Visa here, but Visa almost quadrupled their fees to get Amazon to make that move. So this is an argument that is probably going to be settled over the long period of time, and this is one still. But Andy, the best point that you're making here is 2 things. It is, number one, this is happening, right? The move towards the digital wallet is happening. And number 2, it's going faster than we think it's going. It's not trickling along, moving. It is going like a tsunami towards these digital wallets. But here's my question to you, Andy. Have they shown you that they can handle this? Is your data showing that they can handle this movement? Because, you know, it's not hard to see. You don't have to be a private eye to realize that the bottom of your chart is Wells Fargo.
I realize this trading style is a little bit boring, but it's very effective.
Top of the chart are all the new digital
They're buying MU calls 105s.
Andy, and it's happening quickly.
Yeah, it's happening really
That's for
quickly.
February.
I do think that scale
Stock's at 86.
not in the traditional sense that you think about.
That's
scale.
good though. That's good for us being in Nvidia calls.
Especially Square and PayPal.
Good to
have
see
really
the
shown that they can scale in terms
the
of
chips,
number of transactions,
other chip
number of
stocks
users.
get some
They've handled
bullish
an
action
influx
as well.
Of number of customers extremely well. I think that where it does get tricky is do they scale?
Look how they got priced right here at this 84.25.
Network. In other words, you know, they're very good at getting people to come in and put $5,000 in, $10,000, have a relatively small account by industry standards. But can they continue to keep that consumer depositing money when it starts to get to maybe $500,000, $1 million, their 401k, big sums of money that people tend to get later in life. So they're doing a great job of attracting, you know, I don't know if you still call them millennials, but the younger audience that's getting started in finance. And the question will be, how do they retain those users and customers over time? I think that's the biggest challenge that they have. So it's scale on an individual level and a life level more so than it is.
Now you're seeing a little bit of a lift here again.
Consumers, because they've clearly shown that they can handle that.
Yeah, it sort of feels like the conversation.
One more thing that I want to talk about.
We see the break in the momentum here too. So we're gonna wait for an uptrend to develop, and then we'll be buying dips again.
It's going to come down to who's going to evolve, right? Are those wallet firms going to expand services to offer, you know, the wealth management, things like that, that the more legacy firms.
And see, every time market ticks up again, Nvidia really is trying to bust a loose.
Spaces where those clients feel comfortable migrating because the ease and convenience is there, right?
Yeah, no, it's going to be a huge battle. We're just getting started, I think. The early winners have staked their claim, but I think ultimately it's going to be the consumer that wins in a big way because choice is expanding in a huge way. Functionality, it's ours for the taking. I think all of these companies can actually win. That's the other thing to keep in mind. You know, this is a huge space, and so the early leaders are doing a very good job of transitioning an entire industry, and it's probably the biggest, if not one of the biggest in the world.
Andy, I want to touch base on one more topic, and that is a move that, now this is involved in this space, but it's something we're going to touch on in the last segment, which is Square's approval or new program, where they're allowing 13 to 17-year-olds to get accounts with Square and Cash App, along with the parents agree. They have to get, you know, their parents' permission and everything, but this is throwing another big missile into this space because, as you know, the quicker you get someone comfortable with a banking infrastructure, right, a banking system, it's sticky. And them going after the younger demographic could be enormous in terms of Square
He's right about that.
Cash App's growth, correct?
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember, you know, when I was 17 years old being at a baseball game and people coming up to me with a clipboard trying to get me to sign up for a credit card for this very reason. Because they know that once they can establish some sort of relationship with you, even if it's a $300 limit credit card, you know, they can expand on that over time, or at least that's their play. And I think Square, PayPal, these are companies that have a real chance of doing it in
super
an effective
fast.
way and getting in there with teenagers.
Over 330, I think Nvidia premiums will start getting a little crazier.
Well done. The parent has to be involved and has
If they can eventually get this market green and get
expect.
Nvidia 330 plus, I think, and even Tesla, if we can get Tesla like 1130 plus,
We all know,
the market's gonna get silly at least for a bit.
First set up my
Me too. 19 years old. My first direct deposit account is the bank.
They're watching. They're buying the Visa. Visa calls too on the flow. We saw some MasterCard calls happening. So this talk here on TD Ameritrade about fintech maybe getting people to get long here on some of these payment services. So we were watching PayPal yesterday. There's PayPal Square. Still haven't really moved a lot yet.
But Andy Swan, I want to thank you for coming on the day before Thanksgiving
Google.
and spending some time with us. We always appreciate what you
Moving
bring
up
to the
again.
show. You have a great day and a great Thanksgiving. All our best to you and your family. Thanks for coming on, Andy. All right, Nick. Let's take a good hard look at Visa, which
Yeah, so that Visa flow coming in right when they're talking about Visa.
News, Nick, and you know, this is something like I said, the fees that they bumped higher. That's why I think this will get resolved over a long period of time, right? Their fees used to be 0.3, and it was frozen there pre-Brexit. Now they've allowed them to go up to 1.1, and that's when Amazon had a problem with it, almost 4 times the normal. Nick, give us your thoughts on Visa before we throw our trade out there.
They're flipping the trend again. So we could have taken some scalp shorts, but I'm more interested in trying to get buys into the uptrend
It's not like they've gone and
than I am
severed all ties,
trying to scalp.
burn the relationship completely to the ground. Right? So you're right.
But you do see the direction on the momentum kind of broke that downtrend there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We'll wait for this trend to flip.
Kroger was the perfect example of that.
That is true. But remember when American Express.
We got the dip happening here on Engine. I'm more interested in buying into the 420s, 430s.
So if this turns
on
into
that.
they don't resolve it and they move on and make their own credit card by themselves.
Yeah, even
through one of these
440s.
other companies, right?
It's the support on that right now.
Whatever it is.
See how that swing high just kind of acted as resistance all the way down. Sellers, not as many sellers. They finally busted it up. Now people are selling up in this 475 range. So we'll set another VWAP there. So now our range here, 443, 470. And we'll wait for that trend to flip there and hopefully off the support. But that's in a blue sky, so
Just a bigger relationship down the road, that would be a big disruption for potentially Visa and ultimately, Amazon too, right? You have to reissue cards and all that kind of stuff. They have so many clients. That's a big logistical task. So time will tell.
Yeah, Nick, this stock got down to right around $195 before, now trading up towards $202. Yeah, what we're going to do is look at something relatively simple just for one.
see that resistance was right at that 325, and that's where the sell occurred. So that will be support later on.
$210 calendar spread. Now all we're looking for, and this is December 3rd, is a move back towards $210.
It's Friday, so here's Monday.
And volume allows us, liquidity allows us, we could extend duration on this trade. And
you can see the support from the anchored VWAP comes from the weekly high.
thus when we do that, we lower the net.
And that's where they're buying it.
Lower the break even.
So that should be support on the way higher if we can continue to move up.
Bottomed out and moved up off its.
Isn't that weird how it works though? Goodness. It's so cool. Alright.
We're going to just get on that move and put on a 5-lot calendar spread here, Nick. As you can see, we're
5 lot. Whoa, dude, calm down with that 5 lot, bro. Come on, man.
Collecting about $22 a day.
You're crazy, man. You're crazy.
This is not the complex trade that we had on in the first segment. It's just
So market sitting here just trying to get positive.
on the upside. Now, if this assumes a bullish posture, Nick. So if you're not
Hello.
bullish, if you're not thinking about
Oh, dude, heck yeah.
this is not
Coming right now.
But make sure you understand, the workings of a calendar spread and the peak, which being that $210 level, which is what you're aiming for. If it works its way up towards there, you would exit the trade in this level. It may not get all the way to that peak if it's pre-expiration. Remember this level right here, this kind of Carolina Panther blue line here, that is expiration day where it would be. So if you don't get up there, then this would just be simply one that you would take off. It could be here, it could be in this range here, but a move towards $210 would be profitable. What's not profitable? Well, two things. A move downward, right? This assumes a bullish posture, or a move past 210 and back out a catastrophic move away from the 210 strike. But we're going to throw 5 of these on, Nick, and we're going to say goodbye to our second segment. Nick Theorakis is going to stick around for one more segment to talk about our third and final name, that is Square. So let's take a quick break, come back in 2 minutes with more Fast Market. We'll see you then, everybody.
Many traders may be willing to take on additional risk in pursuit of aggressive growth in their portfolio. More power to them. But if you're looking for a less risky alternative, you might want to consider checking out our income investing course. In the income investing course, you'll explore investing strategies designed to generate regular income and preserve capital. First, we'll delve into risk and return preferences. You will learn about the different...
All right, there's our buy signal. So now we're going to be looking to get into some dips here.
Deep dive into assets commonly held in income portfolios. Dividend stocks, bonds, equity REITs, and cash. You'll also learn about routines for managing a portfolio over time. Along the way, you'll watch videos, take quizzes, and perform frequent trades to practice new skills. So if you're looking for an edge, consider your education. Head to the education tab on Thinkorswim for the income investing course and a whole lot more.
90 minutes after the dust settles from the opening bell, Trading 360 brings you Wall Street's best traders, analysts, and technicians to give you a 360-degree perspective on the market. We focus on the hottest stocks.
Baba puts coming in. That's an interesting play. I do like that. If this market does tank, Baba, they're buying the 123 puts for $10. I like a couple puts in the bag here. In case this market decides to dive on the FOMC. We'll keep tabs on Baba here. But they were talking about Baba here earlier, breaking that 130. So I'm actually bullish on Baba right now, but I'm going to go with the flow alert. And we'll be looking to buy some more Gaparinos. Tesla breaking back up again.
Market update. U.S. indices holding off lows from earlier this morning. Small caps. Russell bottomed out at 2,300, spot on the 50-day moving average.
Is that right? Oh, the Russell.
4,700, while the Nasdaq remains convincingly above 16,000.
That makes sense, actually.
Basically mixed headed into the midday session, and about what you expect to see.
Hard to be bearish if the Russell is still above its 50-day.
Better than expected economic data this morning is supportive of indices off lows and, well, move up.
I'm really not interested in buying here yet, even though this could spike.
Since 1969, the greenback to just shy of the 97 handle this morning, with the euro, the yen, and most of the other foreign currencies lower. A perfect example is the New Zealand dollar negative, even after the RBNZ went ahead with raising interest rates to 0.75 from 0.50%. Weakness in the Turkish lira, raising some eyebrows and demand for the US dollar. The lira down 11% yesterday and lower the last 11 sessions. Lastly, crude oil little change today after Japan said they would contribute to the collective effort to drive energy prices lower. Japan will release some 4 million barrels.
There's a move to try and take this. By the way, if you guys want this Algo, check the link in the description for our free 7-day trial. More of a boring style of trading here with this moving average, but
posted earlier this week, but some $7 off the highs from earlier this year.
Only take verified signals here.
Your TD Ameritrade network market update. Now back to
The things are looking very good. For more upside.
Welcome back to Fast Market at 1. Kevin Hinks back for our third and
I want to see Nvidia above that 325
the financial risk management director here at
sooner than later.
Trade, has agreed to stick around and join us for one more segment. Nick, let's wrap a big bow around this day.
Hey, I shut that screen, okay? Leave it alone. Go inside, go upstairs. There's too many flies coming in, so I have to leave the screen on there. You want flies in the house? No, I'm not going to keep opening it and shutting it, no.
That's a different show, I guess.
I'm not going to leave it open. No, I'm not going to leave it open. I'm going to open it and get it and shut it.
No, it's not that easy. It's kind of hard to open. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to open it from out there.
Fascinating company all the way around. And Dorsey's done a pretty amazing job of kind of walking and living two lives here.
Let's see. So, bathroom breaks. Gerg is an interesting follow. Follow and listen to the. Oh, yeah. I was just thinking of stock market Hanukkah Rally Week. All right, hey Jasper. Sorry for using your name, but I am looking to get long. I'm very long in a small account with options. It's pretty much all long for the most part. Pretty much all long Apple and Nvidia. Here's that spike back through that structure break. And so there's going to be a nice dip buy later on if we can come back down into this this upper 80 zone. So there you go, Tucson. We're still trying to be long this market as it goes green.
There's shades of difference here, but I think that the bet on
I'm not buying this, but
is there a takeoff in terms of
I do sort of wish I would have listened myself and started adding into this 80s zone.
I think it's probably the most forefront, of pushing for that. So, if you believe in
One boy just bashed the other one, probably in the head.
There's certainly potential to look at the company.
But I don't care. I'm just gonna sit here, see what happens. Eating food.
They all got hit on the news out of Visa and Amazon, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly. But when I look at
hand.
What's that little one thing?
Are you guys fighting? Okay. Well, that's what happens when you fight.
There are other things other than the Cash App actually did better than the Cash App. Their Square Capital is now starting to grow again. So their new
very long.
the Cash App are starting to grow again. But they by the way, they expanded.
Not ES though.
So they keep getting
I have so much. I'm in such profit on ES. I just don't want to give it away, especially right before the FOMC. But if they give me dips while in this uptrend, I'll take them. But I'm not gonna chase way up here.
Right? And I'm sorry, they bought an Afterpay company for $29 billion in stock, which was massive. Yeah, and so that company, if you want to look what that can do to stock, just look at Salesforce when they bought Slack. That can really weigh $29 billion in stock they paid. That was a massive level that they paid. So this has good news and bad.
That's interesting. 29 billion in stock. Does that mean that that means there's a $29 billion seller out there, sort of like what's happening with Tesla?
I'm certainly looking at this name and doing something a little less.
So I'm sitting here short BABA, but
What I looked at here, and I want
I'm starting to use that as sort of an indicator for more upside as well. Because if that's moving up, super bearish stock. That one bottomed out. Yeah, the SPY is going to go nuts.
allows me, Nick, to sell the 195, 190 put vertical for right right around 80 cents. High probability, collecting theta, and risk defined, Nick.
Oh, is he 100% confident? Because if he says that, I'm going to go buy those.
The iron condor. And in this case, we're passively getting long deltas in square by simply doing the short put vertical using the high probability.
Put vertical, huh?
Well, the tables have turned.
Yeah, more fintech talk today.
You remind me, you're taking in a little bit less, right? You're taking.
All right, NVIDIA, let's go, man. Let's break this 325. Let's do it.
Super elevated, but it is a high probability trick, right? So you have to remind yourself here that you're taking in less for a move that
NVIDIA way above yesterday's close. I'm still kind of tracking. Hasn't quite made the trend reversal yet off that 325 level. Next level is likely to be this 330. I'll just track the movements around these levels as it tries to go. Looks good so far, but so far these MAs do get you into a reasonable position to at least profit off of intraday moves. I do like seeing the trend flip. Alright, here's the 325 test and NVIDIA.
Alright, Nick, we're going to throw 5 of these on. Remember, it's collecting theta.
Only up 750 right now. We know NVIDIA can rip 40.
In the December 17th
So this is nothing for NVIDIA for now. Yeah. And this is all happening right before the FOMC. So unless it's some kind of giant bull bait, the market doesn't care. This is some strange action before the FOMC. Especially going into a holiday. They're finally getting these premiums on the put side are cheaper now than the call side. Sort of. But yeah, puts actually here cheap. This might be the market's goal. Get these puts, Tuscan, sorry. Get these puts cheap right before the FOMC and then dive this mother. But they are setting up for a break of this 46.92. I'm tired of this commercial. I know that. I know that for a fact.
For instance, time spreads, like calendars and diagonals, are designed to benefit from increases in implied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After
Your
learning about these
volatility.
strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge.
Look at this NVIDIA here at this. It cannot break this 325.
Trading has changed forever.
Oh, you got the trend flip, so that's good.
Impact on markets.
It's more important than ever to navigate through the frenzy of meme stocks, IPOs, and the next wave of tech.
And that's where we come in, discussing strategies.
XPEP puts coming in for the 50s. Bearish Queb, China stock, coming in for 2 years out. A lot of leaps in long dated puts and calls here. Someone buying some leaps on SoFi. 22s. Tesla at the top of a declining trend line. Good question, man. Let's take a look at it here. What I like to do is take the weekly high, which would have been here, right? Yeah, this is Monday. We'll just see what this anchored VWAP looks like right now. So yeah, up underneath is 1136. You're still in a bearish downtrend for this week. So if they're able to pop this, calls would be in order. I did say start buying calls here. That was as they broke the EMA 16 daily EMA. But you got this divergence here on the momentum. I mean, I guess a pullback would not be unexpected.
Happy Thanksgiving Eve, everyone.
What do you think, man?
Talking alongside Jenny Horn. Welcome to Next Gen Investing. Jenny, overall market, kind of a lazy session here as we kind of wind into the holiday. Of course, a shortened day on Friday as well after the holiday close.
I'll buy calls above 1140.
It feels like
And
Friday
Tesla.
out, and I feel like you can see that reflected in the markets, but we do have a ton of big movers following some third quarter results. So we'll get
Especially if the if ES is above this 4692 and Tesla's above 1140.
Then we will discuss our FOMO
Super
stock
bullish.
today. Today that is in Standard Lithium after a $100 million
Oh, now Tick,
investment in the company. Then we will
Tick
get
was
into
saying
Algo,
earlier
really selling off following their third quarter report. And last but
that
not least,
4696 is a big level. So we're gonna go ahead and highlight this level as probably the 4700, sort of a resistance point. But this 4692 is the one I want. I want to see break
which is
for
surging
more
actually
upside
following their third quarter report.
before I get
They
long.
reported a sharp rise in PC sales and also overall
So they tried to
revenue.
take it higher
The
again.
CEO
Pretty big
highlighted live
pump right there.
projects, which I think are leading to this positive reaction, saying that component constraints will remain an issue in the next few quarters, but their ability to, he said it was mix and match some of their parts was reflected in a stronger than expected quarter. Revenue rose about 9% to just shy of $17 billion, compared to $15 billion reported a year ago. And the stock is up the last 5 days, now on pace for a record percentage increase, and also hitting 52-week highs today. So seeing a very positive move in HPQ.
Yeah, and for those who are maybe newer to the show, of course, upvote, downvote, we're not specifying whether or not we want to recommend or endorse these names or whether or not participation is warranted or not, but rather whether or not we want to explore these stories a little bit further.
Oh, so-
a little bit earlier on this morning.
Yeah, I saw that you said that earlier,
Interesting
but
story, but it's all post earnings now, so for me that's a downvote. But had there not been as many other names that were making big moves or interesting stories attached, very well could have been an upvote on a different day, Jenny.
Yes, so our next thing is also that post-earnings reaction, but seeing some different price activity, and that is Nordstrom now seeing a sizable move to the downside following their worse than expected quarter.
Here's that pop.
And they earned about 39 cents a share, which was
look
actually
at that pop happen right at that 4692 VWAP.
but revenue came in short of analyst
So
expectations.
yeah, definitely our dip buy thesis here was probably okay, even though the trend was down. And then even buying on the trend, confirmation higher. We'll see if NVIDIA can hold this 325 now.
They're also working to improve
I'm definitely not buying this though. We'll wait till it comes back down.
despite some of these global supply chain headwinds, which the
I would
CEO
like this
did
not
mention
to
on his earnings call. Now, Nordstrom
reverse
now
trend
down 5 in the last 6
again.
days. We're just seeing retailers really getting killed. Macy's also lower and now on pace for a record percentage drop. Nordstrom trading right around these 52-week lows, and gosh, down 30% on the day, Alex.
Yeah,
Nordstrom's down 30%. Wow.
Warrants maybe a little bit more discussion. What kind of technical damage has been done or maybe will be done? For more on that, we'll talk with Rick Ducat in a bit. But for me, this is an outflow, just an eye-popping number, and for me, maybe one worth exploring a little bit further.
Definitely one where I want to see the technicals, because Nordstrom has just seen this great underperformance as of recently. But a name that has not seen underperformance is Tesla. Tesla up about 1% on the day, and of course up over 58% year to date. Now, Elon Musk continues to dump his shares, though, selling
Dumping them. He's just dumping them. She says they're just getting dumped.
$1 billion. This is according to an SEC filing.
10% of shares. I mean, that's just dump. Bezos and Zuckerberg selling for months every day. But, you know, Musk is dumping.
$10 billion since the start of November 8th to be exact. And this follows actually him.
All right, so it popped about 4 points there to take out that VWAP there. So that was definitely a short opportunity into that resistance for a scalp, but again, we're just trying to find these trends here to ride. Not really interested in scalping. I want to see a dip into this upper 80s area.
Yeah, Tesla in many ways is just kind of extraordinary in the price action that we see and the velocity of the moves back and forth and the volatility associated with it. Of course, tons of headlines.
Nvidia's still struggling with that 325.
Find its own section within this show.
Not cool, man.
Today,
not cool.
But I do think that this is one that, if it's
Baba,
not on watch
relative
list,
strength.
it certainly found its way on there at times throughout the years. And it's just so extraordinary
Google
because
back
of the
up.
volatility you see, yet it's an over 1 trillion market cap. You typically don't see those two.
But we got NQ underperforming actually now. The Russell's almost a complete reversal, so you almost have all indices green here.
Tech companies. It's just really an interesting one.
Some with short here, some with short here.
In many history books at some point in the future about this one.
Yes, even the amount that we discuss it on the show, because like you mentioned, there's always news in Tesla. It seems like it's impossible to not have a headline on a day when we talk Tesla. But our next name is Alibaba. Again, seeing a different year than Tesla. It's been sort of facing these regulatory headwinds for most of 2021. Now, shares are nearing a 3-year low as of Tuesday's close, and actually this follows many analysts sort of upping or increasing or changing their calls on this name. NIDA maintained a buy rating on Alibaba, but trimmed their price target to $330 a share from $230.
Some Verizon calls coming in. In the monies.
Price target to $200 a
Vito
share
calls coming in. That's Bitcoin. Someone, are they? Is this bearish? Yeah, bearish Bitcoin here.
Already had their earnings. It was last Thursday, and we saw both top and bottom line trail expectations, but revenue growth guidance was lowered to about 20 to 23% from its previous announced 29.7% back in May. Alibaba, though, up on the day. So again, very interesting price activity, because I would say that the analyst news we have today on
They're bottoming it out by covering it like this.
Down 42% this year out.
You tell a bunch of long-term investors that Alibaba is at a 3-year low. I feel like they come in and just buy it because they think cheap, you know.
This is an upvote. I think there's a greater conversation to be had here. You know, many points.
That's a pretty big support line.
Around the regulatory concerns in China. Those, of course, carry merit, but it's not often that you see a whole country with the economy is the size of countries like China, and you look at that situation in the stock market there versus what's going on here in the U.S., and it's just such a head-scratching, again, to use the term eye-popping, stark difference in performance. For me, this is an interesting story and one that I'm willing to explore a little bit further, so it's an upvote.
Yes, and a name that is up today but has seen lowered price activity will also be upvoting Nordstrom, getting absolutely killed today. So to tell us more on these two names is Rick Ducat, TD Ameritrade Network contributor. Rick, we'll start with Nordstrom. I mean, my goodness, this name is causing a ton of headwinds today, and headlines actually, just being that we're seeing such a sizable move lower following their third quarter report.
Yeah, I mean, we joke sometimes on this show, you don't really have to be a technical analyst to see that these charts don't look very good. And Nordstrom is down about 51% since its recent highs this year. Really just a tough day for traders. And, you know, this is why we talk about being risk defined so often on these shows. Imagine you were long heading into this and you had this very extreme price move. That'd be, you know, a situation I certainly wouldn't want to be in. But looking at this this chart that we've got here, we could be near a potential stopping point. It seems like this 22 level was a frequent point of resistance back in the past. I mean, I had to go back a good bit here to find something. This seems like probably the most relevant price point for traders to be watching going forward. Implied volatility is on the lower end of the range. We're only at about in the 37th percentile for the year. The sizzle, however, suggests that options trading today is about 5 times average. 116,000 contracts, slightly in favor of plus at the time I looked at this, but that could change. Very big volume as well a couple times during the previous week. So I think we've all got our work cut out for us today with these ones.
Yeah, lots of carnage out there, Rick, and you know, a little bit of a kind of bearish sentiment when you look at these two charts on a longer term basis. So we're at the offset.
I wonder why they talk about Baba so much.
But Rick, when I look at something like Alibaba, you know, if you're a bear out there in the market, which I'm not sure how many there are anymore, but this is proof that a bear market can't exist for longer than a couple sessions.
Yeah, you know, I had to go back 2 years on our previous chart. I had to go back 5 years for Alibaba to really find a pertinent price level that would be useful to traders during this downward move.
All right, I like this trend that's developing here.
Slide for Chinese stocks across the board in recent days, or not recent weeks, excuse me. You know, off those highs, we're down about 58%, a little over a year ago. Once again, very big volume during these sell-off days, but that level near about 133 was the low point of that gap almost 5 years ago. Prices stopped 3 separate times in the 2018 months. So we're right at that point again here after this massive move downward. Implied volatility is higher today than average. It's you know, in the higher part of
I got a question here in the chat. Was just have a margin account instead of cash account and no unsettled fund rule, because one of the guys has a unsettled fund penalty. That's where you use more cash than that was settled in the account, and that happens a lot. And then you get good faith violations, and if you hit so many of those, then they lock your account up. But if you have a 25K account or more margin account, you can day trade and do whatever you want as much as you want, as long as you maintain that 25K.
Blackjack. You wanted a streamlined version you can access anywhere, no download necessary. And Kim, she wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds.
I really want to buy puts here on spot.
Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders.
Mainly because
Thinkorswim trading.
it's just a good risk to reward now. I don't think you can go down that far, but I'm gonna add the 466 puts for today. Puts are still a little bit overvalued, but
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a
it's good
bottle.
job. Event
At
risk.
certain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk and capture opportunities in every market climate across every major asset class to seize each possibility at precisely.
So definitely net long, but I've got a few puts here.
Opportunity is everywhere.
Trading isn't just a hobby. It's your future. So you don't lose sight of the big picture, even when you're focused on what's happening right now. And Thinkorswim trading is right there with you to help
They didn't really give us much of a dip into this level here, so
platform full of customizable tools.
we're probably not going to do any more trades until after FOMC, just to protect profits.
Because we take trading as seriously as you do.
If you had had me yesterday, I'd be loading 20 contracts right now and then blowing the account. We're going to try to avoid doing that today. Just observe these premiums as the distribution starts to get a little bearish.
Afternoon before the Thanksgiving holiday.
also joined
Premiums
as well
are
by Team
still
Ameritrade Network
overvalued to
Trader
the
Rick
downside.
Ducat. Talk a little bit
So
more
people
retail
still
here.
really scared
Kind of
here.
got the old guard and sort of the new guard, but focused overseas, let's say. In,
Yeah, I like this trend flip.
and Alibaba.
Yeah, so we'll start with Nordstrom seeing a move almost 30% lower, hitting a 50.
And so far from my bottom call there, we're up about 30
today,
points now, 33 points.
Say that the report wasn't as
So if I'd have just
awful as
bought,
stock is making it
loaded the
seem,
bottom,
diving
loaded
into
that
the fact
support
they
there
rose
at
their
the bottom,
EPS, they missed their revenue just
we'd
slightly,
be up
but
very,
they also
very
reaffirmed
handsomely right
some
now.
guidance, so it's confusing. What is going on in Nordstrom today?
That's kind of a big question there. But from a technical perspective, I actually think we could be nearing perhaps a potential stopping point here based on that old support I identified. But, it's really tough in these situations too. It can be very tempting to try to find the bottom or pick a bottom when there's this extreme move like this. It can be really dangerous to do that. Just please use caution if you're thinking about doing that today, or especially trying to add to a position that's already underwater during these things. I mean, that's kind of textbook no thing to do there. So just keep all that in mind. But really, this chart
Textbook
has
is
been,
don't average down, he
steady
says.
downward movement since we've seen our year highs in March there, trending downward along those peaks from May and August.
Just more confirmation of an uptrend here. So very strong trends to the upside happening. Here's the zone where we're going to get a little nervous here.
Extreme downfall today. So the relevant price levels that I was
I think anyone who's against it is not
peeling
peeling garlic.
Our negative 50% linear regression channel in that lavender color is relatively close to our recent lows, right around 25 to 26 or so. If things do recover and start to trend back
I love how this
that could
trend
be a
went
point where
bullish
traders might
here,
expect to see
and
a
it's
little
just
bit
been
of resistance
nonstop
based
up.
on these, old support becoming new resistance as price changes. And also, it seemed interesting to me that price was really hugging that lower linear regression 50% channel there. So that could be a potentially important stopping point if things do start to recover.
The 4700s from a bottom of about 120 today. They're trading $4 now.
22 level,
So
that old
4x
resistance we
from
pointed
the
out in the
lows.
past. That would be the first point many traders would probably
About
be
4x.
looking
It's more
at.
like a
But if things
3.5x or
continue to
so.
falter, that linear regression minus 100% channel, that's based on the most extreme closing prices during the previous year. So
Interesting. Man, you really have a lot of problems with
based on this indicator, you might think that prices are getting a little too extreme and a little too stretched. RSI
getting doxxed, having your credit card stolen.
Territory today.
What is, man? You're just a
this
mark,
is
aren't you?
often regarded as a sign of further weakness to come. So really choose what you want to do carefully before you start getting mixed up with a name like this on a day like today, is what I would say.
No kidding, and seeing that
He's right about that. I mean, I agree. That's some good advice. Why buy something getting destroyed when the market is recovering so strongly?
Alex, I think Rick highlighted something that was very important.
The market's dirty like this. Where Monday it was a super bearish day, but we only closed 0.22%, and then today's super bullish, and we're only up 0.09%. And so it's kind of dirty like this, where they they conceal the moves in a way with the opens.
I wanted to make sure that we highlight
They
why
open it real low, they buy it up, but it doesn't look like it's super bullish. So it's kind of like a hidden bullish move. Maybe because they don't want people getting too crazy bullish just yet until they start gapping it up even more. The downtrend, they gapped it. They had a super bearish Monday, then they gapped it low and then bought it up. So kind of just imagine they're going to do the same thing with the upside. Premiums to the upside still cheap relative to the downside. So until those start getting more expensive, or at least balancing out, I don't see where this market stops going up. And I would be buying here if FOMC wasn't coming up, where they like to do the rug pull action, which is why I bought the SPY put, in case they do try to rug pull it. At least I'll catch some premium to the downside. But if I see a spike into, say, 46, a spike down into the 46, 70 zone and 80 zone, I'm definitely into buying this dip. Now this VWAP here is from the day's low, so that's the average volume price coming off of today's low, which would be another potential buy point, would be another dip.
And of course, break-even would be
They could crater it, but that would, in order for this market to crater, they would have to be like, yeah, we're raising rates next week, you know.
And we have time on our side here.
Otherwise, it's just going to cause some volatility as puts start getting closed out. The volatility
a little bit over a month actually.
risk, basically all that volatility gets unwound. All those puts get closed, and then it causes a gamma squeeze.
Whether or not they have a similar outlook, but there could be
That's what I think is going to happen.
Adjust this position or roll, as it's often referred to, at different points in the future.
Which maybe, of course,
And then
needed
Friday
such a negative reaction
will be open till about 1 p.m. Central, so that's what, like 3.5 hours.
But Rick, next we have
And do a lot of work in
Algo,
3.5 hours.
today, up over 1%, but still getting
If you
pretty
include
much
the after
held on
hours
the
too.
year
I don't
now,
actually know when
22%
futures
year to
close
date, down this month, down
for
this
Thursday.
week
Do they
still.
even
So,
close
interesting, I
on the
can imagine
holidays?
From a technical standpoint, on an up day, a stock that's been pretty beaten up.
I thought we might have a hard time finding a worse looking chart than Nordstrom, but you know, here we are. And Alex made an excellent observation a minute ago, I think. You know, it's kind of like if you were trying to make some kind of play, the move has already happened. We're already significantly down. This actually might be the time to try to wait for some kind of, bear flag pattern or bear pennant type pattern or something like that where price gets a little bit of a bounce. Then you might try to establish a new short position or something as price rises a little bit after this kind of beating it's taking today. Once again, not necessarily advice or a suggestion of what's going to happen.
So he's using a linear regression channel. Look how price comes right into that VWAP and it just chills there.
I honestly really don't have a ton to say about this particular.
And so this VWAP here is the
abysmal, you know, very
the high of the open candle, the open 5-minute candle for the week.
160, just above that point, is a level that maybe you should keep an eye on in the the coming weeks and months or whatever. Oftentimes, if things do recover, it can retest the point of this gap before continuing in the original direction. We're quite a good bit away from that point either, so that might be a bit of a reach. I think perhaps a more likely stopping point for a potential uptrend would be near that linear regression line here, about 152 in blue there. Moving on to point B.
Vaxar up 2.5% now. What's going on with Vaxar?
Could be another potential stopping point for this brutal decline here, right around 133. That's the old support that I highlighted right on our first chart there, our 5-year chart, and it lines up roughly with our linear regression minus 50% channel. So this could be a sign that prices are getting a little bit stretched currently. Whether that would, last or continue into some kind of longer uptrend, who knows at that point. But for a shorter term play, this could be a potentially interesting point to watch. Just below that, the lower extreme based on our recent price history would be that linear.
Vaxar up about 2.5% now. What is the news? Anything?
Once again, looking at the RSI near point C, we did cross over into the oversold area today. Another just word of caution, it can stay in the overbought or oversold areas for a very, very long time. It's not an indication that it's necessarily a mean reversion type indicator. That's usually a sign that the trend is going to continue in the given direction until it crosses back out of the oversold area or overbought area.
Yeah, Rick, it doesn't take much technical expertise to understand that severe downtrend this stock has been in, and you highlighted watching these 111, 133, and 152 price points, but man,
come on, NVIDIA, give me that $2 spike. Just to confirm we're going to continue
Thank you so much for your thoughts. Happy Thanksgiving. We are almost to Thanksgiving at this point. That's Rick Ducat, TD Ameritrade Network contributor. So, Alex, looking at a trade in this name, it's difficult because also Alibaba isn't the only name seeing this price action. We're also seeing it in JD.com, other Chinese peers that have dealt with these regulatory headwinds.
Pen flow coming in
going to be, or at least in the near
next
term,
week, bullish on the ask. I don't like Planet Pen, but it's $10 up.
And of course, we
So
know
a
there's some
17% move for
price
Pen.
action that we've seen as of late that produced
What's coming up down the pike for Pen?
again, the difference between this and Nordstrom.
I sort of like this consolidation here, right at this VWAP, but there's just, it kind of indicates that there's a seller here, right above there. So I'm going to wait for a breakout.
So you don't have that catalyst you can point to and say, oh, is this the bottom? Is this going to continue? Because it's really just kind of
there's Nvidia's spike finally. The seller's probably gone from that 325.
But it has an omnidirectional component.
There are quite a few strikes in here as well, so we're just going to track the option strikes. So it's probably like a 220, 327.50 in here.
Skewed put butterfly. Essentially, we're going to break this into the component parts.
So we're just going to put those as our probably our next resistance level there before it goes up. But as long as it's above this VWAP here, this is the weekly high VWAP, so definitely looking higher.
If it just stays completely out of the money as it is now, we would keep our credit.
There's our movement higher here as the seller kind of goes away.
$1 credit or $100 net of any fees.
Let's see this kind of turn back up again.
So that's anything above 125. If at expiration it was exactly 120,
sort of looks like bait to me.
Theoretically,
into the FOMC, but
there, which is a very low probability event.
I will not be mad if I'm wrong about that, because
we would keep our credit, that would work
small account right now is doing very well, or positioned very well.
And then of course, because of that, it actually is a very low break-even, Jenny. The break-even is all the way down to 114. We have that $5 wide.
Taking a little bit of risk off here on some of this.
It lowers that break-even by that much, and then our $1 credit. So our break-even is 114. That's a full $21 lower than we're trading right now. That's tremendous.
So you see this distribution on the SPX calls. This was a lot wider earlier, so the distribution kind of centering in on this 4,700. As we see premiums to the upside and downside sort of start to close in on each other, they're still not quite 2x the price of calls, but it's starting to balance itself out here on the chain for SPX. And of course it's centering in on that 4,700, which is what I've been watching the last couple of days, that 4,700 being probably the key to catching this trend. Tesla moving up off that 1120, that's great. We want to see this level, so this would be the same thing as with Nvidia above this already, and so you can see the difference in the charts here. So much more bullish on Nvidia actually than Tesla. But as you got closer to expiration, so they break the momentum there, so another move higher. And also mark this low that it made today.
As soon as you get to 125, it starts to accelerate then back up.
So there's your range right now for Tesla.
But this is a stock that's gotten beat up. This is a high probability strategy that would look to.
Well, now he's calling for his 46.96 target achieved, but it's only 46.93, and you weren't exactly super bullish here. You were saying move down is more likely anyway. So take active like he called that.
Standard lithium up almost 18% on the day. Coming up next.
Yeah, Tesla, nice move here. We definitely want to see these two moving up.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you.
I'm going to clean this up just a bit. I'm probably going to remove this guy, because these are kind of all trending together. And so we'll just leave it like that. Same thing here. I don't want too many redundancies on these VWAPs if they're kind of confluencing together like that. We'll just take the most important ones. Because there's a spread here, I want to keep this one. Still cheap. Calls are still cheap. But the range has come way in. Dick always right with his half full, half empty targets. Exactly, man. He said, he throws it out in such a general way that he can be right no matter what. Make a call. Hey, we're going to 46.96, and then stick with it, and then say I was wrong. That's the only thing his analysis is okay, but that's the only thing that annoys me, because it's like you have to try and read into what he's saying, and then if he's right or wrong, it doesn't matter, because you know he said it in such an ambiguous way. He's never even. He's never wrong because of that. But it's kind of a good way to look at trading too, is just to assume you're wrong and come up with this kind of a strategy and game plan, and just basically just look at the downside only. Like, just I trade best when I'm only concerned about the downside. Here's again weekly planning levels, market profile, education content now, exclusive posting on Substack, best platform for long format posts. Make sure you subscribe if you're not already. So now he's hawking his Substack because he hit a trade.
And it's not often that I think we're looking at names that are kind of tied to a mineral or a resource as opposed to
so
some type of
I could have taken this trade here and then taken this one here as well, but I don't like trading into this mess, even though this is what I would have done yesterday, and this is kind of what blew me up. I'm not going to trade into this mess. I'll wait for it to come back down again and maybe start accumulating some contracts here for a reversal, but I don't want to buy into the trend, because that killed me yesterday.
But it's seeing a positive
Buy
move today.
into
We can only talk moves lower today as we are ahead of this Thanksgiving
the
holiday
higher parts of the
evening that make
candles.
me happy. And this is one of them. Seeing that
Kind of
big
see
move
this
to the
rolling
upside
over
today,
a little bit
but more
here.
notable than that, up almost
The
300
momentum is coming way
this
down.
year. So my goodness, on a year-to-date chart, this stock is really outperformed and seeing some crazy
Yeah,
price
the call's
activity.
still cheap.
But what Standard Lithium does is they are a materials company. They call themselves America's 21st Century Lithium Company.
I do like
What that
seeing
means
this
is they operate in many different
consolidation
areas.
on
They
the
operate mainly a flagship
standard distribution.
project
So again, they're centering in on this 4,700.
acres of what they call a Lanxess project.
So you basically got,
located in
30
Arkansas.
points to the
And they
downside,
plan
30
to
points to the
leverage
upside,
existing infrastructure and
effectively
permits
right
to
here.
fast-track this project
Small
by
account
securing
taking a little bit of a
resources
beating
through
here
agreements
as
with
the market
region's
just kind of
largest commercial
kills
brine
theta
operator.
into the
So
FOMC,
the
and that's
result today was
kind of
they
what's
announced
happening right now.
cost strategic platform
So I say, if
with
you're in
subsidiary
calls,
Algo
it's better just to
Investment
wait till
Group. Well, they gave
the volatility
$100
comes
million
back
investment in the
before you make any
company
decisions.
through direct private placement.
I didn't
Now,
buy
they
too
will
much.
issue
I mean, I'm still in.
13.5 million common shares
I just took profits on a ride call that I had.
$7 as part of the
We're sitting
deal.
in some
And they
puts
said
in
in
case they
this
try to
press
dive this
release
real
they will
fast.
explore strategic opportunities with cautious subsidiaries to
So
develop
trying to be
process
strategic into
equipment
this
supply, engineering,
potential
procurement,
volatility.
and construction services. So the
If they do
proceeds
pop
will be
this
used to advance
Nvidia,
the first commercial project, which will be near El Dorado,
we'll start
Arkansas.
taking profits
So
on
a lot
those
happening in
350s.
Arkansas. I feel like this is a state we've talked about a lot lately, Alex, that who would have thought all of these companies would be based and operating so heavily in Arkansas?
Yeah, and I believe this one is actually headquartered in Vancouver, but this is, of course, kind of the U.S. side of their investment, and then the Coke strategic platform.
But if you want this algorithm, here it is in the link in the description. Get a free trial. You get access to all the algos. I only have access to about 5 of them, but there's I think 13. So definitely worth the free trial at least. And then if you want to stay in, I think it's about $150 a month to get access to everything, all the education and the Discords and blah blah blah. Anyone ever subscribed to Sam Trader? His BS on his picks are a real deal. That's funny.
So if we're using the analogy of, let's say, the gold mining back in the day, or whatever it may be, it's sort of like a gold miner for gold as opposed to direct investment into lithium. But you're talking about something that has uses beyond just being some type of a storage of value. So this one's gone a little
I mean,
bit
I can't
crazy
knock
over
on
the past few
Sam
months
Smarter
because
Trader
it's
ever,
tied
because
to
that dude is
and all
he's
that,
definitely a
right?
beast
So given the excitement that
when it
we've
comes to
seen,
trading.
But Jenny, I want to talk about an example.
I've seen him
trade
hit
on this
so
because it's
many
a lower
multi-baggers
price name, and it's one that I think again it's in
that
this follow
I
segment,
can't.
so there's this kind of sky's
He
the
traded
limit
that
right
crash
now
like
kind
it
of an
was
outlook on these
like
sort
it
of
was
names
nothing.
that
So
find their way into this segment because
I was in the
of
group
moves
during
that they've
Smarter
had.
Traders
The stock was sub
the
$2
crash
a year
last
ago,
year,
now upwards of
and
10.
we
Of course, it
people
was high as
tore it
over
up.
14. So
typically when we're looking at names in this
And
category,
we basically just traded the news the whole way down. Group, the chat caught the bottom, called it the Ackman bottom. I'm sure other people did too, but when Ackman was on CNBC crying, saying there was going to be blood in the streets, that ended up being the bottom of the market on March 23rd, or somewhere around there.
You have the right to 100 shares of stock at a particular price that is called the strike price. So in this case, we went out to December.
So we're still sitting here, just waiting. Options chain again, you know, shrinking down, kind of telling us where the market wants to pin itself, anyways. Up or down.
And so let's say it's about $3 now. Well, whatever the debit spent, that's your risk on the trade. So,
so we got rid of Ride, we got rid of JD, we have TTD relative strength, but I'm not playing it right now.
Theoretically, is it's going to replicate stock if you exercise that right and actually bought those shares. It's a little bit more capital efficient than just buying those shares. And of course, it does have an expiration date, so it goes out to December, but it's risk defined as well, Jenny. So at $2.50 for $3, you know the risk going in. In that break.
What's up, man? What's up, Cuny?
That debit price added to the strike price, so at $3 it'd be a $10.50 break even, $2.50 would be a $10 break even.
And I think something worth noting is we often talk about how it's a little bit sometimes, you know, scary to trade a stock right at these all-time highs to do maybe a bullish position, but this stock is still.
It's funny they say don't buy BABA at all-time lows, but then they say don't buy a stock at all-time highs. So when did they buy stocks?
It is still not back to
It's hard to buy it at all-time highs, but don't buy BABA on all-time lows. So you basically, if a stock is at all-time anything, then you don't buy it. You don't trade it. You only trade it in the middle. That's what they're saying.
But it's a lower price stock, and we're buying an in-the-money option, seeking to eliminate as much of that time value as we can, knowing that there will likely still be some working against us, but this is still a trade that we look to benefit from an upside move. So if you were optimistic on a name like SLI, then a move higher would benefit this one, and this is a strategy that could be considered.
And perhaps also if you were bullish on, say, lithium and its uses going forward, and look at the stock and it's run up 340% this year, you know, that's also another way to sort of look at it. But that does it for our FOMO segment today, Alex. Now coming up next, we will talk
So don't FOMO, and also don't buy the dip. So these guys only want you to buy the VWAP, the all-time VWAP price. That's their only advice is to buy the middle. Makes sense. Ater is up top. What in the world? Okay, so coming up on the EMA, the daily EMA here. But wow, Ater with the Ripper. Very nice trend. Oh, is that right? Okay, wow. These are way behind. Goodness. Alright, so the price action right now, completely above all the VWAPs for the week. But you still have the zone here. 96 to 4,700 would probably be a pretty big zone. Look where price is trading exactly at this 92.25 pretty much. Crazy how these VWAPs work, man. I'm telling you, these anchored VWAPs, they're too good. Genius that came up with the anchored VWAP. I know that Trend Spider lets you use those. I'm gonna go back and mess with that.
Thinkorswim Trading equips you with customizable tools.
They let you do anchored VWAPs on the
trader community sharing strategies right on the platform. Because we take trading as seriously as you do. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. I'm Alex Coffey alongside Jenny Horn. Jenny, it's
time to talk Autodesk, which is, again, I think this is the third or fourth time I've said it, but eye-popping in the sense of how much this stock is under pressure today. But for those unfamiliar with the company of Autodesk, which I'm not sure how you entirely could be given its tremendous moves over the last year, but it isn't maybe the most interesting of names, but it is interesting on where it fits because it's a software and services kind of company, Jenny. But it has a little bit more of a cyclical bent because it's a little bit more in the engineering field. It's computer-aided drawing. We were just talking about over the break that it was kind of a bummer if you were in the shop class in junior high and you got the computer-aided drawing module. But as I've gotten older, I think I appreciate this kind of tech a lot more than I appreciated learning about it.
You know, I don't know if I agree. I think I didn't get a very good grade in shop class, and it does remind me a little bit of
Here's that
Autodesk,
reversal.
but what's even more interesting than just our thoughts on Autodesk,
Little bit of
their
probably
reaction
profit taking
following
into the
Q4
FOMC.
results, which, again, I would say similar to what
But
I said
not
in Roadshow.
anything to be
It seems
worried
like the
about,
results
that's for
weren't
sure.
that bad, but I'll just break it down. They reported third quarter earnings that beat estimates but rose 28% from last year. They also reported sales that narrowly exceeded forecasts and rose 18% year over year, but I think much attention was paid on their guidance. They revised their forecast for the fourth quarter, estimating revenue to come in slightly below their previous forecast, and they anticipate their fourth quarter earnings to now be between $141 and $147 a share, which was below expectations previously.
I love
They also reduced
buying
their
here on
billings and their
these
free cash flow
in
guidance
this support
between
here,
100
but
and 150 million.
not into
And
FOMC.
really following that, we saw a lot of the concerns over 2022 and their fiscal year going forward regarding supply chain and pandemic-related concerns. And the CEO actually highlighted that some of the pandemic-related concerns have worsened and continued longer than they had expected. Now we saw a flurry of analysts really update their price targets.
Just a
on Autodesk
disgusting move
following
from
this
Pro.
report. Even though a lot of
I
their
had that
long-term
puppy at
outlook
6
still
cents.
remains positive. I really wanted to highlight that.
I did
because
not hold
a
on
lot
to
of
it
them
long
updated
enough,
their
that's
price
for sure,
targets, did
but
not
that's
update
okay.
their ratings, which is something to keep in mind. Stifel, Credit Suisse, Mizuho, Baird, JP Morgan, Barclays,
Alright, so
Oppenheimer,
we're gonna
just
set up
among some of the analysts trimming their price targets on this name. But
potential
now
buys
on
here
its
at like
largest
88.
close since November of 2020, and the largest percentage drop.
That's because we were
since
talking
November
about
of
how crappy it was
2005.
yesterday.
So, my goodness, I mean, this is not a good day for Autodesk, to say the least, and the stock has been crushed over the last month, down about 20% month to date.
Yeah, you don't want to put too much into one specific company's story on what that might mean for things going forward, but this is a company that if you were positive on an outlook going forward for the economy, particularly with all this talk around infrastructure and things getting built and construction and manufacturing, this is a company that I think many would have pointed to and say, hey, maybe this will have a positive movement going forward, given its direct exposure to that space. It's a little bit more cyclical, even though it is within the software as a service category. And so I think it's a little bit head scratching, especially if you still have very, very strong outlooks going forward, how you factor this into that thesis. But again, just one name with one story within a giant international market.
They're not going to let me buy here, and that's okay.
Off the page here today, Jenny, down $50, which is a huge move. You can't underscore that enough. But I want to talk about an example trade real quick on it because it has had quite the run lower. And again, if you are optimistic going forward, this could be, in some investors' eyes, as an overreaction, but maybe still acknowledging that, hey, it's hard to pick bottoms and names, and you want to do things in a risk-defined manner and strategic way.
A space
Just going kind of back to the
21 call, $24.
Strategy of selling the put vertical. This allows us to control the risk at order entry. Going out to December 23rd, as that was an amount of
Alright, so we
time that
see
below 240,
premiums
which if you
coming
look at the
way
chart,
down into
is
this
kind of a
FOMC.
congested area from the
Volatility
past
coming
that maybe
way
could act
down.
as a level of support, but also allowed us to get a $5 wide strike selection.
know explosion is about to happen.
230, do this for about $1.50 credit. That would be a break even of 233.50. Max profit potential on this neutral to bullish strategy of a possible 150 minus any transaction fees and total risk of 350 if it was below 230 past December 23rd.
TTD with the relative strength, man. That thing is up $5 from the low. Of like 101 this morning.
235, but
given its move today, that could be a tall glass of water, a little bit more.
Google
than
up.
you would have thought.
Finally got green.
Yes, I mean, this move I think has been sort of unprecedented, and it's very wise to be risk defined in this name. As we've said over and over again regarding this earnings season, it seems like these moves are to the downside pretty sizable, and this is a name now that's been on pace for its worst 3-day stretch since 2008. So you could say maybe some of picking the bottom obviously is impossible, but maybe the stock has been hit enough. But of course, we do not know that for fact, so it's always good to keep your risk defined, just to be careful and not put all of your eggs in one basket, so to speak, Alex.
Yeah, exactly right. And so we'll see how things unfold for Autodesk going forward. It had a very nice run to start the year, and giving back a lot of that now over the last few sessions, really highlighted by today's. But we're going to take our final short break of the program. We get back, it's time for Under 30, where we're going to highlight a payment services sector name called Marqeta. We'll be right back.
Oh man, they got this in a buy here. Off that support. Are they gonna take this thing even higher? Goodness.
Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webpage and start learning today.
I'm searching for info on options trading, and look, it feels like I'm just wasting time.
That's why TD Ameritrade designed the first-of-its-kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored to fit your investing goals and interests, and it learns with you. So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
Well, except now you're binge learning.
See how you can become a smarter investor with a personalized education from TD Ameritrade. Visit tdameritrade.com/learn.
Brings you Wall Street's best traders, analysts, and technicians to give you a 360-degree perspective on markets. We focus on the hottest stocks driving market headlines and spotlight disruptive companies and new technologies exciting today's investors. Watch Trading 360 with Nicole Pedalides weekdays at 11 a.m. Eastern on the TD Ameritrade Network.
Trader, here are a few stocks to watch this hour. Morgan Stanley lowered Snap's price target to $65 from $85 and kept an overweight rating on shares. The analyst believes the online ad market continues to expand, with ad dollars becoming even more linked to actual transactions. However, due to difficult year-over-year comps and headwinds because of the IDFA, he is lowering his fiscal 2022 and 23 revenue forecasts.
Morgan Stanley, she said he is, so he's actually doing it. He's actually lowering it. Morgan Stanley's still alive.
The analyst says its third quarter results were healthy, but sees few catalysts and a slower growth rate due to cloud transition headwinds. He therefore values the stock at a notable discount to the large cap.
I want to load this
and fuel cell energy
E&J right here, but
fuel cells in Long Beach will produce
really hard for me to buy here.
Of electricity and 1.2 tons of hydrogen per day for Toyota's zero-emissions heavy-duty fuel cell portal trucks before they leave the processing center.
Try a little
Fuel
test
cell
buy
shares
here.
are trading higher today, but are still well below its high this year of 29.44. This has been your TD Ameritrade Network Market Update. Now back to Next Gen Investing with Alex Puffy and Jenny Horn.
But that, these two cryptos are on fire right now.
Thank you,
It's a
Maria.
little bit of a weakness.
Alongside Jenny Horn,
Yes.
you're watching Next Gen Investing here on the TD Ameritrade Network. Jenny, it's time for Under 30. Today, I think we've
And a
got
sell
some-
signal developing
it's
on ES
Marqeta,
right
and, some
before.
interesting news here within the payment space.
Yes, and
the
Marqeta has been
FOMC.
one of these names that hasn't been completely immune to some of this recent weakness we've seen really across the payment space. Names like MasterCard and Visa, but also names like Square and PayPal that were once sort of the 2020 darlings of this fintech space and have seen this recent selling. But now
What is that?
Marqeta
Oh,
provides
today
market issuing and
we're
payment
doing the
solutions.
dawn.
Something I thought worth noting
From
is
the
some of
first
most
day
popular
only, I've only
customers
got
include names like Affirm, DoorDash,
the
Instacart,
moving
Klarna,
average
and
only. That's the
Square.
only thing I'm
They
playing
had
right
news
now.
today
So I
actually
don't have
teaming
like
up
the
with
baseline in there,
MasterCard and marketplace payment
or anything.
company
Even though the baseline
PayPal
caught a
to
pretty good
launch a
buy
digital
here at the
card
bottom.
product. We're seeing the stock up 8.5% on the
We're
day.
coming right back to
MasterCard
that
actually getting a
baseline.
decent pop up 2.5%. So to tell us more about this name is George Tillis,
We'll
TD
leave that up
Ameritrade
for now,
Network
just
contributor. George, Marqeta, I believe
see if
we've
that
talked mainly
breaks.
with you before, but what's going on with this name and how is the market really reacting?
But yeah,
to this
just
MasterCard
trading
news?
that moving average right now.
Yeah, well, I think overall, I mean, if you look at the
I wanted to
digital
clean it
payment
up a little
space,
bit. I
we're
think I
also
had too
moving
many
as of late
indicators
because of
yesterday
the
going down.
technology
That
and growth
Ishimoku
stocks,
one.
which I think are sort of
Just using the VWAPs here and
from a market standpoint. Marqeta's an
and
interesting
the
company.
moving
At the end of
average
the
as
day, it's
the
really
signal.
provides this unified card
Still using
functionality,
Heiken-Ashi.
virtualized card
I can't get away from it.
issuing,
I
like
just cannot use
issuance, like
candlesticks
credit cards,
anymore.
But it's again a virtual card. It's essentially an all-in-one unified payment solutions network or software, but it also again is fully integrated. Everything from banking, lending, payment solutions, small business management, as well as buy now, pay later, and on-demand services.
But this MMMA is a pretty solid indicator for trend. So definitely, and the way I think it triggers is basically if the dot closes below the previous dot, then that's going to signal a trend flip. You can see how it works pretty well here. Even here it flipped. Price tried to push up. It didn't really matter. It came back down. So we're still above the baseline and above a bunch of support. So I'm not too bearish here.
Visa and MasterCard, and now integrating their technology alongside MasterCard.
But we do see it testing that level here, so I mean, they could be setting up for a sell right before the FOMC. Tesla moving up anyways. Tesla don't care.
Delivering can actually be issued a card where they can, of course,
Nvidia coming back into that 324.
Also receive remittances and payments on their behalf. It's easy for DoorDash to track these payments utilizing technologies that Marqeta.
So if we get another buy signal here, I'm not sure if I'm going to take it or not. Just because I kind of want to wait for the FOMC moves to happen, but I might take a contract.
Or some of these things that we see from some of these bigger companies.
Well,
On
that's
a buy
question.
signal.
I think the ecosystem. The other thing is you also have to think about the network. I mean, that's at the end of the day what Visa and MasterCard are. They're technology companies, and the lock that they have.
Am I? No. I mean, I could short here, I guess. I really don't want to short.
Haven't really breached the enterprise level customers, and I think that's the focal point for.
Not after a move like what's happening right now with stocks moving up. And
DoorDash and Uber, for instance.
we could dive. I have puts in case we dive, but I'm net long here.
It's all about businesses optimizing and becoming more.
But you could definitely get a short signal here showing up.
Integrating their modern card issuing. They want something that's a little bit faster, cheaper, and again something that's also trackable and flexible. And that's what.
But really, if they do give us a short signal, I mean, I'd be more inclined to be buying on the dip around here.
Side of the equation, I think if you look at Marqeta, they're really focusing the target markets on small and medium-sized businesses.
I don't know. What are you trying to do, Cooney?
Optimized relationship that they've now generated with MasterCard. That seems to be again a relationship that both companies would benefit from, because MasterCard seems to have lost its way when it comes down to the adaptation of digital and virtualized card issuances and the growth in this particular industry, where Marqeta seems to shine, but it didn't have essentially a big partner. And now it seems to have found its way with that big partner with MasterCard. And that gives them access now to a global network, not necessarily one that's domestically driven.
So George, I'm curious, because I know obviously Marqeta is this software like you described, but how do they fit into this broader payment space? Because you mentioned how they operate mostly with small to mid-sized businesses at a cheaper price.
Oh, that's a good question. How to use the super DOM? Basically, you can place limit orders in there, And you can just hit market for buy and sell. So if I want to sell, limit up here, I want to buy, limit down there. Just going to spoof the market a little bit with my one contract. But yeah, you're just looking at the ladder here basically.
I think it has to do with their technology. It's really
And then it'll track your contract size right here, but right now it's just showing me as flat.
Focal point relative to the other payment processing behemoths that you mentioned. So their software seems to have great functionality, ease of use, and the other thing is customizability. And that is an element of program as a service or programmable as a service software. That's what businesses really like to see, something that's customizable, easy to use, and flexible. And I think all of those attributes make Marqeta more of a value proposition from a software standpoint. So again, you have to look at them not necessarily as a network company or a financial services company, but a software that is essentially underpinning these payment networks. And so that's where we have to kind of fit Marqeta in this vertically integrated model, of business to businesses, business to consumers, but also looking at the financial center or financial networks associated with processing payments, as well as
all right, so Nvidia back down.
That's another thing that Marqeta seems to be
under that 325.
Underappreciated. It comes down to
So
small,
just kind of
medium-sized business functionality.
giving us a sell signal on the 5 minute.
And of course, application management, and that's essentially
It's kind of a leading indicator to the market, I would say. It means this is likely to break trend up here.
PayPal, MasterCard, Visa.
Really interesting stuff. And George, so recently we heard from Bernstein. They talked about PayPal in particular, but I think
But like I said earlier, I mean, I'm in such profit right now. I really am hesitant to be doing anything here, especially right in front of the FOMC. Give back all those funds.
Many point to things like digital assets is really shaking things up as well. So what are the risks outside of what you talked about, which is just tremendous barriers to entry for a company like Marqeta?
All right, you got the official sell
I think at the end of the day,
on ES, our first one of the day.
Similar type of technology or integrating their business. I mean,
We'll see if it leads to anything here.
Square essentially are competitors.
That's interesting. Right before the FOMC, so we'll see if that plays out.
These are again attributes to a software like Marqeta, but tokenized payments. I think this
Premiums
is something else
really
that's very
contracting here,
attributable or
but still
absolute
favoring the
value
call
generated
side.
For a company like Marqeta. It's basically the next generation of credit card issuances, and these are again virtualized payment solutions versus again physical credit cards, or even of course cards that are scanned via phone like Apple Pay or Google Pay. So
We can kind of get ready
down
to
integrating back office
offload
operations
these
and back office software. That's essentially what
SPY
small
puts
medium-sized
here.
businesses want to see fully integrated, versus again having sort of two different software platforms that serve again two different purposes. I think Marqeta's software attacks essentially both. They do application management, integration with back-end software for small, medium-sized businesses, but also front-end payments. And I think that's, again, sort of an all-inclusive kind of technology that businesses like to see.
Yeah, and George, you'd be hard-pressed to find someone that's used one of these virtual wallets like an Apple or Google Pay and dislikes it. I mean, it truly does make your consumer life so much easier to not have to carry your wallet around. But as always, thank you so much for joining us, and happy Thanksgiving. We're almost at the holiday,
it's so inconvenient for me to carry my wallet with me.
So Alex, we're
Goodness.
seeing markets still
It's
sort of not being able to find
ridiculous.
their footing. A lot of this due to some of these retail earnings we discussed, but we are almost at Thanksgiving. I just
Shouldn't have to
keep
carry
talking
my
about that, like,
wallet
mentally it's Friday.
around and
Yeah, no, and I can
in
feel
my
my
pocket
stomach
with
rumbling
money in it.
anticipation. I was, trying to hold off eating too much to save room for a big meal tomorrow. But on behalf of yourself and myself and everybody else here at the TD Ameritrade Network, we wish all the viewers that we are so thankful for a great holiday for Thanksgiving, and we'll see you next week. Before diving into the markets, prepare for the trading day with the Market Minute newsletter. Videos, market insights.
Dude, is this the pie, Manny?
Right to your inbox. Go to
Bro.
TDAmeritradenetwork.com, click on the pop-up to subscribe now. Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a
Dude, I'm so excited.
interactive learning at its finest. Either live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcast and start learning today.
Definitely ominous. They're throwing this sell signal out right before the FOMC.
I'm searching for info on options trading, and look, it feels like I'm just wasting time.
That's why TD Ameritrade designed the first of its kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored to fit your investing goals and interests, and it learns with you. So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
Let's just now you've been learning.
See how you can become a smarter investor with a personalized education from TD Ameritrade. Visit tdameritrade.com/learn.
All right, here's a little bit of a pull. Want to watch relative strength as this market pulls. Do we see accumulation in something?
Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders. They're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD
My
Ameritrade.
man, that make me a pie. My man.
With TD Ameritrade Network.
The dollar, interesting activity.
So now I did some deep research into this.
People are out of the house.
Deep
and
research.
engaging with the U.S. economy. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on tdameritradenetwork.com to all your favorite streaming services.
You can also take us on the go with our CarPlay-enabled iOS app and our audio-only podcasts. TD Ameritrade Network, available anytime, anywhere, on any device.
All right, got about 15 seconds, so you're starting to see some action coming in on the market as that FOMC minute release is going to happen.
We explore what implied volatility is, how it
The 466 puts are staying pretty even here.
Say an option trader wants to take a bearish position on a stock, but isn't sure whether to buy a put or sell a call. Both strategies are bearish. So
Okay,
looking beyond
here's the
direction to
release.
consider the impact of implied volatility could help the trader.
At this point, I am expecting downside,
Designed to harness
but
changes in implied
there's so much support here that it might be muted.
counters and diagonals are designed to benefit from increases in implied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the education tab on Thinkorswim for the full options for volatility courses and a whole lot more.
Oh, yeah.
Calls are catching premium
Actually, I'm
right
taking
now.
one less look at my dashboard per reward.
And you have Thinkorswim
Aubrey
Mobile?
Killers found guilty, all three of them.
You two are all set.
Choose
get
the
it.
app that fits your investing style.
Technical traders, the chart master is in the building. Trends, support and resistance, key patterns, and technical indicators. The chart master has your live technical analysis throughout the trading day, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
I'm searching for info on options trading, and look, it feels like I'm just wasting time.
That's why TD Ameritrade designed the first of its kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored to fit your investing goals and interests, and it learns with you. So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
Except now you're binge learning.
See how you can become a smarter investor with a personalized education from TD Ameritrade.
Puts losing value, calls gaining value right now.
Thinkorswim Trading equips you with customizable tools, dedicated trade desk pros, and a passionate trader community sharing strategies right on the platform. Because we take trading as seriously as you do. Thinkorswim Trading from TD
Okay,
Ameritrade.
calls losing value again. Well, this is not as eventful as I thought. Was there an FOMC release or not?
Good afternoon. Welcome to the watch list. I'm Nicole Penelides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from New York City. Thanks for being
Okay,
with us.
they're starting to process the information here,
Left
apparently.
in my trading session. A different picture than this morning. The Dow,
Fed members
for example,
agreed that the
is down
post-meeting
over
statement would
220
note that supply and demand imbalances due to the pandemic are probably supply chain related, so definitely going to get a pop off of that one.
green now. So the Dow is down almost 50 points, 35,764. The S&P 500 up 4.5 points at 4695. The Nasdaq 100 gaining 13 points, and the Russell 2000 up fractionally at 2328.
See if they can flip this
Today's
trend.
top story: U.S. jobless claims had a steep decline. In fact, dropping to 199,000 last week. Lowest levels in 52 years go back to 1969, and this beat the Dow Jones estimate of 260,000 and came in well under the previous week's claims. So this sharp decline comes in sharp contrast to unemployment claims from a year ago.
Crames.
For around 700,000.
Kramers. Unemployment Kramers.
Let's take a closer look at today's top stories. Scott Durfee is with us, TD Ameritrade Network contributor, joining us live. It's interesting.
I'm still in this downtrend, so I'm chilling, not buying this spike. I don't care what the minutes say.
Stood out because now we're getting claims in at the lowest level since 1969. That's a good start. Any of the other reports jump out at you? I know jobless claims is front and center. Tell me
See,
more.
they can dump it
Mostly front
any
and center,
moment.
just on the jobless claims, Nicole. You mentioned it, but I'm going to hit some of the highlights real quick. According to the report that was delivered earlier today, new filings for jobless benefits, they dropped by 71,000 claims to a low of 199,000 claims, and that's in the 7 days that ended on November 20th. So that, and you mentioned this too, the typical schedule would have been for that to report tomorrow, but because of the Thanksgiving holiday, we got it a day early. As you mentioned also, it's the lowest level of claims that we've seen in, what's this, 52 years since 1969. And, you know, there's a lot of people that are scratching their heads over this, and I think rightfully so, Nicole,
Yeah, so
because
the
I
money
drive
moves.
through my neighborhood and through my local town.
Money moves caught this perfect.
There are still places that are scratching their heads as to wondering, how are we going to get people to fill the jobs that we still have to fill? And so, you know, there's been a lot of major constraints due to on economic growth rather this year, as it's been the labor force has been shrunk, which has nearly been 3 million fewer workers than it was before the pandemic. Due to
Let's watch the premiums here a little bit on this SPX. Are they even going to be able to move it now that they've got it kind of balanced out?
So yes, we have good jobless claims today, which is great. But the flip side of that coin is so what do we do now? If we have everybody's at work and we have all these opportunities for people to go to work, what are we going to do? And so we've got to figure out some sort of equilibrium there. The market's loving what it's seeing in terms of the jobless claims itself, but they do want that balance to be struck at some point, and rightfully so.
Yeah, and I think you make some great points about some of the hurdles that people are facing, right? Concerns about COVID still, or even if they're vaccinated, loved ones at home, and child care is still an issue, getting women back into the workforce. I saw some of the trends that if people are married, one spouse has gone back to work and the other is sort of in a wait-and-see mode. So there are a lot of factors to digest, but the fact that we got in jobless claims with good news there, that at least brought some optimism. We had some other things such as high inflation.
Apple moving up here,
great.
ticking higher as the market comes down.
Consumer sentiment, not great.
Just kind of watching the tape here as
some
the
people
market
going back to work.
swings
That's the good
around
part.
here.
So thank you for that. How about the Deere earnings? Because unlike Gap and Nordstrom, which are down,
I mean, I didn't see any bad news, so I don't know why the sell is happening, but
And if you'll remember, a few weeks ago, we were
I'm just gonna hold my
talking about
longs
these
strong
guys
here
because
through
they were
this,
in the middle
whatever's
of a
going
huge
on.
worker strike that had been lasting for weeks. And so, despite
See if
that
they can
recently
develop an
concluded- it
uptrend
lasted
here
5
off these
weeks, that worker
supports.
strike, and despite that, the conclusion of that, John Deere's up about 6% today.
Tesla's 50 bucks off the low. Nvidia is about 15 points off the low. So they're just sneakily buying these stocks. And while the market's red,
reported on actual at $4.12. That's compared to a $3.82 estimate.
kind of like how they were
So,
selling
and
it on the
also
huge
soaring,
gap
just
up.
absolutely soaring
So
past
I'm
last
still
year's
super
number.
bullish here, even though
John
they're
Deere
testing
execs are
yesterday's
also
close.
predicting another record year ahead. So these results reflect Nicole strong end market demand and John Deere's ability to continue serving customers while managing supply chain issues, and all of this while conducting contract negotiations with their largest union. So, according to John May, their CEO, the ratification of the 6-year agreement with the UAW finally brings employees back to work, building what they believe to be the finest product in the industry, and investors and traders like to see that sort of stability in place for a company like John Deere. But
What's
per
Prague
our earlier
now?
discussion,
380.
It seems to me
They're
like
buying
good skilled labor
250
might be a
calls.
premium today, and I think management starting
So
to
my SPY
recognize
puts
that.
now
Well, I think
catching
we
some
recognize
premium
it
here.
all. but now they've been able to put into things in place that actually show that and help the worker there at John Deere. So John Deere seems to be in
So
a
there's
good
that
shape
dip I
as we
was
speak.
calling for earlier that I was kind of planning for.
My understanding too, they position
Let's see how
themselves
far
very
down they
well
can
in
take
the
this thing.
agricultural business. I mean, obviously
We got a double now on our
package
SPY
and
puts.
demand, as you noted, they continue to have demand, and so they're able to get past that strike by the union. I also wanted to get your reaction to some of the Fed minutes that are breaking at this point.
We're just gonna hold
Honestly,
these puts
inflation
because
is number
you know,
one,
who
and
knows
it's
how
basically
far
the
down they can
pace
take
of
this.
inflation. We got that PCE today showing at the
But
fastest pace
they're
in
selling it
21
into
years, and the Fed minutes
major
acknowledge
support
that
here. So
inflation is obviously moving a little faster
not
than
too
even
hopeful
they
for more
thought,
downside,
and
but
may be willing to consider the
these
pace
puts
of
are hedging my
tapering.
longs, so I
And
gotta
look at
just
that.
hold on to them.
So I wonder what they may or may not do. Of course, we have Powell on board. Your thoughts on obviously
Google's
the Fed's
still
gonna be
holding
watching
green.
all of this, and maybe they'll change the pace of tapering. There's been a lot of talk about that.
Yeah, and I think they probably will. I think that
I mean,
as
it's a
we
great
see this
buy
inflation taking
point here,
place,
but
as you mentioned, we're at all-time highs or 31.
so that algo basically called the
as we see, you know, our job
dip.
where they are, which you know you think is a great thing, but you know we do need to take.
And then you had the baseline flip, and then you had the spike into the baseline, and that's where the sell came from. So you had basically the warning, the trend flip, the spike into that, and then the dump.
Pretty high, and as we're moving through this, we can see that you know it's probably going to require the Fed to start responding in ways that you know maybe they had
SPY puts are
anticipated
almost a
putting off
double
for
now.
a period of time. That's
We're gonna let
probably
those kind of
happen
just
sooner than later,
roll for a
but
bit.
much of that
If
will
they break
depend
this
on what transpires
4680, I do
as well.
think there's more downside.
Without a doubt. Good to chat with you. Scott Durfee, thank you very much. Nice to see you. Thanks, Scott.
There's the break of that
You too. TD Ameritrade
VWAP.
Network contributor. Thank you. Now let's continue to take a look here at the big picture.
We like this volatility,
Jill
though.
Malandrino's with us, global markets reporter of the NASDAQ.
Nice.
As I was saying, we had a slew of economic reports today that grasped our attention. With rising inflation, jobless claims seemed a little better. Sentiment
I'd like a little
not
further down.
impressive. What stood out to you?
Well, I think what really stood out to me is the remarkable resiliency of the consumer. And we might not have been able to put COVID-19 fully in the rearview mirror in 2021 as many had hoped, but that powerful engine in the U.S. economy,
All right, yeah, we're
has remained remarkably
a double
strong.
on those SPY
Despite
puts
the
now.
lingering effects of the virus, inflation fears, absence of stimulus
More than a
checks,
double now.
The U.S. consumer continues to spend. Ryan Dietrich, chief strategist at LPL Financial, he points out that last week.
And puts are so expensive still. Goodness.
October retail sales showed the strongest month-over-month growth since
We're
March.
gonna
Best
sell
economic
these
expectations across the board. Yes,
in
I
a
know
minute.
consumer sentiment has been showing lower readings, but so far the consumer has shrugged off worries that demand would drop off without additional fiscal stimulus. Retailers have shrugged off that concern. The results in corporate America, they paint a similar picture. Excess savings, rising wages, a strong wealth effect from stock market gains, and high housing values should help to fuel strong spending this holiday season. So I guess the question is, what can we expect for Black Friday and Cyber Monday, arguably two of the most important days in the holiday season rush? McKinsey & Company.
We're gonna hold until we start seeing some sort of change in the momentum.
Holiday spending will be strong and increasingly omni-channel, which has been a trend that's been in place for quite some time, mostly driven by high-income earners and younger consumers. Spending will likely pull forward given likely product shortages and shipping delays, and consumers are likely to switch brands or retailers when products are not available, which means they will need to prioritize loyalty. And I think that's really interesting, Nicole, and I'm sure you've seen this in your reporting, just how much brand and marketing and giving the consumer what it wants really is key, especially over the past couple of years. Elsewhere, Cordial across channel marketing platforms says that more than half of consumers plan to buy more gift cards from actual gifts this year, which is interesting because it could be a headwind for sales in Q1 and Q2 as consumers put their gift cards to work, unless you're like me and always forget that they're in the drawer. But I think the key to watch here for retailers,
I'm just letting my puts go to zero if they do bounce this, because I don't really care about the put. I don't really want to make money on the put. If I'd rather make money on the calls.
Inventories were concerned there, but this is retail, Nicole, and it always has been the case. This space is classic for the haves and the have-nots, and it's notorious for being loved one week and not the next as data and trends shift around. So I think what happens when the environment gets harder, as people are out and about more and shift from goods to services, inventory comes in, but the fashion season has changed. How are retailers going to get promotional, and how profitable can they be? So I think if you're the CEO,
And the calls are so cheap to the upside.
Is going to be operational and maintaining those trends that
Like
were
the 470s on SPY are a nickel
Of the
right now.
consumer is a great
I'm
point
really
that you
tempted to
made
buy
because
these.
they are still spending. In fact, the personal spending rose more than forecast.
And you've got the
right? So households are spending. In fact,
470s at a nickel,
1.3%,
but
and so
the
that's
467s are 50
better than
cents,
was
so they're
anticipated.
10x.
Despite the fact that somehow consumer sentiment is down and people are concerned about their financials, they are concerned
Seeing
about the
put
economy,
values
and
drop
they are
here.
concerned about growing inflation. Even the Fed now, in the Fed minutes that are breaking now as we're speaking, Jill, I saw that they are ready to consider the pace of tapering, and they may, I guess if they have to, they will taper more quickly. So all of these elements are sort of intertwined. Leaving it at that, now we have to get past COVID, and things have to continually improve. Jobless claims was a good sign of it. As you break down jobs, getting better now.
Yeah,
That's
dip
what we have
buyers
to have
coming in
is
here
continuity
pretty strong.
here, right?
I would agree with you, and I spoke with someone this morning about
Like I
that.
said,
where
these
we're going
470s
to the
look
last 6
really
weeks of the
juicy.
year. Actually, I think we're 5.5 weeks at this point. I would imagine from a job seeker's perspective, is now the most attractive time of year to go as managers and other members of the team are cycling through their vacation schedule. It kind of feels like the job seeking mentality is, okay, let's wait for January and start fresh. So I'm curious to see how the numbers will improve as we get through the first quarter, because when we go back to all the other issues that you had mentioned, supply chain, inflation and so forth, it all comes back to labor and being able to fulfill.
People forget Powell starts talking here at 1:30, so
move things from containers to trucks to
we're at
stores.
super support
It's
here.
not going to help the inflation issue. So it's
No reason to really
interesting. I
panic
think the labor picture is incredibly
at
key
all.
right here.
Yeah, and those gift cards go on the liability side of the balance sheet for those retailers. I mean, that's not great for them either.
I went a little counter trend here with my
they're considered a liability, so that's not
I just
great
bought the
for retailers
470
either.
calls
Yeah, for me if I get one, but I get what you're saying. Good to see
on
you,
SPY.
Joe Malandrino.
I still have
Enjoy
my
the holiday.
puts
Thank
on
you very
SPY,
much at the
but
NASDAQ. Thank you. Later this
so I'm
hour,
kind of just
CEO
strangling the
Jill
market here because I don't know which
join
way it's
us
going to go,
to
but
share
it's going to go.
the latest
We know
on his
this.
company's COVID-19 vaccine and
So in the small
trial
account,
for its Moderna booster
basically
shot.
just kind of
And then we will take a
buying
look at forecasts for
buying
holiday shopping season
contracts that I think are
guests
cheap.
here and what analysts
So
are
yeah, value coming out of those
for.
466s now
Later, Gap.
after hitting a double on them.
These numbers getting hit hard. This is all ahead of Black Friday. And up
But I
next,
did not
it's
close
been a
them,
record
so.
year for ETF flows. Our next guest is ready to give us all the details. Tom Lydon will explain why it's a record year for ETF flows coming up.
Technical traders, the chart master is in the building. Trends, support and resistance, key patterns, and technical indicators. The chart master has your live technical analysis throughout the trading day, only on the TD Ameritrade Network. Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started,
Daddy, I'm playing it.
Oh, good.
right for you. Looking to
All right, so yeah, those 470s now getting a little bit of premium bump here.
webcast series breaks down key concepts like retirement plans, income generation, ETFs, and more. Best of all,
Panic sell for some reason. Not really sure where the panic sell comes from. When essentially what I saw is that they're saying the same thing they've been saying.
head over to tdameritrade.com/webcast and start learning today.
Now trading that VWAP 8450.
Prepare for the trading day with the Market Minute newsletter. Videos, market insight, and
Yeah.
more delivered right
I loaded the 470s at a nickel.
to subscribe now.
Because those can 6x pretty easily, I would say.
Feels like I'm just wasting time.
That's why TD Ameritrade designed the first of its kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored to fit your investing goals and interests, and it learns with you. So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
Except now you're binge learning.
See how you can become a smarter investor with a
personalized education from TD Ameritrade.
All right, so they're trading this VWAP here, 84.50. It's sort of the equilibrium. We're catching premium on those 470s now. We bought those for $4. Now they're trading 7. So almost a double already on the 470s. And that's simply just buying them because they're cheap, not necessarily because I was expecting a reversal. The risk reward is so much better on the call side here. I don't know why these calls are so cheap, but
has seen strong demand in personal computers and expects momentum to continue into 2022.
and this is playing out exactly how I said earlier it likely would, was that we would get a dip from these highs into some value area. I'll probably retest that 46.80. I normally would be buying this, but I just, again, I don't want to give back any profits in case I'm wrong. So I'm just holding on to my futures account is just sitting there until I get a more stable trend. And we'll get back in, but it is playing out like I planned it. And in the options account, I'm trading it right now. We've got a double already on those 470s. And we held on to all of our calls. We have Apple calls and Nvidia calls. So just held those. I had a double on the SPY put. Those are now break even again. I could have taken profits on those, but I have to hold the hedge because I'm net long.
Not that long ago, but we've seen it pulling back, no doubt. 56,000.
So unfortunately, I miss out on almost a triple on those SPY puts. But
Talk about this with Tom Lydon. Tom Lydon, CEO ETF.
if they try to dive it again, I still have them.
The action that we have seen.
But now we're sitting on a double, these 470s. Beautiful, beautiful. Still underpriced by quite a bit, so I'm not going to sell those until those start getting a little bit out of balance on the pricing.
Could or could not continue into 2022.
See how I'm playing this SPY, I'm playing just within the range here, the standard deviation here. These spiked to about 33. I'm in them at about $14, so that's the puts. But I bought these at a nickel when these were at about 33 or so, because these were holding value as these were gaining value. Suggests kind of a floor in the market. But now those are sitting at losing a little bit of value here as the market stabilizes. The BABA's still holding up. Nvidia coming back. Tesla didn't even attempt to break like even 11.10 there. Now we held that VWAP of 84.50. So we'll see if they can develop a signal to the upside here.
As you said, tips have been very popular as an inflation hedge. Some of the trends from 2020 where there was more fixed income,
Some dips on
more equity.
our altcoins here.
Value earlier in the year turned to growth. So people really wanted to make some money, and you saw a lot of new investors too. And they love ETFs because they feel like they're a little more diversified, right? Well, I mean, that's one of the advantages of ETFs.
Well, that's it.
A sell signal developed here.
Like Kathy Wood, who's gone from $5 billion under management to $55 billion, and all the excitement about the companies that they invest in. There's a little out there for everybody, and I think one good point on the equity side.
It's weird they don't talk about the minutes on this channel. I haven't watched this channel for a long time, but it's kind of just strange to me that they don't.
Fast forward to today, it's quite different. The highs that we saw in the work from home stocks in February, they're still off of those highs, but the FANG stocks, the Microsofts, the Teslas, those heavy cap weighted stocks. Yeah. In our major market indexes like the S&P and the NASDAQ 100, they continue to push higher where we're in breadths of all-time highs.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I'm curious, I mean, you must get a lot of phone calls as you know, with the volatility in the market sometimes. And as you noted, a lot of people move to cash or they have some cash ready to go. Tell me a little bit about what you tell them or where you think they may be looking for to put more cash to work.
Well, especially for younger investors, these are one of those opportunities. We saw Kathy Wood talking today that she's fearful because we've seen some correction in those disruptive technology companies or the work from home stocks that people might hit the ripcord. These are buying opportunities. Even if you're retired today, there's a good chance you're going to live another 25 or 30 years. So these are buying opportunities going forward. And the safe side of the market, the fixed income side of the market, is probably the most dangerous part of the balance sheet that we've seen in 30 years after 30 years of declining rates. So people have to understand that. A lot of money is not only shifted to cash, but also on the fixed income side moved over to dividend-oriented plays, even enhanced income or alternative income.
Yeah, I'd love to sell these 470s for 25, 30 cents a piece from a nickel. It's kind of my goal.
Equity play as well. So there's a lot of choice in the ETF side as we just crossed $7 trillion and a record $750 billion in new money this year.
It's so exciting, and you talk about the commodity asset classes as well.
See if they can get back over this
gold,
46.90.
which got to that 1,800 a troy ounce, but it's really been pulling back of late the last 4 or 5 days.
Google moving up this whole time as the market dove. It went down maybe $2. Now it's back up too. So gaining relative strength for Google. Those 3,000s. I wish I would have held them.
Which don't actually hold Bitcoin, folks. Right? They trade the futures of Bitcoin. Have those been in demand? Tell me what people call and ask you about that.
Yeah, well, first on the commodity side,
still in a downtrend, so that's kind of annoying, but
for sure. And I think a lot of that is because a lot of the commodities that have been appreciating because we use them. We don't necessarily use gold in building or manufacturing, but gold tends to be a second half player during extended inflationary times. So take a look into the future for that. And as far as future-based ETFs, BITO, which was the first one launched by ProShares, got $1 billion in a matter of days, which is pretty impressive. The bottom line is,
so here comes another push down, maybe.
That would like to buy Bitcoin via their Schwab account, or their Fidelity account, or their TD account.
Yeah, so those puts and calls both catching premium here. So IV going up just in general, evenly. More so in the call side though. Holding up on the call side more.
Still out, we'll see, but fingers crossed. It'd be great if that would happen as well.
Yeah, are you okay? I gotta go, but I mean, are you okay with trading these in futures? I had one guest come on and say, I don't like this. I don't like the idea of these ETFs that trade Bitcoin futures.
Right now, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. The trading, the volume is good, everything is great. Happy Thanksgiving, Nicole. I hope
Interesting. He says the Bitcoin futures are trading exactly what they're designed to do, so that's good.
Okay. Anything. I'll take anything. You know, I'm a happy person, Tom. I'm happy to speak with you, and I hope you have a beautiful Thanksgiving with you and your loved ones. It's great to speak with you. And as Tom said, the opportunity is now for a lot of those young folks. We appreciate it. Tom Lydon, thank you very, very much. Good to see you. CEO of ETF Trends. Thanks, Tom. Coming up next, the chairman and CEO of GeoVax will be here to join us to talk all about COVID-19, the vaccine trials that we're watching, and what the FDA booster approval really means for biotech.
So now we're seeing a balancing here on the calls and premiums.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. The platform demo webcast series is designed to help you broaden your knowledge of tools and resources available from TD Ameritrade. You'll learn tips and tricks.
Another attempt lower here. Going to be watching for bullish divergence setup, essentially, if they let us maybe around this area here. even though the algo basically has been right all day as far as the trend. So I'm a little conflicted right now because I want to buy the dip, but
You downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app,
Actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard. Fully board.
and you have Thinkorswim mobile.
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set.
Choose the app that fits your investing
yeah, here's
style.
another attempt lower at that 46.80.
Daddy,
What's up?
look, I made a daisy.
Oh, nice. Good job, bud.
My art.
Good. The boys over here playing League of Legends at 6 years old.
Take control of your financial future. Next Gen Investing, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
I added my own little. I love this ATR whole moving average. I don't know why. It really just lets you see the trend a little bit easier. So I added that in there. You definitely don't need it in there.
Welcome back to the watch list, friends. Thanks for being with us. I'm Nicole Pitalides, live in New York City. Let's bring in our next guest, David Dodd,
So
Chairman
here's the.
and CEO of GeoVax. GeoVax ticker
I'm gonna
symbol
turn
is
this off for now because I'm gonna see if Pal's speaking here. Is he not going to talk today, or what's going on? So catching a lot more premium here to the downside. It's 11:30, so that's right when Pal should be talking.
Daddy,
What?
look at all these kinds of boots I can get. Which one are the kinds of city boots?
The lucidity ones?
Yes.
The ones on the left, they're the blue ones.
This?
Yeah. Remember, you got to give yourself money.
See, I already got 200.
I don't know. I don't see any live streams for Pal here.
Is that if you think about former General Colin Powell, who passed away fully vaccinated with an mRNA vaccine, but he'd been battling multiple myeloma. He had a very weakened immune system.
So they tried to push it lower there, but valiant attempt. Valiant attempt. See this a lot, this pattern right here where they dump it hard, then you get the dead cat, and then you get the second attempt lower. But in an uptrend, that second attempt lower is usually on weaker strength. So right into the support, I would imagine that there would be some sort of rip here. Right into all this support, you know. That's why they place the price above all the support before the volatility, so that the market just gets held. Look at Nvidia go right back up. Apple kind of weak, but Tesla right back up. Google still holding. This is another tell. We saw Google weak earlier, but now it's developed relative strength, so that's interesting. Shop's only down 9 from when I last looked at it, at about 55. The put value is just getting massacred here.
Because I've heard people say, and
as
I don't put
calls
my
are at a
opinion
floor
in,
as far as their
I've heard that
premiums
people
go.
say, why am I going to get a booster, the third thing of the same
But-
thing? And you're making the point that you're bringing
I don't discount another dump, but
both those elements,
we're looking for that
antibody
relative
and
strength
cellular
here.
immunity, T cells. That brings
It
more
looks like they set up a
protection.
divergence like
How
that,
come
but
this takes time, I guess? I mean, right? Everything takes time. People don't like to wait. So would someone get
no, I don't want to wait for them to
Modernas
rip this
and then
market
get
already.
your
My
booster,
goodness,
or
do
get the
something.
third booster for Moderna plus your booster?
Freaking A, man.
The concept that we're
Is
evaluating
Pal talking or
is
what?
that
Like,
you
anybody have the
do
link?
The Pfizer and the Moderna are two-shot regimens to be able to achieve the.
Why would they not show? Doesn't he always talk at 1:30?
A third shot would to be.
Why did they change that?
Not the mRNA, not the Pfizer or the Moderna, but instead it would be our vaccine, because with the additional components, we believe we will.
All right, so they're setting the trigger here, at least for now, is this 46.96.
Durability.
this baseline, but I imagine them
Yeah,
bringing that back
no,
down
it makes
here.
total sense. And I'm not
Probably
against
ripping the
boosters.
market later
I
in
want
the
to be
day.
very clear. I mean, it does expand your time and your strength against COVID. So I do have a question for you. So is yours just different, or is it added onto? So would it be like I'm getting the Moderna vaccine?
The sand
plus?
token just went nuts today.
No, it is different. So there are many
That's
different
crazy.
ways to do vaccines. So the technology that Johnson
It's all ripping in
Johnson
crypto
has is
land
a
here.
different
Sand,
technology than
Gala,
what you see, the
Mana,
mRNA is
right.
Engine.
the Pfizer and the Moderna.
So these are the two we've been watching just because they're the ones that are available on
Being able
Femex.
to go very quickly into manufacturing. That's how we were able to get the vaccine.
So Sandbox. I was in this thing a long time ago and sold it. Probably shouldn't have. My crypto's kind of getting whacked a little bit.
Antibody response. You've heard people talk about neutralizing antibodies. Our technology, which was not funded through Operation Warp Speed,
Crypto
or we would be
futures.
on the market probably today if it works. But our technology is one that enables you to
Man, volatility just not really there. Just one little tiny dump, and that was it.
of the virus. We have a universal coronavirus vaccine in development that is on the heels of the current one that's in the clinic, and that one contains multiple components, not just two, but multiple of them, and the concept there is to be able to address variants before they even emerge. And that's what we're working on.
I think that this is so incredible. Let me jump in because I have to go, but this is the first trial of this population, immunocompromised patient population. So you're really trying something new and different and much needed. When can we circle back with you? Is it the end? Is it the end of this year? Is it first quarter next year? Is it the end of next year? When do you hope to have some more news on all of this?
Well, we have the two trials. The booster trials, we'll have those results yet this year, and we'll have results, but not complete results, of the immunocompromised trial yet this year. Excuse me, when I say not yet this year, I mean within the year, so 2022.
Right.
So we'll be able to have an understanding, but it is the first specific trial of immunocompromised patients in the world, and specifically comparing directly against the Pfizer.
Yeah. It's great to talk with you. Thank you so much. Exciting, and the phase 2, as you said, underway, so you'll have some news sooner than later. As your ticker symbol is GOVAX, right? GOVX. GOVAX
Top
CEO
left of your
David
button,
Dodd.
of your keyboard.
Thank you very, very much. Nice to see you.
Keyboard.
Thank you.
Same here. Happy Thanksgiving.
Your keyboard.
You
know
too.
where you type.
Still ahead. Second half
Escape
of
is
our show.
the top
We're ready
left
to take a look at the holiday
button.
shopping season.
Top left.
Oh, it
There
could
you go.
be a big one for the
Hit that.
retailers. Speaking of retailers, if you
Escape.
take a look at the
ES,
Gap and
ESC,
Nordstrom,
very top
they
button.
are not having the best day here. In fact, big sell-offs
That
for
one, yep.
both of
And then
those names.
hit
and
exit
supply
down at the
chain
bottom
issues.
left.
As we had to break, take a look at some of the winners and
Right
losers
there.
in the S&P 500.
Yep, and then hit yes. Wait for that timer. One, and then yes. Hit that one. On the right. Nope. Right there. Perfect. Now just go back into another game and pick your new character.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you a long-term investor? Our investing webcast series breaks down
I don't know. Is anybody?
including growth, value,
I'm back. We be shorting. Should be shorting. Oh yeah. I mean, I was in a way. I had SPY puts. I wasn't gonna short futures though.
learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand.
Where do I trade? Apex.
And start learning today.
Let's see. I'm in Kansas, but let's see here. Anybody have Cal live?
Chartmaster is in the building. Trends, support, and
Is he even talking right now? Because it's weird that he's not.
The Chartmaster has your live technical analysis throughout the trading day, only on the TD Ameritrade network.
It's a 13-hour flight. That's not a weekend. Yeah, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app so you can quickly check the markets.
Actually, I'm taking one last look at my dashboard before we board.
Excellent. And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the rest of this position.
You two are all set. Have a great flight. We'll see ya.
It's not.
They're getting so smart.
Use the app that fits your investing style.
this innovative aren't just made for traders. They're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
Get it started back up again.
Welcome back to the watch list. I'm Nicole Petalides, coming to you live from New York City. 90 minutes left in the trading session, and you can see we're back in the red. I had said earlier that we have come off the lows, but we were seeing some green at that time, and in the last half hour, we've lost some of the most recent momentum. As you can see here, we are selling across the board. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 77 points, losing 0.25%, but off the earlier lows of the day when it had been down 222 points. The S&P is down 2 points at 46.88. The NASDAQ is losing 0.1%. The Russell also 0.1% down. Lot of economic data today. One of the numbers to take a look at is the all-important GDP, gross domestic product.
You picked the same
Keeley is
character,
here
didn't you?
with us to give us his takeaway from these numbers
it's
from the
still
third quarter.
exiting.
What were your
Got it.
thoughts here?
Although it's just one report, through the BEA here, Nicole, there's a lot to unpack because we can take a look at different components of this. For one, the nation is still experiencing an expansion of the GDP. It came in at plus 2.1% for Q3, and that's slightly higher than the 2% which was on the advance estimate. However, it is under the consensus that was forecasted at 2.2%. Areas of strength included personal consumption expenditures. They increased at 1.7%, which was higher than forecasted. And that was mainly boosted by things like international travel, transportation services, and healthcare, whereas a big drop in this report was reflected in the motor vehicle spending, which wasn't nearly as robust as the second quarter. The second quarter coming in at 6.1%. So I think, that's important to note that there's been a fairly dramatic deceleration in the growth from the prior two quarters, coming in at 6.7% and 6.3% respectively. And here we have that very much in the limelight these days, the price index that reflects a measure of inflation. And what I found of particular interest is that, yes, that's running hotter than anticipated. And the adjustment to the Q2 that was released today was something that I found particularly noteworthy, Nicole, because the wages increase for Q2 now are flashing back on this
when we first got
set of data that we now have actually reflects wages going up by a good notch further than was originally the case. And that's really helping with the efforts of the average American to combat the inflation that we know is on the scene at this stage. So with the incorporation of that new data, real gross domestic income for the second quarter is now expected to have increased to 4.3% versus the original read at 2.0%. So that's a pretty significant adjustment. And then that portion of the report for this go around as well was coming in very strong in terms of real wage growth certainly being the case when you look at the aggregate here.
Yeah. Thank you for that report. Obviously, breaking it down, it's so important to see behavior of consumers, which obviously are such a big portion of GDP. Michael Keeley, thank you very much. Michael Keeley, contributor to the TD Ameritrade Network. Thank you for that. Now let's get right to Hassam Naji, CEO of Marcus & Millichap. So glad you're with us, Hassam. As we take a look here, the Black Friday is upon us, Cyber Monday. I saw some of your projections. It's looking like people are going to get out there and shop, right? What does it mean?
Thanks for having me on the program. Great to be with you. The projections for the holiday sales season is a growth of around 8.5 to 10.5%. I think the first domino we have to take a look at for the validity of that forecast is the fact that October's retail sales.
I guess Powell not talking is bullish.
Food and energy was up.
You can definitely see a bullish divergence here on the oscillator.
So it reflects the tremendous
price momentum just really died there on that downside into that support. So if bears lose again, this could be a rally into the close. I think it could be significant if they can really get some legs going here. Be nice to set up a nice big gap up for Friday. Google down 6.
In-store sales are up almost 14%. Inflation
And Nvidia ripping right now.
over 2019, or I should say the pre-pandemic period. This reflects that a very broad level.
I come eat some nuggies.
No doubt. The
Tesla
consumer is out there
back up
shopping,
again.
and as you talk about the real estate,
Daddy, why not
you
me to
see
eat
commercial
some
real
nuggets?
estate, originally they were saying just stick to medical or child care because those are the only ones that are truly paying, but the retailers have finally caught up. They're paying their rent and they're seeing foot traffic in the stores. Now they just have to battle those supply chain issues, and that's another story. I think it's interesting though. I think we might see some fluctuations because some seem to be handling the challenges better than others, or maybe spinning it forward or spinning it back. For example, the Gap today, which is obviously big in retail malls and such, 650 million lost sales because of the supply chain issues, and they expect that to continue. Nike apparently may be canceling some deliveries to some of the retailers it works with. So I think, are you expecting some volatility from some of these retailers?
Absolutely. A lot of our clients.
I don't know. I feel like the market, it rips so high that, and it's not even diving that much. You got more good news.
Oh boy.
You can see it came right down to that VWAP from the early lows.
On the flip side of what was the demand,
and now you're getting a buy signal here. I'm going to avoid this buy signal, even though I probably should take it. Just because we're still in the downtrend on the baseline. So I do have calls, inputs. I don't care which way this market goes.
Get back to normal life, and stores are reopened, and experiences are beginning to come back. So there's a holiday component to all of this, but there's also a more macro shift. The pendulum is going back toward experiential retail as the economy opens back up, which is offering.
Yeah, very hard to short into that support zone that we spent so much time breaking out of earlier.
Personal spending is on the rise. We saw that
it's
number
very
today.
unlikely that would break. Yeah, 5 out of 5. Yeah, we got to buy here on the.
So they're willing to do that.
You know what?
It's exciting that we're upon the
We'll take
holidays,
one.
and we've gone so far after such a pandemic and tough times.
So my man here is the Ishimoku King, so he says we got 5 out of 5
As
buy.
somebody who's in real
That's
estate,
worth one
what are some of the
contract for now.
headwinds? Are you worried more about the headwinds, or are you more excited about the tailwinds? I think some of the headwinds about this inflationary environment. I'm also very, very concerned.
They were
and
innocent.
you don't have to comment on this, about the shoplifting spree that has now occurred around our nation. Some of the great stores right here in New York City. It's very troublesome, very dangerous, and very obviously difficult for businesses. Tell me about some of the tailwinds or headwinds.
I got a double on these 470s. I'm going to take some of these off here.
There's a lot more gas in the tank. There's over $5 trillion of
just to pay for them, and we'll leave the other ones going.
Is going to be released back into the economy. We're only seeing the beginning of that process. The economy itself, job creation, and so on has momentum, and we think the outlook for 2022 is a carry forward on the demand side. And so we've got a ways to go to really leverage the tailwind before we worry too much about the headwinds. Now, inflation is a real issue, especially when it comes to the Fed having to maybe get more aggressive sooner than expected if the transitory nature of the numbers that we're seeing in the 6% plus on the PCE front continue to come in at those levels. And that could create
Alright, so they're buying the Google 3000s for next week.
But net, if you look at the yield profile of commercial real
That's
estate,
interesting. I like that play. If I could afford them, they're $12.
apartments and hotels, which have
It's $1,200. My small account can't quite handle that, but I would like that play if I was playing with the normal accounts.
to take advantage of the current low interest rates, lock them in, and get in there ahead of the.
I can't play bigger accounts options wise with well into the future, so I've just been messing around with the small accounts.
That's another way REITs are our #1 performer today. So we had you on the right day, no doubt.
Sam Naji, thank you so much. Great
Nvidia,
to see
nice
you, CEO Marcus
movements.
and Milishop. Thank
Apple
you
back
very,
above
very much. Sam,
161.
thank you.
Tesla
Nice to
just
see you. Enjoy
nonstop.
the holidays. Good to see you. Thanks. Still ahead, we'll bring in our panel ready to discuss Gap, Nordstrom, shopping, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. Coming up.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, TD Ameritrade offers a webcast right for you. Are you an active trader? Our active trading webcast series is designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to tdameritrade.com/webcast and start learning today.
And see what happens when you chase the signal. Now I'm sitting down 2 points.
Before diving
Hey.
into the markets, prepare for the trading day with the Market Minute newsletter.
No
Videos,
thanks.
market insight, and more delivered right to your inbox. Go to tdameritradenetwork.com, click on the pop-up.
So yeah, usually, like I say, like earlier, we were buying the dips in the trend. This time I chased it, and so now we got to sit here in the red for a bit and hope this continues higher.
As seriously as you do. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
Not a lot of push yet. Definitely weak. Look at it coming back down here. See if they really start moving this around 2 o'clock.
Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app?
Actually, I'm taking one lesson to my dashboard for reward.
And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing the risk on this position.
You two are all set.
Choose the app that fits your investing style.
Jenny Horn, here's a few more movers to keep on your afternoon radar. Spotify is up 2% after Benchmark started the company with a buy rating. Benchmark called it the marquee global audio streaming service and said advertising and podcasting growth should complement its core premium streaming offering. The firm expects Spotify to remain the #1 entrant in most developed markets except for China, where it owns a 9% equity stake in Tencent Music. Benchmark has a $300 price target on Spotify, implying roughly a 20%
All right, so Spotify, nice move. Here's the
reported
down
results that came in
move
above
on this engine
The
coin.
retailer doubled its quarterly cash dividend to 22.5 cents a
A
share.
really nice short here.
The CEO said he believes the company is better positioned to expand its distribution, gain market share, and increase its profitability. Following the report, B. Riley reiterated its buy rating on gas with a $38 price target. And Gap is selling off amid the weakness in retailers today. The company said supply chain disruptions could result in $650 million in lost sales. Following the earnings, Deutsche Bank, BofA Securities, MKM Partners, Credit Suisse, and Barclays trimmed their price targets on the company. Gap is now on pace for its second largest one-day drop on record. This has been your TD Ameritrade Network Market Update. Now back to the watch list, Nicole Catalese.
Jenny Horn, thanks so much for that report. Let's bring in our panel all about retail. David Schwartz is with us, equity analyst at Morningstar, and Marino Marin, managing principal, MC Square Capital. Thank you both for being with us. David, as I was going through your notes, saw that you consider both Nordstrom and the Gap as undervalued. You looked at their gross margins. You think they both have some attractiveness. You would jump in
Dude,
on a
what's
day
up
like
with this
this. Is
guy's
that right?
eyes?
Yes, I do think that's right. Right now, the market is reacting to very short-term news. The lack of sales due to product
Man, he
shortages
looks like he
and
just
supply
got in a
chain
fight or
issues,
something.
have wrecked their quarters. That's true. But if you look in the long term, it really shouldn't matter. And my fair value estimates on these companies are based on 10-year discounted cash flow models. And I don't see anything right now that's going to affect the long-term outlook. For Nordstrom especially, my fair value estimate on it is $41, so I think it's very undervalued. I had not expected Nordstrom to have any big turnaround this year or even next year. I think we're looking at 2 to 3 years, maybe 4 years, before Nordstrom gets its operating margins back up to 6%. But if you look at it from that perspective, I think you can see that the stock is undervalued at $22. This is a company that generally earned far more than it's earning now.
Yeah, you said over $40 is your price target, and it's at 22 today, but you'll just have to wait and see. I didn't mean to interrupt you there. I'll give Marino a chance to jump in here.
Double on the 470s so far, again.
But they are
so I did take some off this time.
What's your big
on this little
picture
spike.
take when you see names like the Gap down 20%, Nordstrom down 30%, but other names have done incredibly well.
Eyes?
I mean, it's not all retailers down,
And it's
all
eye
retailers
sockets.
up.
Like, my goodness, why are those things so black?
We don't generally
It looks like he's wearing, you know, the sunglasses without the little arms on them. It's just the lens.
To some extent, some sort of lagging indicator of what has happened, and the height of the disruption of the supply chain was in the past few months. I'm not suggesting.
I just don't understand why they spend time talking about Gap and
there
Nordstrom.
are obviously steps being taken.
I get the
and
Baba
we're seeing
talk.
retailers and consumer products companies in general addressing this. Again, I'm not going to comment on stocks specifically, but the consumer is out there, as we discussed
Visa
last
looking
week,
really good.
is spending, and you know, the opportunity is certainly there for an improvement, and we're seeing this. And our investment thesis, we invest in the private market for most part, continues to be robust around consumer product and retail. We are, you know, we're waiting until the end of the holiday season to
continuation to the
refine our
upside
strategy
here.
for 2022. But as I said, we're
live
looking at
the live movie scene.
environment quite carefully here.
Carefully and somewhat optimistically too, and I think you made a great point about the supply chain issues. I spoke to a gentleman who works in 194 countries, and he said he expects the issues to continue into 2022. But I liked when you said, Marino, that maybe the worst of it is behind us, but not to expect that it's over in any way, shape, or form. David, that being said, do you have, in addition, you mentioned Gap and Nordstrom as being attractive or undervalued, Nordstrom in particular. Are there other names that you also like? Is retail something you would normally say buy?
You know, for most of the year, most of our retailers have been overpriced. Now we are seeing a sell-off right now, but you know, there are some attractive ones. You know, a lot of prices now are coming down. One that's not specifically a retailer, but I do think is undervalued is Hanes Brands. It's, you know, Hanes Brands, Jones, Hanes and Champion and other apparel brands. Hanes, I think, is quite cheap. Some of the accessories companies are looking cheaper, like Tapestry, the parent company of Coach. That is down, but you know, Coach has come back strong this year, and I do think that Tapestry is one to watch.
Yeah, and David, you know, in the final takeaway here, are you feeling optimistic about 2021?
Still a double on these 470s. They're holding value.
The holiday season, you know, the NRF numbers.
But the put side still expensive, actually. They're pricing in the 468s at 25 cents, and the 470s are only 7 cents. So I'm not really sure why they're pricing downside so high still. They're still super scared of a move
All
down.
right, and Marino, your last thought, optimistic for 2022 or feeling more cautious?
I'm cautiously optimistic.
We got UVXY bear, so that's good to see if you're bullish here.
Breaking down what we're taking a look at with what consumers are facing, retailers are facing.
Definitely like
It's
seeing.
great to see you both. Thank you very much. David Schwartz of Morningstar, Marino Marin of MC Square Capital.
We're just holding our long position
Thank
here.
you, friends, for joining me here.
Now
on
that
Watch
the
List
event
every single
is
weekday
kind of
at
over,
2 p.m.
getting into a
Eastern
little bit
Time. Thank you for being with me. I'm
more of a
Nicole
decisive
Heavilides.
move
Have
higher.
a beautiful Thanksgiving.
With some of our
Market on closes next,
leaders
and I'll see you on
moving
Friday.
back up. Nvidia back up about 3 points here from the short pullback. Really just giving people an opportunity to get in on the trend. As Nvidia probably goes to try and take out that 327.50 and the 330. Long ways up. Still.
Implied volatility can also be a big factor in options trades. Options for volatility force, we explore when implied volatility exists and how it can potentially affect the price of an option. For example, you may an option trader want to make a bearish position on a stock. Ensure whether to buy a put or sell a call. Both strategies are bearish. But looking beyond directions and considering the impact of implied volatility can help the trader choose between them. We also introduce strategies designed to harness changes in implied volatility. For instance, time spreads like counters and diagonals are designed to benefit from increases in implied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the education tab on Thinkorswim for the full options for volatility course and a whole lot more.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD
All right,
Ameritrade.
I'm about to shut notifications off.
The new generation of investors make their impact on markets.
It's more important than ever to navigate through the frenzy of meme stocks, IPOs, and the next wave of tech.
And that's where we come in, discussing strategies and example trades of trending names.
Their stocks have performed quite well.
It's just incredible to see the markets bounce back after so many volatile sessions.
Take control of your financial future. Next Gen Investing, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the TD Ameritrade network.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you downloaded the TD Ameritrade mobile app?
Yeah, it's gonna take me one lesson.
And you have Thinkorswim mobile?
So I can finish analyzing this in this position.
You two are all set.
Choose the app that fits your investing style. We empower those who act. Those who see the correlation between things above and things below the surface. Those who navigate risk by meeting every turn with a heightened awareness of what's possible. Constant assessment. Determine the best position. Catch the perfect wave. See a Libra where risk meets opportunity.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Market on Close. I'm Oliver Bennett. It is Wednesday, but it's kind of got a little bit of a Friday vibe because we've got tons of data already all this week. We got tomorrow off and then a partial day on Friday. So, however we leave things now might be the tone coming into that shortened trading session at the real end of the week. Right now they do have some green, a nice turnaround. Bulls taking charge after some weakness earlier on in the session. NASDAQ down about 1%, 1 point. Russell, same story, both now rallying back. We did hear some language from the Fed in the minutes that some of those officials want to see tapering go faster than it is. But market is calm today, even though the backdrop still has some of those key characteristics of potential volatility catalysts. Let's go into my movers here. Dollar's number one, still greenback, just ripping through the chart to the upside. Really impressive stuff. Dollar's on the move. Our own data here looked pretty good this week, and today in particular, the one thing that stands out is the core PCE inflation number that came in line with expectations, suggesting analysts have a good grasp on inflation, at least through that particular metric. Remember, the CPI 6.2% was a big surprise. The dollar's still going anyway, though, and this is important. The dollar basically has two main catalysts behind it. Dollar upside. I know I've been saying it over and over again, but it just is the most important thing trying to continue to hammer at home. Dollar upside in the last 2 years has been about one of two things. It's either been COVID risk that brings money to the U.S. domestic relative strength. Okay, that's one part of it. When our data beats the rest of the world's, and our moves here for inflationary impulses are stronger. So, as the Fed is talking about tightening, our data is okay right now. Nice employment number this morning for jobless claims. The dollar continues to firm up, reflecting those interest rate expectations. But the dollar's also, over the last 18 months, been a hideout in general moments of fear like we got in the initial onset of the crisis when investors ran to the dollar. I think for the most part, this latest move is about the tightening policy regime of tapering leading to potential hikes. But man, check out the move now going all the way back to the beginning of COVID. We're breaking through technical areas that could have been resistance. So the dollar is really finding very little resistance. This whole area right here around 96 would have been, you'd think, technically an area for the dollar to slow down, but instead we just ripped through it, and now we're looking at the highest dollar that we've had, now at 97. Just really powerful stuff, still up today, even though the inflation numbers were not a shock. That tells us that this conversation about tapering could get real, and we heard it in the minutes that there is some pressure here to maybe push the timeline for even tighter policy forward. But still, Jay Powell running the show and telling us that he wants to keep those things separate. I don't think anything's changed that this week, but certainly the market is very alert to it right now. Let's go to movers. Let's talk some other stuff here. As we look at the airline space and the reopened trade, there's not a lot of big takeaway this week other than the fact that they stopped selling off. And I do think that is fairly important because we could look at the dollar chart and go,
at least come back to my buy here. My goodness.
But if that were the case, then you probably see airlines moving inversely. But we already got that move. The airline chart, if you look over the last couple months, has already been
we repositioned about two points down there because of just relative weakness. But I'd much rather have a lower cost basis.
Sitting here at the lows. Yes, they're at the lows, but the point is it seems like this past month already kind of baked in whatever COVID risk we have right now. So with airlines little changed on the week, finding a tiny bit of support down here gives more evidence to that dollar move being about policy tightening.
Nice chart, man.
Bonds,
using that, is it that SSL?
Tough one to figure out because of that butterfly effect that I call it about pricing and future growth relative to inflation. It seems like yields want to push higher right now.
Very cool.
That's generally what we've been getting. But again, today you see that after good data,
all right, so what we did was we started our anchor buy at 92. They really couldn't push it much higher than that. They brought it back down, so we lowered our cost basis here, buying this 90. As they pushed it back up into our average, we sold out. Just trying to reduce risk and lower our cost basis at the same time if they end up moving this higher. And then so that basically, we take a little bit of a hit on one contract, but we're able to get a better position on another. Just a scale in, scale out method. You can do this with any number of contracts, but I usually just I've been just using one contract at a time, just because I have to start small again after getting a little crazy yesterday.
A few other things here real quick. I want to point out that a busy week for earnings has also been part of our focus.
So now we can sit here with a little bit of a comfort of 2 points cushion here as we try to wait for this trend to develop.
That we saw in some of the cloud companies. Again, some firmness there today, a nice bounce back.
NVIDIA calls, they got destroyed as NVIDIA basically just cannot get above this level here. But they did reclaim the trend.
And Microsoft, one of the giants in cloud. So,
but you got this
What's with the break
unfortunate situation here happening.
Related groups, the chips that power the data centers and the cloud companies that offer up all those services that were in such high
I need to see a
demand
spike
during
here into the close for those NVIDIA calls to come back.
Especially when you put Microsoft in the picture. The year-to-date move
Alright, so
Microsoft up 55%.
nice movement here. We want to get above this 92.50. This thing is huge.
Only up 5%. This was a pretty rough couple days.
And then obviously this 46.96 is big too.
Cloud stocks could be that bridge of volatility between a market that is getting rid of last year's winners surrounding COVID and trying to find new winners. So far, that hasn't made its way into Microsoft, Alphabet, hasn't made its way into Amazon or Apple quite. But if the cloud companies start fragmenting and selling off,
market
then
starting to
you
pull
better believe
higher
it's gonna
here.
find its way into the other big tech giants.
We definitely need to see some bigger candles coming out of this
going forward here longer
up
term.
move.
Let's talk some more about today. Kevin Hank's back with us. Kev, let's talk some more about
It's going to be
stocks.
blue
And
sky
we
for the
gotta
most
also
part
give
above
the
this
retail
4,700.
story some more time
Not
here
really
because
sure
it's
where
been
it can run if
one
it
of the
gets
most
there.
volatile parts of the market here all week.
That's sort of what it looks like it wants to
Two
do.
companies, Oliver, very similar.
Spent quite a bit of time in this zone here. Basically all day. It's about 10:30ish. Trading around this 90 level.
That's right. We'll come back and then we're going to get the show off the ground here. Now that you got this set up on the big picture, here's another look. Stock still firm. We'll be right back.
I don't know. I guess FOMC minutes were a big nothing. Palantir up $1 off of 20, almost $1. It's up like 50 cents. I want that aggressive growth, you know. We don't want that 10%. All right, so this, I mean, I guess I'm interested in buying here again. But we're going to wait. This was a much better buy here. Waiting for that trend to change. Okay. This reversal happening there possible. There's the pop that we wanted. You could start seeing it happening here around this 93, 92 area. There we go. Let's see if we can get above. They flipped the trend there too. So see if we can get a nice ripper here into the close. And now these SPY calls are firmly doubles. So we're just cutting them as the market moves up.
So now I did some deep research into this.
We're going to need NVIDIA to spike here too as well.
Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. All your favorite streaming services.
You can also take us on the go with our CarPlay-enabled iOS app.
Isn't that interesting? It held that VWAP twice now. They tried to push it under, held twice. And of course the trigger to buy is the strike for 327.50. So far this MMMA, for the most part, has been on point all day. Yesterday it struggled in the choppy market, but in the trendy market, very, very nice. So in the future, identifying a trend day versus a chop day is going to be very important if you're going to be using this algo, because it works really well in a trendy market.
Yeah, you know, two retailers came out with earnings, Oliver. Both have very similar makeups when you think of the differences and similarities between Nordstrom and Gap.
Layout master.
Both experiencing supply chain disruptions. Even more in the Nordstrom rack, right? They're having trouble getting the goods, the marked down goods from the full price retailer to Nordstrom rack. They're running out of women's clothes and they're running out of women's shoes, and that really
that's no good.
A big heavyweight.
All right, so they weren't able to actually officially get the trend flipped. They tried, but into this zone here, very big. So we're gonna. That's why we were selling calls into it. So we don't know if this resistance is gonna break or not.
Not the story that we were looking at, because you know what this last 2 weeks have shown us, Oliver. Winners and losers in retail. Right? Macy's doing well. A lot of names doing well. Nordstrom and Gap stores not so much.
It's going to be an interesting Friday. It's almost setting up for a crazy ripper Friday. Especially if we can close higher here. I would imagine a nice beast run on Friday.
That's the heartbeat discount store.
You got 3.5 hours for the market to rip. You can definitely rip 20, 30 points in 3.5 hours.
Absolutely right. If you're gonna miss on one gender, maybe in sporting goods you don't miss on men's, but in fashion and apparel you don't miss on.
You don't run out of women's shoes. Yeah.
Nordstrom really struggling with their women's clothing line. Seems to be really hurting.
On the futures account, I'm going to go ahead and close this out here. Another $250 dollars there. And so the account now moving at a steady clip, but I still have calls here that I want to get rid of. And I do hope that there is some sort of crazy spike here into the close. Would be very nice.
They actually took their supply chain disruptions and put a number on it. They say it cost them about $650 million in missed sales because of supply chain problems. So I think that's significant. I mean, when you hear a company put a dollar number on it, they've got it figured out. But
there's the flip. We got about 40 seconds until they confirm the trend change.
It didn't early in the retail sectors.
This market is literally playing out exactly how I said it would earlier, where you had the big dip on the FOMC and then right into those support lines that were developed earlier. And now we're recovering, so if they can bust it through here, we could see a really nice rally here.
I mentioned how the cloud space came under some pressure this week.
SPY probably wanting to pin somewhere around like 37, like 370. I did see Nikos earlier said that the max pain was 469. And that's exactly where we're trading right now. So. Good job, buddy.
I'm thinking about the move we got in XPeng jump in. The move that we saw in
well, let's see. Tesla needs over that. Tesla being right here, just kind of theta cucking everybody in between these two VWAPs. But I would like to see this confirm into an uptrend here. And, that gets triggered around this 1136. Nvidia right back up again. So I just marked the most recent swing high. Looks like this probably wants to move up. Close above this 327 would be really nice. Alright, so official trend flip here. Hey bro, you can't see my screen? What? What in the world? Hold on a second here.
But the stock jumping back today, up about 1.7%, about $19. So the other names, Oliver, that you were mentioning,
something's in front of it, isn't it?
Massive display of price discovery. I think they're trying to figure out which ones are players and which ones aren't. There's a lot of momentum, but I would think the whips that we saw in retail, we're seeing in cars, the moves, Oliver.
There you go. How's that? I don't know how that happened.
The moves, the percentage moves are getting bigger and bigger.
But there you go.
And bigger, Oliver.
Okay. Kev, an interesting week. I think that we've learned this.
Hey, only X-Wing. Yeah, I did. I don't even know how that happened. I haven't even touched my my OBS.
Stock-specific basis. Appreciate it, Mr. Hanks.
Can it alert on watch list? You'd have to go in. I think what you're meaning is can I take a watch list and just set the alerts for buys and sells for that watch list? I don't think so.
You point out that more than 90% of the S&P has already seen a correction this year by an average of 18%, so almost a bear market level magnitude. Should that make us more confident?
We're selling more of these SPY 470s for triples here on the way up.
Structurally more in danger than the indexes make it appear at all-time highs.
Yeah, good to be with you, Oliver. And I think really what that says is it's a sign to those who are maybe caught on the sidelines here and have been waiting for their opportunity to get back into the markets. You obviously on the broad index level have not seen too many opportunities for that.
All right, so we got one SPY 470 left, but took triples off of those. We had a double on the SPY 466, but that was my hedge, so I didn't close it. Yeah, Yeah, so I don't know about the super trend watch list thing. That would be pretty nice. There are super trend indicators in TradingView somewhere. There's so many, you have to kind of look through them. But there are some that allow you to actually set up a watch list. It's kind of slow. I've tested it before. And you could have like maybe 12 tickers in your watch list and just set the super trend up. So that is possible to do that. I don't know which indicator it is, and it's slow, so I've never used it. It just takes a while to update, so if you do leave your trading view on one screen, it's not that bad, because once it updates, it's pretty good. But trying to switch between screens and stuff like that, it gets really annoying because of the loading time. But you might be able to set up a super trend scanner type thing with other platforms, maybe like a TradeStation or a Thinkorswim. More likely a TradeStation. But I wouldn't know how to do that. Yeah, they're selling this for 46.90, 46.96 to 4,700 range here. Definitely some pullback in there. Which is why, again, I keep selling these calls into this level. But I do obviously hope it spikes through, because I think if it spikes through, we're going to see a nice, good 10 or 15 more points.
Things like industrials, obviously it's been weighed down by the strength of the dollar, depending on where you're looking. But if you expect that to ultimately reverse and you see a reverse.
But so far, this has been my favorite setup so far, is literally just trading the Dawn and using the MMMA as my buy point instead of the baseline as the buy. Buy or sell, really. And then obviously using these VWAPs, extremely helpful. I used to, but I don't anymore. I just don't. I just like TradingView better. So, but TradeStation is pretty nice too. Jesse, he might be in the chat still, but I don't know. But the guy from one of my friends from the Telegram chat is he uses TradeStation, and he's done really well with it. But he uses it to trade futures. All right, so here we go. We're trying to push through here. Those SPY 470s again, a triple, but I've only got one left.
I like that you point out the discretionary outperformance of staples, but after this week, it seems
I might actually sell into this here, get out of these for now. I still have an SPX 4740, which is crazy. That was kind of my super lotto there.
So, what are we to make of that, Adam? Is it possible that our savings and our
I did think it was possible for once this to break, to see a nice pump.
On that next leg of consumer activity?
Well, and it's a great point, because so much of our economic outlook is based upon this accumulated savings among consumers, and so I think it's more reflective of the supply.
I'm actually going to hold on to that hedge from earlier, which is now only $2. That was pretty much a double, almost triple earlier. But I'm around. Yeah. Hey, what's up? Yeah. So that my man was asking about TradeStation, so I was telling him that you use it. You use TradeStation. You were using it for. Jesse here actually created a bot in TradeStation.
The point that you make, when we like to, as we're looking out toward the future, we're obviously
Jesse, what did you pay for your NVIDIA 350s?
And obviously that's a tax on the consumer, and so we're trying to ask ourselves, okay, at what point is rising inflation?
I think so, Nikos. But you said earlier that the max pain is 469 on SPY, so you know, obviously you got the strikes 469.50 coming up, then you got the 4,700 or the 470. So you got a couple more option strike levels to get through. But we are coming up on, we are in power hour, and we're coming up on that 230 mark, so we'll see what happens at 230. But I'm all out of SPY calls here, and we hit triples on those.
We have lighter exposure to these days, and we just don't see as
Wait.
much opportunity there.
Adam, thinking about
Tell me you didn't buy them. Oh, I already know when you bought them, I'm pretty sure.
Finds the mojo that it had when
Well, I don't think you bought them here. You probably bought them here.
Our mojo's still pretty darn good. We're sitting near the highs, but we've seen this fragmentation just
Is that where you bought them?
10 days.
Oh, I have 10 with an average of about. Oh, that's not bad.
What to you would give kind of that broader all clear for the market, or is that just not something that might be in the cards at this point?
you know, I'm reserving.
Good,
you know,
man.
my
Trade
managing
session is good.
expectations here. If it's between now and the end of the year,
We want to see a nice push from NVIDIA here.
some clarity on, I would hope, on things like the debt ceiling, on the
If they can
Build Back
close
Better
at
plan.
330,
We
that
obviously
would
know
be
that Powell is likely to be
amazing.
Get his second term as Fed chair. So we're going to chip away at these things. But a lot of these issues that are on the minds of investors, I don't think we're going to have the answers to.
I would like a
just yet.
330 close and
Disruptions
then
we're now
maybe like a
facing
$5 or $6 gap and go
so that won't
on
make its
Friday.
way into the data until the beginning of the year. And so I think we have to manage our expectations. But I would say that we're going to get some meaningful information between now and then. Obviously, mid-December, we're going to get the next FOMC meeting, and so we'll get a better idea for.
All right, so this engine coming, I wanted to buy this.
So we'll get the new dot plots and get their projections for where they see the path of Fed policy going and policy rates going, as well as inflation expectations. We're also going to get the November jobs.
This is where they bought it earlier. Was off of this VWAP here, so nice confluence here. Maybe come in here and buy this 420 zone.
Okay. All right. So more sector and stock specifics as strategy is what I'm hearing right now. Adam, thanks a lot. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Thanks, Oliver.
Google finally moving up a little bit, but man, that is just a slow mover, dude. Google's so annoying.
Data from this week. Got another good guest coming up next. We'll talk with him.
It took all day for it to move like 14 points. On Friday, it'll probably be at like 90 points.
Many option traders tend to focus on price and direction, when implied volatility can also be a big factor in options trades. With options for volatility course, we explore what implied volatility is, how it can potentially affect the price of an option. For example, say an option trader wants to take a bearish position on a stock.
Man, yeah, it's just getting weak into this zone here.
Both strategies are bearish. So looking beyond direction to consider the impact of implied volatility can help the trader.
I just hope they don't crater my or cut my call early in Tasty Works and then run it in like the last 10 minutes.
Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed to benefit from falling implied volatility. After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the education tab on Thinkorswim's full options for volatility course and a whole lot more.
Technical traders, the chart master is in the building.
So you got the stupid reversal here possible.
Has your live technical analysis throughout the trading day, only on the TD Ameritrade network.
It's pretty reliable tracking this oscillator here, so we're just going to continue monitoring it.
First of its kind personalized education center. Their award-winning content is tailored to fit your investing goals and interests, and it learns with you. So as you become smarter, so do its recommendations.
So it's like my streaming service.
Except now you're binge learning.
See how you can become a smarter investor with a personalized education from TD Ameritrade. Visit tdameritrade.com/learn.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders.
The Baba.
They're made by them.
Is Baba
Thinkorswim
bottomed
Trade
already?
From TD Ameritrade.
It's up $5 from the low, so they hit that 3-year low. Didn't even let it hit 130.
Lots of numbers from GDP to a nice jobless claims, and a Fed thinking very closely
Apple
about
trying to
how
go
fast they should
green.
move to tighten things up. Let's bring in Mark Hammer.
Very weak
joining us
pattern
here
there.
at
I don't
Economic
really like
Analyst at
Apple here.
Bankrate.com.
Just a
Mark,
theta
good to
cut
have you here.
pattern.
So what'd you learn
Open
today
it
from all the
lower.
data we got?
Cut the calls here all day long.
Thanksgiving hasn't begun yet,
Super annoying.
I like that.
Google's still under its
I
16-day
think
EMA.
that on balance, we are now, hard to believe, we're about ready to enter the third month of the fourth quarter.
It's a stock I like long term, but
is,
this thing is a piece of junk,
continuing to
isn't it?
improve, admittedly with the headwinds of inflation, the usual suspects there, but getting these jobless claims down, admittedly there may be a problem there with seasonal
We
adjustment.
get a short
We'll see
squeeze
what it
here.
looks like in the coming weeks, but just to get essentially a pattern of the broader part of 8 weeks where new jobless claims have come down and really breaching pre-pandemic levels. Obviously, means that, we'll have some good momentum going into 2020. Obviously, as is always the case, there are the things that we continue to worry about, and obviously COVID is still at the top of that list, as is
So worried, always so worried about stuff.
that have been associated with the reopening of the economy. But I think you have to say that we have a lot to be thankful for in the sense of this recovery has continued. I know we're even talking
Man, the
about
dollar
jobless
is a
rate
monster,
that
almost
seems to be
97
in the
now.
lower 4% range at this point. Pretty remarkable.
Yeah, well said.
Can you imagine when the
that,
dollar starts
number
going
this
down?
morning,
Market's
suggests
going to go
things are
crazy.
moving in the right direction, maybe faster than people thought. Do you think that our string now of jobless claims we've gotten is a nice prelude to our next?
There's SPX 4701.
He wants to.
Well, I don't know what the chairman actually wants to see.
Yeah, fair point.
See anything that is going to point to a policy mistake on the part of the central bank, meaning, they'll be that they sort of have to say, well, we didn't get that right. But I think what he wants to see is a continued recovery. Obviously, as he says all along, the main thing is what's going on with COVID, and to the extent that the Delta variant interrupted the recovery story, in the third quarter, where a lot of people thought it was let it rip time, and it turned out COVID had no other idea about that. But in terms of trying to point it toward the FOMC, I think there is a good chance that we could get a rate hike sooner rather than later with respect to expectations. But if these inflationary pressures do truly turn out to be largely temporary, or if you want to use the word-a-day calendar version of that, transitory, then maybe there isn't going to be that sense of urgency. But let's also think about the fact, as we try to step back from these abnormal times that we've been experiencing, we've got a Fed funds rate right now which is at record low levels, and we're talking about jobless claims, believe it or not, at 199,000. We're talking about an unemployment rate that is within 1%, 1.1% of the previous low, and interest rates haven't been bumped up yet, and we're still accommodating by virtue of asset purchases, and that may not end until Q2 of next year.
Dark Pool Spy 117 at 468. So there's the same person
we've
probably.
been through some extraordinary times, and the Fed may still
What?
have some fine tuning to do.
That's
The
nuts.
times transitory was used.
I swear, it doesn't really move the market that
from the
much.
Wall Street Journal in the FOMC meetings for the November
Yeah,
meeting
actually,
2 times, September 2 times, but in July
Am I seeing
and
sell
June
here?
6 and April 4. So they started to pull away from that word. Mark, what do you think will actually?
I actually held my puts in case they
use it?
dove this
Is it
thing.
wages? Is it just the number that we get on the inflation indexes that will be just too much to explain away to the administration? I mean, what will finally turn them if something will?
Maybe they need a copy of Roget's thesaurus to come up with a better synonym. But to your point, in other words, what is the point at which they give up the idea that it's largely transitory? But here's the problem with that argument, and it is the right question to ask, obviously, that you're asking, is all of a sudden now we're saying
Adidas
commodity
Originals
prices
partnered with
are rising, and
Coinbase.
there's a good chance that we may
What?
see gasoline prices ease, even though there's still questions about whether there's adequate production.
There must be some
of crude
Adidas
oil.
NFTs coming.
And we're seeing some positive signs about supply chain disruption.
I listed the NFT I bought yesterday. I listed it for $1 million. Because I was looking at all the other loaded lions listed in the marketplace. There were some people listed for 7 million, a lot of them $1 million plus. So if I get one of those sold, you guys probably won't see me anymore. Or we'll see a significant upgrade to the stream.
I really can appreciate is trying to have a high level of humility in making forecasts, right? And so
LGVN back up crazy amounts. That thing was $2 like 2 weeks ago or something.
University of Michigan consumer sentiment.
Insane move.
Real people that I talk with in everyday life are clearly feeling it. They talk about how they try to save some money with a rewards card at the gasoline pump. Those concerns are real, so we're wrong to sort of take a grin and bear it approach, as the University of Michigan commentary pointed out. But it could well be that we're near the peak of it, that all this has been
Near the peak of
extraordinary
it.
and truly associated.
We got a
with,
mock of
an
450 million.
unprecedented
That's kind of
reopening
small.
of an economy that came after an
That's not
unprecedented
really
closing
scary
of
at
the
all,
economy,
actually, as a matter of fact.
sort of in the collective sense. And so it may well be that, you know, if we're lucky enough
I would still
to have
think
this
calls are cheap
conversation
here.
in the holiday season of 2022,
Let's go
we'll
check.
say, wow, that was really something with that.
Sorry, I was getting kind of bored here at the end, but let's go see
But on the other hand,
SPX.
you know, there is the piece, and we'll get obviously this story, the next chapter written in the.
So we're looking at these here. Yeah, we're still 2x puts. Man.
Positive development in the view of workers with respect to more general.
That's why I said on second thought I would just see we'd see a big upgrade to the stream for sure. Lighting, backgrounds. Just turn this into a stream room.
Inflation that caused a problem, right? There, you know, there's that whole thing about, you know, whether the
I mean, I would definitely not quit trading if I sold out right now.
might have been either.
My plan is every couple weeks or so I'll drop it like 100K.
And
on the price.
Mark, I guess so.
I would definitely like to sell it though, because it doesn't mean no good just holding on to it.
Close that gap in employment is to hike wages, right? Quick last thought on if we should.
Let's say it only cost me $200. Look at Tesla down 17 from that 1130.
Next year, is that going to be a major theme for labor next year?
I think it will be, because there's no reason to think that the job market isn't going to tighten further. And obviously, one of the ways that you
So maybe that was the mock sell there that kind of took market down 3 or 4 points.
Immigration reform, and oh, by the way, we're going to be spending more on infrastructure, right? It's hard for me to see that wage growth is going to
Thanks, man. I need it
substantially from here, because the job market's tight.
I would definitely need it to sell that for anything more than what I paid for it.
Objectives.
Okay, Mark, thanks for
But I did hear about
updates on
some,
what you're thinking about the
you know, like
situation right now.
13-year-olds,
Always interesting
15-year-olds
way to
selling
go
their
frame
NFTs for
the economic,
millions of
outlook.
dollars.
Have a great weekend.
So I know it's possible.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thanks so much for having me.
Sure thing. Mark Hamrick, senior economic analyst at
It's not
Bankrate.com, stuffed with economic data before Turkey Day. I like that. Options Corner, we get back. John McNichol is running the show today there. We'll take a look at a trading gap after its big unwind.
Yeah, they just love doing this. So Tesla's up about 40-50 points from the lows, but it only shows it's up $7.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Like Jack, he wanted a streamlined version.
It's basically at the pre-market highs, I think. I saw it at about 11.17 this morning.
She wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds. So, we gave them Thinkorswim Web. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim Trading from TD Ameritrade.
90 minutes after the dust settles from the opening bell, Trading 360 brings you Wall Street's best traders, analysts, and technicians to give you a 360-degree perspective.
You saw the NFTs, the kids that sold them for millions. Isn't that crazy? Just dumb. It's not dumb if it happens to me, though. That would be great.
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME Group, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk and capture opportunities.
Did you guys see Did you guys see what it was?
Across every major asset class.
Do you care?
Possibility at precisely the right time. At CME Group, opportunity is everywhere.
Trading isn't just a hobby. It's your future. So you don't lose sight of the big picture, even when you're focused on what's happening right now. And Thinkorswim Trading is right there with you to help you become a smarter investor. With an innovative trading platform full of...
But yeah, we'll be back to Friday. If you guys want this algo, it's been working pretty well the way I have it set up with the baseline, with the moving average. Check it out, a free trial. Let's see here.
Let's talk some options after big moves on earnings. Gap, Nordstrom, we've talked about the swing. Now let's see how
There you
folks
go.
traded it. John McNichol
Listed for a
joins us
mil.
from Salt Lake. He spotted some options trades in Gap, and then we'll look
Ooh,
at
some bearish
Autodesk as well
AMCs.
after
Wow.
it got slapped around too, John.
So
Okay,
we go to the
GPS
marketplace,
first.
and you can
What do you
see
see?
some regular prices now coming in.
Now we have fallen to the gap that
There's a 1 million.
commercial taking new meaning as GPS.
Mine's a little bit more rare than this one. He has the red ghost masks, but
With Autodesk that we'll take a look at, stocks that have gotten slammed
this
down.
kind of tells me to lower the price a little bit once I see all these listed here.
These levels
1.4K.
back to at possibly just below some of the
Mine's rarer than that one.
over the last year. So with these examples, we're looking at some call buying. In the case of GPS,
Alright, so
an
maybe we do need to
example of
lower
a
the
long
price.
call vertical. That type of spread with the traders anticipating.
I'm gonna leave it for a bit just because I really don't care about selling it that much. But
At the 19 strike for March of
yet, anyways.
22. They went ahead and sold a 24 strike. So that short strike is kind of the targeted area going into.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it for a bit. I mean, it's not like I have a time limit on the listing or anything. I'll kind of let that market settle out a little and see what the true value of it is. If I can sell it for
$3.60.
If I can, I mean, if I can sell it for $300, it's worth it, really.
Of about $20.36. So the idea here is looking at that the stock would snap back after this gap down, start filling in the gap, and wouldn't have much room to go to basically get to that break-even point, at least that for expiration there, Oliver.
Boy, it seems like good luck for this trade. I mean, look, it doesn't have to go too far. You'd have to unwind, let's see, about 10 hours of trading. But there was such a dramatic session here, and breaking through $20 does seem like a pretty big event, but breaking through 22 was really the big one, because that's a level that saw a healthy amount of trading coming into this year. Late last year, a gap was traded around $22, $20 a lot. So just to see how it snapped right through some of these areas with very little competition in the market, very little pushback, is pretty rough. And someone's thinking that it's too much, too fast.
Yeah, and certainly, whether it's a gap or, I know you've been discussing a lot of this, in discretionary front with a lot of retailers across the board. We've been seeing this happening on quite a few stocks there. And so, again, the idea with a longer duration going out into March, at least looking for the price to, settle down and possibly at least an attempt to fill in the gap. This looks like the high for today is at around just under 20. So we're still within the daily range, at least getting back to that break even.
Man, this zone here, they are having a hard time busting it through.
Going back well beyond this last year.
It's going to take the final
so
10 minutes.
Hopeful here. Something bullish for those looking for Gap to try and repair itself.
They're
Down
still talking about
24%,
Gap.
$6. Really
Must be down a
epic,
ton today.
unwind. You've also got a trade looking at Autodesk. It's different sector,
Yeah,
but
this is why they
similar
care about
degree
this, because
of
it got
pain.
destroyed.
That stock today unwound at 16%. John, dip buyers here too?
Yeah, it's the same idea with that price, with Autodesk getting decked right down to around the 250 area there. Again,
I'll
this is
dip a little bit on
better from
Livestream.
a technical perspective compared to Gap, where even though intraday we took out some of those lows, we did trade back up into the lower range from March of this year. Now, this example is a bit more aggressive. It's an example of a long call and shorter in duration, only going out.
I saw a bunch of puts come in on Gap yesterday, so this is probably what happened.
Contract lot where the trader went long 17 December 350 call with a 19-cent debit. So relatively inexpensive trade, but also looking to probabilities. The break-even's 350, which is certainly in this case about $100, just shy about $100 where it is right now. However, since it's only a 23 day
So see SPY coming right down to that 469 again.
Into the range. I was looking at the risk profile.
Nikos
Even if
with
the price
the
gets at or above
Max Payne call there.
260 as an example, this debit would potentially double.
Okay, so looking for a bounce here. I mean, it's bulls, bulls, and more bulls. Seems like, John, at least from what you've spotted so far, nobody's really fazed by these big blow-ups.
Well, it's kind of the psychological, aspect of, traders always looking at buying that dip. Now, at some point, that, will not work, if there's more of a reversal of the bullish trend. But we've seen a lot of technical areas, prices pulling back to where the market had previously broken out and attempting to hold and getting a lift in the market. And with some
Geez, is that how it works, guys?
Just an extreme oversold condition, an overreaction, and just looking for the price to snap back a little bit, which would make this trade profitable.
Okay. All right. Last one we've got is a little bit of an outlier. John, what do you got here?
Yeah. So this one is United Microelectronics. It's a Chinese ADR and a chip. Now we know that a lot of semiconductors have seen some big bullish momentum over the last month. SOX is not too far off of those highs. This is out of Taiwan with currently trading at around 1139. The trader basically had looked at
Nvidia spiking here a little bit. See if they can take the 327s out.
Going out into April, basically a credit of about 55 cents.
How was Shop doing? No wonder. Shop was spiking earlier.
The price to stay above $10, which is just below the
50.
200-day moving average. So expecting this trend to hold.
Smelly, finally kind of slowing down.
They're comfortable on owning the stock at around
Just getting pummeled every single day, it seems like.
as kind of a bullish reversal back
So
above the 50-day.
maybe they're kind of bottoming this thing out a little bit.
And today's price action.
A little bit of some bullish candles or bearish candles coming in here. Alright, so here's a dip right before 250, kind of suspicious. It's been better to buy that MMMA trigger versus wait for the baseline trigger, even though the baseline trigger was pretty good too. Gladly sold those calls into this zone. Relative strength, Apple and Nvidia here. All money into Nvidia and Shop. 2.5 minutes here. We'll see if they can make a decision. All right, drop in price into support. Likely buy zone here. every time Nvidia, every time market drops, I'm just watching the tape on Nvidia. I'm seeing just money going right into it. Very good sign for now. Yeah, every time market comes back a little, Nvidia goes up. As soon as the market turns around, Nvidia is probably going to pop that 327. I am very biased Nvidia, so there's that. Didn't actually see any real flow on Nvidia earlier though. Well, that is kind of making me think sketch here. Well, 30 seconds. But if they pop this, I would imagine this runs for 10 minutes. T-Doc Bear. Man, T-Doc got destroyed. 106 bucks a share right now for T-Doc. All right, there's a sell signal trigger. Very interesting. Into the 10-minute. And it's gone. They would not take that one right away, but you'd want to see that confirm. And there's that pop on Nvidia I was saying, that 327. Probably see a run for about 10 minutes here. Call premiums got a little bit of a bump there. I miss those end of day spikes from last year, where SPX would run 40 points or 50 points in 10 minutes. Remember when Tesla was added to the SPX, it ran like 60 points in like 3 minutes because all the funds had to add it at one time. Like this crazy mad scramble for shares. Ugh, this is just pain. This melt is just painful. Come on. Nvidia, 328 now. Nvidia looks really good. I guess AMD looks pretty good too. Take a look at it. Yeah, AMD looks pretty good as well. AMD up huge. The charts are going to look similar. Nvidia looks better though. Buying Apple flow too. At the Apple 165s. $900 million to sell, so almost $1 billion to sell here. So this is going to be a fake out here in the last 5 minutes. NVIDIA getting hammered there as it tries to bust through that strike. Overall, pretty good close for Friday.
CEO and Chief Research Officer. Dan, thanks for being here on a super interesting Nordstrom just blow up, Gap doing the same. So just give us a straight dope here. I mean, how bad is the situation?
I think it's different for both of the companies. Obviously not good for either, but the supply chain headwinds and how they dealt with it was really challenging. I think Nordstrom has work to do in terms of fixing the rack business, whereby they didn't plan early enough, yet you've seen other department store companies like Macy's take the supply chain and really improve the business from it and have been able to drive both store sales and online sales. Nordstrom, I think the overall lower prices that they had at the rack, the lack of women's apparel and footwear hurt the business, and the lack of brands. They've brought in now 2 or 3 consultants in order to help them improve the business with a greater sense of urgency. Gap, those numbers in terms of the amount of dollars being spent on air freight and also what they've driven in lost sales impacted their ability to get to over $2 in earnings this year. With 125 to 140 now the guidepost for 2021, is it going to be 2022 or 23 that we get back? I feel like the brands of Banana, Old Navy, Athleta, and Gap are in better position with more stability to show improvement than, frankly, revising the game plan over at Nordstrom. Different between the two, and the market doesn't like surprises.
I like that distinction. Let's focus in on Nordstrom for a sec.
Man, I said 4,700 pin earlier.
Come on, like, how do they not know how to run their business? Is it time to really shake up management? Is the family going to do anything differently?
All the iron condors I can get.
It seems like year after year, no matter what the economic situation is, if it's COVID,
a Tesla 1050 put for Friday.
Just kind of
that's not a bad deal right there.
Consumer in 2018, 19,
given
it seems
the
like
Tesla
Nordstrom's
action here.
Always the problem child in retail.
Yep, it has been, and frankly, they're not back to the operating margin levels of 2019.
Musk still isn't
They're
done.
one of the only companies that isn't. They have to be digging deep in order to be able to see what should we do, because they have a great brand name. It's got to be monetized. There's got to be flow through.
Is there any creative solution at this point?
Or
is this just a numbers game, a managerial, potholes that
that's a pretty sizable bet.
Paved over,
that one was executed at about 11:26, and so that's likely what causes the drop.
Delivery thing. I mean, but does that stuff really add up?
you have to believe that in the boardroom, there's definitely talk about, does the
If you
management
look at Tesla
team
here, I
need
mean, it's really
additions,
still in a
adjustments,
downtrend.
changes in order to move the
Massive
business
sell
where it needs to
day,
go.
it kind of
It's been
recovered a
too
little
long
bit.
that there's been an operating margin target out there that hasn't been met.
Not exactly a mega bullish day. I mean,
Dana,
it was
thank
pretty
you for the
bullish off
thoughts
the
here.
low.
Nice way to
But
close out our day. Appreciate you coming back to the show.
Thank you very much. Have a
Absolutely.
great Thanksgiving again. You name it.
Yes, absolutely. Have a great Thanksgiving. Dana Telsey, CEO and Chief Research Officer at Telsey
so I'm
Advisory
seeing
Group.
the trigger is
With one more
basically when
closing
that
dot
moving
on the
average
retailers. We got
closes
the bell
above the
when we come
previous
back.
one.
Right now,
That's
looks
the
like it'll
trend
be
flip.
a little mixed, but we might get all four of the majors here if the Dow can get it together.
Alright, so I actually have Tesla puts, Apple calls, Nvidia calls
Many option traders tend to focus on
going into
price
Friday.
direction, but implied volatility can also be a big factor in options trades.
And the only reason I have Tesla puts or even considered them was the relative weakness here and the fact that Musk isn't done selling. And he's likely to start selling at higher prices, so it just makes sense to have puts in case he decides to crater it again.
Implied volatility can help the trader choose between them. We also introduce strategies designed to harness changes in implied volatility. For instance, time spreads like counters and diagonals are designed to benefit from increases in implied volatility. Iron condors, on the other hand, are designed
Alright, 10
to
seconds and we out of here, boys.
After learning about the strategies, you can take the final assessment to test your knowledge. Head to the education
Again, if you guys want this Algo, go to the link in the description, get your free trial, you have access to all of them. It's been fun. Hopefully you made some money today. See you in the next video, and we'll